Hey, hey. What's up, everybody? Early. Early. What's up? How y'all doing? Oh my god, that was terrifying. I know, I know. I really, really was hitting those horror notes. Those freaky, minor pitches. What's up? I normally tune in a little early when we have a debate so that I can talk to you guys for a little bit before we do the debate. By the way, I have no idea what to expect for the debate. We're debating, Big Papa Fascist, I think he used to go by, but the last two times we've seen him, he was hosting a debate between myself and somebody else. But I think this time the debate is being hosted by that red pill guy we talked to. I forget all the details, so we'll have to sort of discover it all together once we get right into it. Russell Brand tweeted how he's definitely not a rapist. I believe him completely. Oh man, dude. Fuck, I wanna talk about the Laura Boebert shit, but it's so funny. It's probably worth a segment, so I'll talk about it after the debate. God damn, it's so fucking funny. Oh my god. So I'm guessing you didn't prep for the debate, Vosh? I don't remember what the debate is about. It's so much worse than you think. Wait, what is? Every time I see an x.com link, I immediately think, what the fuck? Flag not safe for work. It's so confusing. Oh, Boobin, not Boobert. Ooh, little baby. Look, he's cuddling a blue hog. A bloyhoy. It's literally only for iOS mobile users, too. Nice. So what is he saying?
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Now, this isn't the usual type of video we make on this channel where we critique, attack, and undermine the news in all its corruption, because in this story, I am the news. I've received two extremely disturbing letters, or a letter and an email, one from a mainstream media TV company, one from a newspaper, listing a litany of extremely egregious and aggressive attacks, as well as some pretty stupid stuff like
Oh god, what has he been accused of? Oh no. Russell Brand breaks silence to deny serious allegations. What allegations? Okay, so they're just quoting it. Wait, this mirror.co.uk article literally just... They literally just typed out the fucking captions on the video. They don't actually say... yeah, they really are a mirror. God damn. AI article? Almost certainly, yeah. Okay. What about this website? Hello. Serious allegations I always refute. And insisted that past romantic relationships had always been consensual. Oh, there we go. Oh, man. And then they quote the entirety of his thing. Dude, is every single article now written entirely by AI? What about The Independent? Did The Independent have a human?
hello there, you Awakening Wonders.
No.
Now, this isn't the usual type of...
They're just copy and pasting the video. Wait, hold on. Seriously? Every single... even all of them? All of them just... The allegations have not been revealed. He's just vaguely come out and saying, whatever the allegations are, I didn't do it. I totally am not a rapist. Really? On Friday, the Mirror reported that Channel 4 was set to highlight alleged behavior by an A-list celebrity in a Dispatches investigation scheduled to air at 9 p.m. on Saturday night. I'm glad they had something written by a human at the end. Maybe.
my community festival should be stopped, that I shouldn't be able to attack mainstream media narratives on this channel. But amidst this...
He totally raped people, right? If the allegations are that he raped people, and in his YouTube video, he opens up with, like, the mainstream media wants to silence me from critiquing the mainstream media. Like, that's like 100% like, yeah, okay, yeah, like, yeah. He's a cult leader, of course he did, yeah.
Litany of astonishing, rather baroque attacks are some very
Barack
serious
Obama?
allegations that I absolutely refute.
Seems like his handlers told him to get ahead of it, so it cannot be good. Yeah.
These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies, and as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
Wow. I'm really sold on this. I completely believe him. It's, again, this is one of those, like, you can never know because it's almost always a he said, she said, or whatever. But there are definitely signifiers. There's definitely, like, vibes. And apart from Russell Brand already having the vibes of a cult leader who would tell his many, many underage followers to kill themselves before the ATF shows up, you know, like, very much a drink the Kool-Aid kind of guy. We also know that he's incredibly dishonest and he, like, lies for money. So, you know, like, not exactly a sterling testimony to his character right off the bat. Those eyes have pedo vibes. Oh, for sure. No, really, he really does act like a cult leader. Yeah. He should have buttoned his shirt for the I'm not a rapist vid. You're telling me that the wild hair, the wild eyes, the open Hawaiian shirt, and the Illuminati necklace isn't the ideal way of sort of getting ahead of the...
I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now as well. And to see that transparency metastasized into something criminal that I absolutely...
He's even, like, acting like guilty. Like, this is like an LA noir. Like, hey, can you, like, come across like a guy who's kind of desperate and crazed and really, really guilty?
Deny makes me question, is there another agenda at play?
Yep.
Particularly when we've seen...
Oh my god, he did it so badly, dude. He so did this. Like, this is every single, like, this is, like, the go-to, like, yeah, I didn't do it. Actually, all these attempts to call into question my behavior are attempts by the mainstream media to silence me. Yeah, yeah. They're out to get me. Now give me money. Yeah.
Media attacks before, like with Joe Rogan when he dared to take a medicine that the mainstream media didn't approve of.
Yep, see, yep, this is literally just like, hello, my devoted followers, my loyalists, my cultists. Remember how we bravely suggested you take ivermectin even though there's no evidence for it? You remember, huh? Remember all those times that we had, all those good times defending misinfo against the mainstream media? Well, it's happening again, folks.
And we saw a spate of headlines from media outlets across the world using the same language. I'm aware that you guys have been...
Well, that is true.
...saying in the comments for a while, watch out, Russell, they're coming for you, you're getting too close to the truth. Russell Brand did not kill himself.
Literally, dude. Yeah, man, that's totally true. The rape allegations are because you got too close to the truth. All the previous conspiracies he has unearthed have been nothing, okay? This guy was on his way. Like, the aliens, the chakras, that's nothing compared to the truth this guy was about to bust open. It's like Alex Jones. Every time anything comes out against them, they use it as a fundraising opportunity. Because they, like, there's no real criminal justice system, right? He is a former celebrity and a very wealthy man. Like, he's not actually at risk of any real consequences for his behavior. So all the attention that he gets from doing horrible shit, it's just another fundraising opportunity. It's the same, like, every time.
A year ago, there was a spate of articles. Russell Brand's a conspiracy theorist. Russell Brand's right wing. I'm aware of news media making phone calls, sending letters to people I know for ages and ages. It's been clear to me, or at least it feels to me...
Is he even a comedian actor anymore? It's just a conspiracy? Just conspiracy, no. He just does the conspiracy shit.
Like, there's a serious and concerted agenda to control these kind of spaces and these kind of voices. And I mean my voice along with your voice. I don't mind them using my...
By the way, if you go back, there was a jump cut before he said consensual. Yeah, I like how he's, like, trying to get ahead of the accusations, and the only thing he said was, listen, okay? The Jews are after me, and just so you know, I've never raped anyone. Now, anyway...
pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies, and as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
Did he really... Is this like a joke? I didn't even notice the jump cut to him saying consensual. What is this a joke? This is like a comedy bit. This is like a bit that a show would do to make fun of like a crazy online conspiracy guy.
The relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
Yeah, I just thought it's like stuttered for a second. Like, incredible. Genuinely incredible. I'm sorry. We have the debate now. We can't. There's not anything else really to go over apart from him being the most like evident, like the most guilty acting you could possibly, Yeah, I saw Pasada. Is he so he's a rapist? Yeah, he's a super rapist. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Nice segment. Good. We did get a pre-debate segment. Okay, let me join the thing. Why do I have to connect my YouTube account? They're hacking my data.
Probably not much more than that.
Yeah.
And then of course your super chats and all that.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Rush? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. All right, you guys ready? I'm gonna go live.
Yes, I'm live on my end, so go right ahead.
Cool. What's up, guys? We are live. So we have an epic debate for you today. As fun as it is to watch Andrew dunk on some bimbo, this is going to be actually very, very, I think, intense intellectual discussion. We got two people who are both extremely good at debating, competing against each other. And where they're going to be talking about, say the prompt again, Andrew.
This was Christian nationalism against libertarian communism.
Yeah, so that should be fun. So let me quickly explain my role for, I think, Andrew, you kind of know how I do.
Hang on real quick, Alex. I just want to clarify that Vosh doesn't have an actual issue with the prompt.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, so anyway, for anyone who's new to the channel, I'm going to explain what I'm going to do. I'm modding, so that means that I am not getting involved in debate. Doesn't mean I agree or disagree with someone. I will only get involved under three circumstances. Number one, someone's being interrupted so much that they can't get a word out, and I'm going to use my discretion when it comes to that, whether I should or should not. Number two, someone refuses to answer a direct question. And number three, someone is derailing the conversation to such an extent that I feel like it's not relevant to the initial prompt. Those are the only times I will get involved. Hopefully, I won't even have to talk much during this debate, and debaters will have at it. So Andrew kindly asked to do 7-minute opening statements, and I think that's fair. So we'll start off with 7-minute opening statements. I think, Andrew, since you were the initiator, you should do your opening statement first.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure my audio okay now. Guys,
yeah, you're good.
Out in the chat. Well, not to you guys. Hang on, I'm just asking my chat. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. Vosh, I won't take the entire 7 minutes. I'm sure you won't either before we get into the back and forth. But first, I appreciate Vosh taking the time to have this debate with me, the audience of both Alex, PWF, and the audience of The Crucible for coming out tonight as we have this debate. The topic tonight is Christian nationalism versus libertarian communism. I understand Vosh likely has many criticisms of Christian nationalism, though I think most of them will be directed at other people's advocation of it rather than my own. To define Christian nationalism simply, it is the operation of a synergy between the church and the state. Such a synergy can be operated either under the confines of the church acting as the state or as the church being a division of it in some way. This could operate as an advisory role, which in many ways it does now anyway, or as a division of the state itself with separate guidelines from that of the secular nation, or it could have similarities to the secular nation. This idea is in no way radical. To this day, there are many nations who operate under these guidelines through religion, though I would argue with the wrong religion. And historically, such Christian nations and empires withstood the test of time, though ultimately buckling. Some of them lasted well over 1,000 years. No current product of any Western nation is going to do that. Remember in the course of this debate that Vosh is at the mercy of the same criticisms he may levy at the idea of Christian nationalism. In many ways, he is more at the mercy of his own criticisms than I am, as the examples of communism we have are less than ideal, And he envisions a radical parting from those systems, yet historically, those systems are all we can point to. Under my own system, however, we can point to nations which have prospered, persevered, and ultimately created mostly happy and healthy populations. A return to patriarchy is the order of the day. The way that we would achieve this is the same way the communists and feminists achieved their subversive goal of their attempted annihilation of Christianity, which is still ongoing. And that key is through the demographic shift via birth rates. The religious have a lot of children and the non-religious don't. The future essentially is ours. My plan for such a system is no different than Vosh's in execution. Over the next 100 years, we Christians establish our values into our children and direct them to begin to take over the institutions. This seems like a laughable proposition, except that's exactly what the Marxists and feminists did. It took them about 150 years or so to accomplish it. We can do exactly the same thing. In fact, we can probably do it in about 100 years. Our job external to that is just to slow the progressive machine down any way we can until age claims its advocates. Obviously, I have a lot more to say on this topic, and as we get into the debate, just remember that theology informs culture, and culture informs politics. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time over to Vosh, and hopefully we can get into this thing.
Cool. Vosh, you got 7 minutes. You can use as much of that as you want. Have at it, buddy.
Gotcha. Yeah, I noted absent of that opening from Andrew was either a description of what the problems are with modern society or how his proposed solutions would fix any of it. The problem that I have is that ultimately it feels like this is always a vibes thing, which is ironically very feminine and not at all a representation of patriarchal logic. The idea that there's something wrong with society and the best way to address it is to return with a V, just gesturing at, well, civilization lasted, ignoring the fact, of course, that Christian civilization and history has been a nonstop shit pit where countries obliterate each other, ethnic and ideological and linguistic and religious divide shift constantly, just nonstop war. I mean, if you want to point towards longevity of civilization, I mean, go look at China. You know, that's probably the best example we have of real longevity. Christianity, of course, not being a primary force in its stability, except for the extent to which it destabilized it in the 1800s. In truth, what makes a nation last or does not is A, complicated, and B, not of interest to Andrew. His interest in these subjects, patriarchy, blah, blah, fight progressivism, is for entirely separate reasons. In reality, the idea of preserving civilization is altogether kind of a psyop. It's not a real thing. Everything changes. No civilization is as it was 50 or 100 years ago. You can preserve names, I guess. You can point towards official longevity, but none of this really means anything. What matters is, how do we build the best life possible for the greatest number of people? And I think, of course, libertarian socialism proposes many excellent solutions when it comes to the problems we have with modern life. Religion does not. Religion does not improve anything. It does not fix our problems. It does not make our cities more walkable. It does not address income inequality. It doesn't do anything except give people a feeling that there is meaning where there is none. I think we should construct our own meaning in a willful manner rather than ceding it entirely to imagined higher forces.
All right. This is the open segment part, so you guys have at it.
Yeah, so Vosh, let's start with your religion doesn't improve anything. And yet, as we look at the happiness indexes of the people who are the most religious, they seem to be the most happy. They're also having the most children. They're also divorcing the least. They seem to, out of all the metrics, have the least amount of mental illness. How could you possibly, with a straight face, make the claim that religion doesn't improve anything? All of your positions are material in nature, and they don't seem to work that well. They don't seem to answer greater questions.
Right off the bat, we see the analytical issues. First of all, tracking this onto number of babies had. Historically, the most babies humans have had have been during pre-modern medieval periods where women were pumping out 11 kids, half them would die in the fields. The number of children you have has nothing to do with how happy you are. Likewise with divorces and marriages. Again, we would have to argue then that the happiest marriages must have necessarily been in the ones in, I don't know, England prior to Henry VIII. You would point back to some time where it was illegal to divorce. These aren't real metrics of happiness. People in general are getting less happy. That is absolutely the case. Why not?
Yeah, but the religious seem to be less so via self reporting, and the religious are having the most amount of children. And I have the stats here. If you'd like to review them, I can show this to you and demonstrate it to you. Pew Research has been following this very closely for a number of years, and their indexes seem to be quite good. And yet your materialist outlook seems to claim that libertarian socialism, materialism will save you. And yet we're closer to that worldview than ever. And yet mental illness and all of these factors which lead to unhappiness is higher than ever.
We've only began
least of all with
tracking,
the religious.
So first of all, as I established, birth rates are irrelevant to this discussion if we're talking about happiness. Second of all, mental illness as well. We've only started tracking mental illness in a meaningful way in the past couple of decades. So this is another factor which you can't reasonably tie to a lack of religiosity. In fact, if you go to our insane asylums and people with severe mental illness issues, you'll find plenty of people there who are deeply religious. The idea that mental illness tracks perfectly onto, or even remotely, onto a lack of religiosity is just absolutely not the case.
Well, how can you make that claim? That actually makes no sense. You say birth rates can't be tied to happiness, and yet if you have children, you are happier. How could you possibly say that birth rates wouldn't track onto that? Of course they would.
Do you think people were like at their happiest in India in like 1880 when the average number of children had by every mother was like 8 or 9 at a time during desperate poverty? I'm asking.
Yeah, this is a red herring. It has nothing to do with anything.
Answer the question. If you think
I have no idea. I don't think it's relevant.
Okay,
I have no idea.
I think that birth rates do not track perfectly onto happiness. In fact, I don't think there's any relationship.
Yeah, but that wasn't my claim, bro. You made the claim that higher
birth rates are indicative of greater happiness, and I just
no,
don't think that's the case.
No. My claim, just so that you don't straw man it, is that women who have children seem to be happier than women who do not have children. When you look at the birth rate, of course, that's going to map onto that, as women are the ones who have the children. So obviously, if they're happier, they're going to have more children, and as mothers, they're going to have more children. At least this is what the Pew Research shows.
Do you think there might be a confounding variable there? Like maybe the economic stability, which allows people to have children, might make people, happier?
Then why are the poorest people having the most of them?
Because poorer people sometimes are happier, and sometimes they have more children. Or maybe,
and what would make a poorer
as per my
person
argument,
happier?
maybe there isn't a strong relationship between how many children you're having and how happy you are.
So what would make poorer people happier than people with all of this materialism? That's really weird, Vosh.
I didn't say that. I was indicating that I think this is an argument in favor of my point. I just don't think these two statistics track onto each other very well. And I don't think you do either, frankly. I think that the reality that when we talk about like what makes people unhappy or what problems we can solve socially, the actual like fabric of a person's mental wellness is so complicated and so multivariate that I would immediately distrust anyone who tried to reduce it to a single variable. I'm more interested in...
hang on. We're not reducing anything to a single variable. That's one. Okay. Nobody said the issue is not multifaceted. However, for you to make kind of this bold claim and gloss it over when you're pinned down on the fact that the people who are the poorest, they seem to be the happiest, at least that's what your claim just was a second ago.
No,
So if that's true, then obviously it must be something other than materialism, which is causing them to be happier. What would you say that is, Vosh?
I didn't make that claim. I said that there are plenty of... No, I said maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this, as ways of indicating that I don't feel there's a strong track between birth rates and happiness. Birth rates are higher in many parts of the world that are a lot poorer and less happy than the United States. In the United States, it is absolutely the case that poor people tend to have more children. There's also a racial or ethnic element to that as well. But this isn't a perfect one-to-one track. For instance, rural areas where the cities are drying up and dying, there are people who have lots of kids, sure, but they're not happy. I mean, we make, I guess sort of reductive comments about white trash families, and I don't think that's fair, but it is certainly the case that, there are plenty of households out there where you have both many children and not a lot of happiness.
This is another problem with the materialist worldview, Vosh. When you make this kind of bold claim, don't you think that economics really has a lot to do with whether or not people are having children? And then you cite that the poorest people are having the most amount of children. Right? This is a very strange argument from you. So I'm hoping that you can qualify this and make this make sense to me.
I don't think anything that I said there doesn't make sense. The characteristics that might lead a person to have a lot of children are incredibly complicated. I mean, if you want a full rundown, it correlates more often to people who are poorer, I imagine, because people who are poorer often have a harder time with regards to family planning and management. They also have less strict life plans when it comes to their own career.
They're also more religious.
Sometimes, but that
Most of the
doesn't,
time.
but they're not the happiest. In fact, there's a very large degree of opioid addiction and unhappiness in highly religious rural communities with lots of children. So it's almost like your attempt to reduce these variables to some kind of simple correlative line doesn't actually work when you look at the material reality of the
Okay.
people in
Well,
this country.
first of all, backing up, you and I have both agreed already that it's multifaceted, right? I'll agree that that's true, but that doesn't mean that some variables aren't far more important than others, which is why you cited an economic variable to begin with. Moving into this, when you're talking about this portion of the topic, which is birth rates, which have become absolutely disastrous everywhere, not
Why?
just in the West, but globally. This was all due to anti-natalist campaigning
Wait, wait,
from
what's
leftists.
disastrous about our birth rates?
They're in free fall collapse, Bosch.
Yeah, they've lowered, as they have in every industrialized country, sure.
No, in all countries, almost all countries everywhere, with the exception of a few African nations and Middle Eastern nations, and those are dropping off quickly
Yes,
too.
industrialized countries produce fewer children because you no longer need 8 little tykes to run the farm, of course.
Well, no, that's not the only reason that we have a collapse in birth rate. It's because women are getting married older instead of younger. Now, you could
They
make
get
the
an
argument.
education.
Well, you could make the argument that this is due to, better family planning or something like this, I suppose. But still, ultimately, if you want to keep your population high, thus keeping your economy good in all nations on planet Earth, you can't just shift around people who don't exist because the birth rate's lower everywhere.
Our
How do you
populations are still
plan?
growing.
No, well, no, they're actually plateauing quickly. And
Uh,
the last UN report showed that, but the most modern UN report on population demographics, which I have in front of me, show that it's much more catastrophic than the UN previously predicted, citing that China, and this came in from a study from, sorry, it's on Forbes.
the
I can link
China's
it over to
situation
you.
is specific to the one-child policy. I think that was very dumb of the CCP. I'm
Yeah.
talking about here in the
But a
West. Like,
500, they're talking about a 500 million reduction in the Chinese population, potentially by 2050, 2060. That's right around the corner.
okay.
That's a massive population reduction. Japan, within 200 years, is actually slated to not exist. It's slated to not exist due to population.
So is the world population growing or decreasing right now?
Right now, it's plateauing.
The world population, as I understand it, is still growing at a decent
Yes,
clip. I mean,
but
it
it's
went from
going,
6 billion
but it's
to 8 billion
plateauing.
just in my
Yes.
Sure, that's fine. We have a finite amount
And
of
then
space.
it free falls. And then it's projected to free fall by every UN analyst and by every scientific metric that you can possibly look at who has looked at this. It's expected to free fall and possibly stabilize at 6 billion in the next 150 years to 200 years. But the estimates,
what UN analyst? Yeah, I'd like to see that. Also,
Yeah.
Assuming that's the case, okay. I mean, it can't grow forever. Like, let's just say, let's presume that information is accurate. If that seems fine. I mean, what should we have? 10, 12, 15
Well,
billion?
so here's why this is problematic, Vosh, because the Population Bomb, which was a book that was dropped all over the African nations and India in order to reduce the populations of those nations significantly, it turns out that was very problematic because, as it turns out, the more people you have, the more work gets done and the more people get fed. Right now, due to the increase in population, there's more global food production, the ability to deliver this food globally to people who need it than there ever has been in human history. That's what happens with pro-natalist policies versus anti-natalist policies.
Wait, you just answer what population do you think it should stop at? So, okay, it might stop at 6 billion. What meaningfully is the difference between
I think that the Earth can easily, according to analysis, have up to 25, 30 billion people with pretty, it's pretty regular ease.
Is that
within that confines of those numbers?
Ideal? How is that better than what we have?
Because more people equals more work, less starvation. Less starvation for populations, more work for infrastructure building, more work for, I mean, even look at the U.S. labor force now, one of the biggest problems
to cater to. This is very, very silly. The idea that everything gets better the more people are on Earth, it's just not the case. First of all, like the number of humans that are going to end up on the planet and like sort of plateau out at, that's not the same as our maximum carrying capacity. You don't want to hit the maximum carrying capacity for the same reason.
We're nowhere near it.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't
It's not a
want to.
problem.
And the reason for that is the same reason you don't want to hit the maximum carrying capacity of an elevator or a restaurant. You know, maximum.
Yeah, but we don't
and
even know what the
ideal.
maximum carrying capacity is, but we do
I
know we're
just-
nowhere near it,
I just
and we're also
don't
declining.
understand what the issue is with these broader trends.
Well, I've just explained it to you. You don't want populations in free fall collapse.
No,
you don't
you
even
don't
have enough
want-
hands to do the work.
Well,
What do you
there
mean?
will- so
you don't have that now in the United States.
The amount of work, first of all, we get plenty of work done in this country. And second of all, the idea that, sure, you have less people doing work, but you also have less people for whom to do the work. Like the idea that you would be doing the same amount of labor if there were 30 billion people on Earth as you have to now with 8 billion people on Earth.
No, man. No. Labor is scalable. You need to understand. Labor is
so
scalable.
I don't think
So, like,
it's
when you combine
reasonable.
2 people together to do a job, it doesn't get done twice as fast. It gets done 4 or 5 times as
That's
fast.
highly reductive and not the case for all things. There are plenty of things like regional economic limits or non-scalability or lacking in land area or climate change changing the available land.
Give me a type of job or occupation where that's true of.
There's not any. I don't have to provide any argument here because the premise I'm arguing against is nonsensical. Let me construct an ideology.
So you have no argument.
Well, you have to provide an idea first.
I did.
And the idea you're providing is, what if we had an ideology that made everyone have as much babies as possible? But you need to sell me on this being a good idea because I don't care. Like, I'm not sold on this. I want people who are alive to be happy. I want the human species to do well. I think that the human species did pretty well at 6 billion. I'm sure it would do pretty well at 8 or 10 or whatever. But the idea of orienting all of my political beliefs around hitting some kind of maximum
So I'll try a different angle for you then, if that's your approach. You do agree that you do want some people on planet Earth, right? At least some
ideally.
number of them?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I want
Okay,
human
so
civilization.
what number would
proceed.
that be from your perspective?
I don't care. That's the thing. That
Okay,
end
well
number,
then what's the argument here?
no,
so
that's,
we both want people.
You have
We both
to
want
explain
people,
to me
and if the
how-
birth rate the birth rate reduces, so a population collapses and there's no people, that bad.
You
so
have
we
to
can agree on
explain
that.
to me how shifting our entire political mindset to accommodate some arbitrary goal that you've just made up in front of me is necessary at all. I think that if we build,
it can't be arbitrary if you agree we need humanity.
No, the end point is still arbitrary.
Let me jump in and bridge the gap really quick.
Well,
So-
really quickly, I just want to ask, or I just want to put forward, the point here really quickly, okay? I think that we should build good political systems that make people happy and encourage growth and economic stability and all those wonderful things. I do not think we need to orient everything about some kind of psychotic pro-natalist perspective where we try to keep women out of colleges and in the home so every single one of them has 7 children. I don't think that's...
Nobody. Okay, first of all, all you're doing there is framing. I never made the argument that women must do anything. What I told you is that we have a birth rate that's in free fall. You agree that we need to at least have some humanity, which means you have to at least replace the people who are in existence. So you and I can at least agree that every human being should probably have at least one other human being to replace them, right? Or if not, there needs to be some number of humans on planet Earth. So if that's true, and you and I agree that that's true, then having a declining birth rate, that would be catastrophic for both of our worldviews.
If it leveled out at 6 billion.
Hang on, stop. I'm going to step in for 1 second and just kind of bridge the gap a little bit. So you guys both agree that there needs to be humans on Earth. But the difference is that Vosh is saying, hey, I don't understand why it's important for us to increase the amount of people that we have on the planet now. Andrew's saying, hey, I think that would actually be better. So that's what Vosh is asking.
No, that's actually incorrect. So what I'm saying to you is that the amount of people who are on planet Earth right now are slated to significantly decrease down to maybe half or below.
I have not seen any numbers.
What the current status is right now. Okay, well, I've just linked the article over to you. China's population right here.
What about world? World population.
This is the projection. Now, the world population, the UN projection was at 6 billion. However, the trend is very, very quickly going the other direction. I can send you an article on this as well.
As the world industrializes.
So they're saying that it could be reduced to as little as 3.5 billion to 4 billion. They don't know. So
these are speculative numbers that don't actually tie in with the broader consensus. Look, the issue
what's not speculative though is the number of or what the birth rate is at for the percentage of the population.
Invariably, no matter what point you hit, you will hit periods of general population decline, because it's not possible to perpetually maintain growth or stagnation. There will be waves up and down. This is inevitable. I think that what's the problem here is that this is all fake policy. There is no such thing as like global pronatalism or antinatalism. You said earlier the left does antinatalism. This is nonsense.
Let me give you an example.
People have children and are able to have children in line with the material circumstances they live in. Are they educated? Do they have the money? Do they have the space in their household? Are there cultural values that incline them towards having more children or not? These are the things that we can do and control. Now, if we're to have a discussion on what we should promote, you know, here's something I think we could do, okay? I think
no.
Cool.
Let me respond to these 2 points because both of them are inaccurate. The first one is the 2 points that you smuggled in.
What if we
the
agree?
first point that you smuggled in was that people can only have children based on material conditions. Not true. They have children outside of the scope of their material conditions all the time. And that's why you see some of the poorest nations in the world breeding more than any other nation.
So this is
first of all, this is patently false. Hang on, let me finish. I just let you give your argument. Let me give mine back.
You just described those are the material conditions. Material conditions doesn't mean if you're rich enough. It means that the circumstances that surround you give you the ability and inclination to do something. Poverty inclines people towards having lots of children. That is a material condition.
Oh, man. Okay, fine. Even if I grant this, okay, this kind of second thing which you smuggled in is that the left has no anti-natalist policy, but they do. They're the by far the largest advocates of abortion everywhere on planet Earth. That's a left-wing socialist policy for sure. Even back to its roots, it was a socialist policy. There's no doubt that that's true. They're the ones who dropped the population bomb all over planet Earth via helicopter in order to get people to stop breeding. Yes, they have had significant anti-natalist policies. It's absurd to say otherwise.
So you're saying that giving people the choice as to whether or not they want to have children, it leads to a decrease in how many children people have?
First, well, again, this is a smuggled in premise.
That's not,
I'm
just asking you a question.
You're not giving them the choice. You're saying you can't kill your offspring. There's a distinction.
No, the legality of abortion is giving people the choice to have or to not have children. It leaves out the possibility of accidentally having children.
No, this is your bad
No, please,
you making the assumption it's not murder.
Stop complaining that literally anything that doesn't immediately like pre-pack your framing into it is some kind of biased question, okay?
Well, then don't complain immediately that I accept your framing as being true.
Well, my framing is that if people have the option to abort a fetus, that they will have less children. I think that people should want to have the children they have. So I want to build a society in which maybe people have more children, but they're amped about it. And what that means is supporting material policies, like, for example, free childcare, or better tax credits, or legal mandates for corporations to provide maternity and paternity leave. Those are examples of things that socialists tend to support and would massively increase the viability of having children, even in an industrialized country. That's real politics.
Then if that's true, then how come in the nations where these things are implemented, you have not seen the birth rate make a recovery, Vosh?
Well, I think that there's more to it than that. You have to give people the
So then why are you giving me policies that don't work? I don't care.
They do work.
Give me policies that work.
They do work.
Well, then show me how they work.
Okay,
where they work.
Wait, do you need me to explain to you how like state subsidized daycare makes it easier for people to have kids?
Why? It has not done any reversal to the birth rate in the nations which have implemented it.
Well, wait, do you have data that demonstrates it has absolutely no effect?
The birth rate. Which nation would you like to cite? And I'll give you the birth rates and that they're on the decline. Absolutely.
What specific policies? Wait, hold on. They're on the decline. Is it possible they would be more on the decline if it wasn't for those policies?
It's
then
possible.
How do you know? Wait, no, that's so you confidently say you have data that demonstrates correlation.
But even if it were,
behavior.
They don't. You say that these are the policies which would reverse the trend. They want. Then they don't reverse the trend.
I can give more. So a lot
of it, give more.
Sure. A lot of it also has to do with work culture. Even in a society in which people are given the opportunity to have children with state mandates and subsidies and what have you, there's a huge issue of like people lose out economically on a lot by having children. A lot of this also has to do with like keeping dads in the home, right? Like if a dad takes 6 months off work, even if it's part of paternity leave, that is a rough sell economically, and it can disincentivize their future promotions. I think that we should have a culture that is much more permissive towards people not being nonstop 24/7 workaholics, because that shit kills families. Not only does it prevent people from having kids, it also fucks up the kids if they are born.
This is a restatement of the same exact claim. You're giving a material position to this, and yet in the places where you have these material positions, like France, for instance, where you have a reduction in the work week, and you do have these types of childcare programs, you still see the collapse in free fall of their birth rates. This is not reversing these trends.
Wait, hold on.
Whatsoever.
One second. France birth rate over time. You use very scary words like collapse and free fall, and I just want to make sure
free fall.
It looks like,
look it up yourself.
It looks like hold on one second. It looks like it's been holding roughly steady for decades.
What?
Births per
Send it in the private
people.
chat. Let's take a look.
Yeah, wait, I have it shown here. So it looks like in percentage increase and decrease, there's been like a 2% aggregate decrease since. Wait, hold on. So it's in the year of our Lord. What year is this? Wait, hold on. Sorry.
2023.
Right. No, 2000. 12.7, and then right here you had down to 1. So I guess it's
so as of 2020,
of
France was at 1.83 births per woman. That's not even replacement rate, Vosh. You have nothing here.
Well, okay, but what's the rate over the past few decades? Also,
you need to have at least 2.2. But even if that were true and the rate were still decreasing past your policy implementation, it hasn't reversed it.
Wait,
it hasn't done what you want it to do.
So wait,
man.
Again, you don't seem to understand how this data works. The whole point of like inferring causality and why it's bad is that you don't know whether or not these would have been worse otherwise. So I'm looking at macrotrends.net on the France fertility rate, where it seems like back in 1978, they had 1.86 births per woman, and right now they have 1.86 births per woman. There's been about a bunch of like fluctuation, but over the past 45 years, the French birth rate has stayed basically the same. So I don't like it when you use
You're talking
like
about a negligible difference right
over
now.
Over 40 years stability.
Hang on.
40 years of stability.
In the year 2020, the United States at 1.64 birth rate,
we were talking about
and France is only negligibly at 1.8. This is a negligible distinction,
we were
utilizing the same policies that you advocate for.
We were talking about France, and I just don't like you using terms like collapse and free fall when what we actually see is total stability over the past 40 years. I mean, that's not.
No,
really
we don't. In fact, I'm pulling it. Their birth rate looks exactly like. Bro, their birth rate looks exactly like ours. It has been collapsing since World War II.
Okay, wait.
There's no doubt that I'm looking at the data.
Okay, wait. I'm going to link you this really quickly so you can see what I'm seeing, because I feel like we're talking past each other a little bit.
If you want to share the screen, just add it and I can share the screen.
Here, well, I've just linked it. You can.
No, just put it in the private chat and I'll get a look at it here.
All right, it's in there.
I've linked it. I've linked it right there. And as you can see, the French birth rate has remained stable for nearly 45 years now, which is pretty significant, I feel. Unless I'm misreading this data, but it was at 1.86 per woman back in 1978, and it's the same today. So again, like free fall and stability are opposites.
1.5. So so we see a historical collapse. We see in the UN projections and yet another collapse. So
wait,
listen.
Wait, I'm looking.
This is still,
wait. What
listen, this is still a collapse.
Wait, what collapse? I'm looking at a horizontal line. What is your definition of collapse? Where's the collapse?
Yeah, so I'm going to send you over the counter data.
No.
Because this is not correct.
In the data, okay. So you're contesting the data, but in the data that I'm looking at that I just sent you, the macro trends link, you would agree that this is not a collapse. This is stability, right?
According to this particular projection, what I see is a massive free fall, which happened. You would agree that that's a free fall, right?
Well, it decreased. Free fall implies like a lack of stability when in fact our countries are the most stable.
Well, I mean, so it goes down. So it starts at 2.8 and it goes all the way down to 1.8. So that's a significant
free fall
collapse.
Is like panic language. It's like woman stuff, you know?
And then it goes down to 1. Like okay, fine. Whatever. The language, you don't like the language.
It's important. It's like saying like the number of horses used in public travel free fell after 1920. And it's like, okay, it didn't really free fall. It decreased. But I don't like, because free fall implies some kind of like catastrophic event, you know?
And do you see on your line graph that you gave me where it says the word current?
Yeah.
If you hover your mouse over there, do you see in the 2023 boxed into the red, what does that say?
Minus 0.05%. Yes.
Right. So it's still on a slight negative trend down, even according to your data. However, I'll give you data from the UN, which still predicts this free fall.
At that rate, in 100 years, it would not have even reduced by 0.1 births per woman.
Yeah. So this is France's birth rate fell by 7%. 7%. And continues to decline, according to the French National Institute for Statistics and Economic Studies. 24,000 fewer. Yeah, I'll send it over to you via the private chat. So this, I would have to dig into your fertility rates to understand if maybe there was an offshoot
I
there
just
from
Googled
some
it.
other thing.
I know that there was a significant decrease in the Western world's birth rates as we moved into modernity, post World War II, such and such, for sure. But since then, I feel like the numbers have been more or less stable, though there is some variety.
They're not stable.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so the problem here is that this is a panic article. Why on earth would you ever try to assess a nation's average
Dispute
birth
the numbers,
but with a single year of data?
Dispute the numbers.
So, okay, so the way numbers work is if you want to analyze trends of stuff like birth rates in a nation that go forward and backward decades, you try to use like larger aggregate data rather than
like global data.
Sure, like over decades and decades.
So let me give you the global data.
The global data shows the population is increasing. But again, like
what does the global data show about birth rates, though, Vosh?
The birth rates are decreasing. The population is increasing.
So can you perpetually have a birth rate which decreases and a population which increases, Vosh?
No, but I don't want a population to increase forever.
No, you can't.
I don't. That's not an own because I. Oh my God! Did I just accidentally close the StreamYard? Oh my God! Fuck! I'm so sorry. I accidentally closed the. I thought I was closing a random link. No. We were mid thingy. Okay, hold on. Click it in.
Okay, there he is.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. I thought I was closing a link, but it turns out I was closing another link. Hi, sorry. Okay, yes. I heard you. You said we were talking about the birth rate falling even if the population increases. Sorry, that was my debate tactic.
Yeah, the birth rate is still falling even if the population is slated for an increase temporarily.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
But we don't actually know that the population is slated for the kind of increase.
Weren't we talking about France?
I'm going to show this. I'm going to show this to you so that you understand the reason. Well, France was actually a sideline to this. However, you asked me for an argument for why it is that Christians are pro-natalist, essentially, and why we see that as a massive problem. You can see this competes, and there is data linked within that link, which is competitive to the UN models, which shows that the UN models could be vastly incorrect with their projections.
I can't really engage with a random 4-citation article that says, hey, maybe the UN and all that data is wrong in their millions of calculations and predictions.
Okay, would you like it from Forbes instead?
You are not going to convince me that the population is about to engage in erratic free fall. I think we should just talk about what policies we want to put forward. Well, it's not. Okay. It's objectively not happening.
It is objectively happening globally.
Birth rates decreasing and population decreasing are different things. You can't have a nonstop birth rate of 6 children per woman. That's not a sustainable birth rate.
First of all, why isn't that a sustainable birth rate?
Do you know how? Okay, are you familiar with the concept of thermodynamics? If you have 6 children per woman, assuming a modern day survivability rate into childhood, you would eventually, over the course of like a century, multiply the human species into unsustainable populations.
Hey, Vosh, do me a favor and close your eyes for a second, just a second, and tell me what the first law of thermodynamics is.
What does that have to do with the mass birth?
You don't even know. Why would you ask me if I'm familiar with
don't remember which ones are which.
You don't know anything about thermodynamics.
It's the equal and opposite reaction. And the... So wait, what does that have to do with like the what does that have to do with like, so you don't understand how an exponential growth in the human population...
You can't tell me I don't understand something, cite thermodynamics, and then prove that you have no understanding of thermodynamics.
You can't smoke a cigarette and like sip whiskey out of a skull glass and then like pretend that we haven't arisen like a problem here. You need to explain to me how you don't think it's an issue to exponentially increase the human population indefinitely.
No, my ask of you was, you made the claim that this would be a problem if every woman on planet Earth had 6 children. I asked you why that would be a problem, because that's your claim.
And I said, and you might recall this, I said because we have a finite amount of space, and if we do that, we would bring the human population beyond a sustainable level.
Okay, so I could agree with you in theory.
This is such a silly conversation. Like, we're
hang
actually
on. So I can agree with you. I can agree with you in theory that would be true if it was perpetual with like, you know, this was for every single woman forever.
Andrew, I
that
said,
yes, that would likely happen. But
we can't have a 6 children per woman birth rate forever. And you asked why not. Now, don't pretend you didn't say that.
Yeah, but do you know why I did that?
Why'd
I asked you
that?
this because I wanted you to land on the number which is sustainable.
Which is?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
What? I don't.
Because you say X is not sustainable. I can agree to that. But what number is sustainable?
So your argument then is that we should magically make women produce a exponentially larger number of children until we just eventually happen to hit the maximum possible amount of children or like people we can have on the planet. And then we have what? A bunch of like war and resource conflicts. We're running out of drinkable water as it is in many parts of the world.
I haven't even put forward a policy. Why are you arguing against strawmen?
I know, because you have nothing.
You're arguing against strawmen.
No, I'm
ask
arguing
me for a policy instead, and I'll ask you for one.
I've asked you for policies multiple times. I've provided half a dozen.
So if you want a specific pro-natalist policy, which I have, would be eliminating abortion.
Okay,
that's a pro-natalist policy.
Phenomenal. I don't care. I think that if people are going to have children,
you don't care, but I haven't given you any policies.
No.
Right?
It's been like 40 minutes, and it's all been vibes from you. It's all been like, well, I think it should be like this. Tell me why an infinite number of humans wouldn't be a good idea. But you haven't even provided an argument for why we should just catapult the human population to the maximum possible level this planet can hold. Like morally.
Well, first of all, I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you to push it to the maximum limit. What I said to you is that what we have seen as a trend, and I would love to see you disagree with this, is that more people equals less starvation, as opposed to when there was less people and more starvation. And every single scientific study I've seen on this proves that this is true.
Is that a causative relationship?
Even the vegans know that this is true.
Is this a causative relationship, or do you think that changes?
Yes, it's a causative relationship.
Yes. You're saying that even though we already have enough food to feed all humans on Earth right now, we need more people to make more food to feed more humans, so we have less starvation than the theoretically none we could be having right now?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of loaded presuppositions.
Can you answer
there.
that directly?
The first loaded
presupposition.
Don't cut me off when I answer your question.
Well, you're not answering the question, which is the problem.
I'm answering it. So first of all, your loaded presupposition there is nobody said that we even have enough food right now for the entirety of the population. You just smuggled that in.
No, we
second,
do. I think you said that earlier.
It's the ginormous cost of human labor, which is what allows that food to go all over the world. The United States, for instance, massive exporter of food. We are an importer of food as well. Other nations are, but it's due to the fact that we can export and import. You can get things like salt and pepper and all of these other different things. So, how do you think salt mines work? How do you think food is gathered?
We already have food. You're arguing that we need 30 billion people on Earth in order to get things that we already have.
Well, we would at least need to sustain the current population.
We have enough to.
Well, then why is the birth rate going down, genius?
What? I'm sorry.
Wait, sustain it.
Andrew, I sincerely want to know what on God's green earth are you arguing right now? I genuinely have no idea what point you're trying to make.
You said to me, why is it that we should keep it sustained? So I tell you why we should keep it sustained. You say we have enough workers and food right now. However, if the birth rate's too low and the population goes down, we won't have those workers, right?
The population is currently increasing.
And and it's slated to do what soon? Which way? Up or down?
Some people say that it's going to decrease, which would happen if we hit the maximum population as well. You realize that if we had a gigantic... Wait, please. I can't listen to your irrational rambling for that much longer without arriving at something that even resembles
You mean completely rational arguments you can't refute?
No, not even remotely.
Yes.
So you realize that even if we had a gigantic population boom and we hit it and we plateaued at what, 35 million, there would still be constant fluctuations in the overall population, which would have their own economic cycles, crises, and rejuvenations.
Stop trying to shift the topic. We were exactly where we...
Wait. So
you asked me about lowering... You said,
oh my
we have
God.
enough people now. Here's Vosh's exact words. Here's Vosh's exact words.
You're saying all of this needs to be done.
Stop cutting me off, Vosh.
Andrew,
let me finish, and then you can talk.
You cut me off. You're saying that all of this needs to be done.
You tell me when you give me the signal for when you're done talking, and then I will go ahead and refute what you're saying.
All right, it will be a while. So you're saying all of this needs to be done to avoid the problems associated with population decrease, but that would also happen even if we hit the maximum carrying capacity of the planet, because population fluctuations are an inevitable part of all human civilization, depending on a variety of internal factors. So we would never even be fully rid of the problem of the population occasionally decreasing. That's one. For two, you've made the argument that we need more people to feed more people. This makes absolutely no sense. We have enough resources on the planet as it is, and we're going to run into more resource issues the more people we have. Because in addition to climate change literally eating up millions and millions of square miles of like arable population-filled land, we also have the broader problem that these are not like problems we need to solve right now. We already have the resources necessary to feed as many people as we want within our own population. If you want to increase the population, again, this isn't like a policy first issue. If you want, there are policies that you can promote, and if people are happy and feel like they can, maybe they can have more children. But the idea of like, we need to drop everything right now and change everything. No, wait, I said I'd tell you. The idea that we need to drop all sensible policymaking and forget about socioeconomics as a concept just so we can pursue this arbitrary goal of inflating the population, creating, by the way, massive resource conflicts, because quadrupling the human population within a century or two would inevitably lead to massive conflict, because those gains would not be distributed evenly across populations, people with different territories that wouldn't be fully settled. So we're causing all these problems for what? If you want to ban abortion, just say ban abortion. Like, don't. It's like
I already
earlier,
have.
Well,
but now back to my argument.
No, wait. I didn't say. Wait. You said discipline.
Are you ever going to give the fucking signal?
Discipline. Well, I told you. Take a while. Discipline is being a man making promises and filling to those promises. Okay, so you have to wait a bit longer. Earlier on in your opening statement, you whined about the left and feminism.
Just a gish gallop, Vosh. Let me respond to your point.
Well,
so
hold on.
Listen,
You said, and
this is ridiculous. Your initial argument was
Christian
such.
Conservatism, then
Hang
just
on.
talk
Your
about
initial
Christian
argument
conservatism.
was such. What you said was this. You said, we already have enough people to sustain. You just made the argument again, by the way. We already have enough people to sustain this, and we can deliver global food because there's plenty of food right now with the current population we have. But you also agree that the population is slated to go significantly down by the birth rate. You know this. You've conceded that it's true. These two things cannot make sense together. You can't say, why are you advocating a pro-natalist policy when we already have all the people that are required in order to deliver all this food?
There will always be population
in the future, don't cut me off, didn't cut you off.
You did,
in the future, we're not going to have this population. We can see it in all the trends, including the UN forecast. That's why we need a pro-natalist policy. And you, the materialist, is still arguing against it, even knowing that that's true.
Well, I don't think you have pro-natalist positions. I think that what you're talking about would actually wreak devastation and mass death on an unprecedented scale. But thankfully, it doesn't matter, because what you're saying is gobbledygook. It's nonsense. The idea of like, what's my first policy position? Make more babies. How about this? Take an average American man, good old earnest man, okay? How are your policies going to make his life better, okay? We're talking about a voter, a good old boy. How is he benefiting from this scheme to, if we had 30 billion people, then we could feed 30 billion people?
That was not my scheme. You just, again, one more time, you're completely mischaracterizing and strawmanning my position. I never made the affirmative statement that we needed 30 billion people on planet Earth. You just made the thing. You made it up out of the blue so that you could argue with a straw man. It's bad faith tactics, by the way, Vosh, but they won't work.
You aren't making any affirmative statements.
Again, so I'll go ahead and make the affirmative statement for the policies that I would want to see.
You're talking to an average
I would absolutely
American
be against abortion. That would be a number one, and that would be a pro-natalist policy, not an anti-natalist policy. You haven't made an argument for how that would be anti-natalist. That's insane. And then how this would benefit streamline America is we need to have workers ourselves here. We need to have a replacement rate for our own population in order to sustain itself. Other populations, which we recruit immigrants from, they're also in free fall collapse. You cannot, and you might take issue with the language, but they're in at least a birth rate collapse. You can't endlessly take from other populations, which are also in collapse. This is a serious and significant global problem that needs to be addressed. It's beneficial to everybody to address it. Also, if you're just looking at the simple metrics for women, women are happier with children. Across the board, this is true. They are happier and report their happiness level as being higher with children. There's no study that shows otherwise.
Is that a causative bit of research there, or is it just women with children tend to be happier? Is it causative or correlative? Do you know the difference between the two?
Yeah, but what are you talking about?
Is it causative or correlative?
in this particular case, according to Pew, anyway, it looks like it's both. Causative, and there's a correlation.
Okay, can
there.
you tell me what the difference is between a causative and a correlative?
Yeah, one causes and one's a correlatory. There's lots of correlatories, but correlatories can be part of a cause too, Vosh.
Okay, so what in the study indicates that they, in Pew Research polling, this is extraordinary. I've never heard that Pew Research
because
polling
they ask them before you had kids, were you happy? And they went no. And then they said, well, after you had the kids, were you happier? And it wasn't due to the kids, and they said yes. That's how.
Okay, so quick question: do you think it might be beneficial to the happiness of those mothers that they actually chose to have those kids? Like, do you think that a mother who was forced to have a child might be less happy with that child because the abortion was outlawed?
Well, that's not force.
That is forced to have a child right now.
No, that's not
a mother
force.
can choose to stop complaining about the framing. Do you not understand?
Then stop
how being
lying
forced
about
to have
the
a
framing.
child...
It's not forced.
Please,
Tell me how it's
I'm
forced.
sorry. Listen, I live in a world of facts and not feelings, and the idea that the state preventing a woman from having an abortion is not forcing them to have the child is just lunacy. I'm sorry. I don't subscribe to your feminine Christian delusions.
Then you need to explain how it is.
No, because it's
force.
It's a reframing because you want to argue about abortion, and the God's honest truth is that I just don't care what your opinion is on it. I want you to answer the question. Do you?
I already answered your question. It's not force. So I reject the premise.
That's not the question. Do you not understand how a woman who has been forced to have a child, as opposed to choosing to have a child, might be less happy with having that child?
I've already answered this twice. It's not force.
That's not answering the question.
Yeah, it is
that's
answering the
taking
question.
issue with the framing. That's not.
Okay, if it's not, then
you literally can't. The fact that you wait.
When the moderator talks, just everyone be quiet. I'm just going to
go right ahead, Alex.
So the actual question, you don't like his framing of using the word force, which is fine. But the point Vosh is trying to make, don't you feel that babies whose parents didn't really want to have them are going to be more suboptimal to parents whose babies did want to have them? That's the actual larger point. That's the question he's trying to ask you.
Okay. If you're making the correlatory there that there could be some increase in women who are unhappy because they weren't allowed to have an abortion, I can accept that framing.
That was the question that I asked, yes.
Yeah, sure, I can accept that, but who cares?
Oh, well,
it's tangential.
Well, that's interesting, because this whole time you've been disingenuously pretending you care about increasing the happiness of women, and now we get that. So, yeah.
It's tangential.
That's my point. I know you don't care about the happiness of the people involved. You just want Christian nationalism because it's the preferred brand of fascism.
No, I'm saying that this particular argument is tangential. Whatever it would be for a reduction in happiness would be negligible in comparison to what society gains by outlawing abortion.
Wait, compared to what society gains. So you were not actually talking about individual...
Christian ethics is a holistic approach to society.
You opened this whole thing by talking about what would make people happier, and now when we're on a topic that, you're like, actually it would make people less happy, but who cares? Society would gain.
Yeah, I'm not a utilitarian. Happiness is not my ultimate anything. That's part of your worldview.
What you are then is a liar, because initially you framed this as a way of increasing people's happiness. What could we do to make people happier? Well, I think they should have children.
No, that's ridiculous.
Me
saying that this is an added benefit.
Hold on, calm down. It's fine. And then when you're
it's an added benefit, Vosh.
And then when, after much prying, you acknowledge that there is an element of forcing birth that would make people less happy.
There's no element of forcing birth.
You're like, actually, I didn't really care about that. I know. This is why your ethics are ungrounded. Your axioms
No, my ethics are the only ones which
untethered.
are grounded. Tell me, what's a util?
Hold on. What do you want to maximize for?
I'm not a utilitarian.
So wait, what do you want?
For me, for Christian ethics, that would be a sequence of duties and overlap in virtues.
Okay, and making people happy is not one of those duties and virtues?
I just said there's overlap.
Okay, so what are they?
Like all ethical systems have overlap. Like a utilitarian such as you, there's overlap with duty, correct?
It's not a matter of overlapping. Making
no,
people
it's a matter
happy
of
is an
overlap.
axiomatic value.
Wait. It's an axiomatic value that there's no duty for utilitarianism?
I don't know what you're referring to when you talk about duty. Utilitarianism isn't very purgatory when it comes to stuff like that. Duty, it's about maximizing.
It's not. Then tell me what a util is. Then tell me what a util is.
It's about maximizing for the values that you have an axiomatic preference towards.
And do people have a duty? Do people have a duty to fulfill those utils?
That's a very complicated question. I don't know why
yeah,
all of a
you
sudden
can't answer the question, can you?
It's philosophy. There's not exactly a right or wrong answer. You have beliefs on that.
There's no duty to fulfill your utils, Bosch?
Well, it really genuinely depends. Yeah. Could you dedicate like 19 hours of your day every single day to converting one single person and saving them from the fires of hell? You could. That might, in fact, be a responsibility, depending on your sect of Christianity, to save those goes from oblivion, from whether or not you believe in purgatory or damnation or whatever.
Yeah, so is there a duty for people to enforce utils? Now you're avoiding my question.
No,
wait, Alex?
Wait. I asked you a question. What do you want?
I asked you one. I answered yours and asked you one. I answer mine.
What do you
want? Do you
want?
have a duty? You said there's no overlap. There's no
I don't know
overlap
what you
is
mean
just
by
silly
overlap.
to say. Is there overlap with duties in utilitarianism or not, Bosch?
I don't understand what you're asking. What time is the plane? The question that you're asking.
No, I'm asking you if you believe that the thing people should do should maximize utility. Do they have a duty then to maximize utility or not?
That's really depends on which subset of utilitarian ethics you
That depends on what you mean by the thing you're asking me. That I asked you to explain what you mean.
If you asked, so let me explain to you what the concept of ethics is. If you ask me how I root my ethics and what I think people should do, I can answer that. I don't know why you screeching about duty and overlap.
Then root your ethics.
I don't think you know what these terms mean in the context.
Oh no, I know what they mean.
Believe.
Root your ethics for me then.
Hold on. I can't let you run away from what I asked you. What do you want? What outcomes do you want?
I don't. I've already told you that my worldview is not based solely on outcomes. That would be utility and consequentialism.
There's a highly masculine logic here. It's my ethics are not tied to reality. So what
do you mean they're not tied to reality? I said they're not solely tied to outcomes.
So what are you trying?
So here's an example of this. I'll give you an example so that you understand.
It's
and you're going to answer my question.
That you don't have an answer.
Hey,
what
Vosh,
do you
I just
want
answered
to
yours.
do?
Vosh, I'll ask you this directly. Is it immoral?
I'm asking you a question.
Is it immoral for somebody
I need your
to have sex with a dead body? Is that immoral to do?
Do you think it is?
Yes.
Okay, so explain to me why.
I think you have a duty not to do so.
Okay, where does that duty come from?
It's divine command. Now back to where I was. Hold
on.
You need to answer. I just answered four of your questions.
Hold on.
Answer mine.
No. You haven't. You keep running away from them.
And answer. Is it immoral or not?
You've heard
to be fair, Andrew did answer your question on this one, so I do think.
Answer mine. Is it immoral to have sex with a dead body or not, Bosch?
Yeah, probably shouldn't do that. Seems bad.
Okay, why?
Because I think that if nothing else, like leaving aside the biological answers for that, I think we have very strong cultural precepts of right for the dead. I think that this is really like touchy ground because rights of the dead is complicated because they're not like living people. But there are things even in a utilitarian framework where you can acknowledge that there is a kind of broader cultural respect that we have for subjects that go outside the purview of pure human behavior. So
and last question, and then I'll answer.
Well, I just want to know what you want.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I just want to know this.
But then it's like it doesn't matter.
If all things were equal, and a person having sex with a dead body not negatively affect anybody through utility, there was no negative utils that you could point to, would you be for it?
No, for it, I wouldn't be for it.
Would you allow people to do it?
Would I allow people to? I think it is unethical in that context still because of rule utilitarianism. Now, if you could stop projecting your kink onto the discussion, I would like.
Why would this be against rule utilitarianism?
Because rule utilitarianism.
That's bizarre.
I can't explain all ethical philosophy to you because rule utilitarianism.
I know what a rule utilitarian is. So
then why are you asking me?
Because a rule utilitarian would still have to follow utils. In this particular case, at all thing equal, there is no negative utils which are applied. Your answer should be, as a utilitarian, to say that that's fine. I don't see how you could get away with
because the point of
regardless of rule
otherwise
utilitarianism.
Everything would just be act utilitarianism. The point of rule utilitarianism is that you have sort of social boundaries and guidelines and ethical expectations that exceed individual assessments of the utility.
Unless they give because those give negative utils. So that's why I said all things equal. There's no negative utils.
So I can't explain if you don't understand. Okay, here's a good example. Okay, imagine so it is unethical to punch somebody like out of nowhere. That's generally not good. You shouldn't do that. However, imagine a person had like divine precog and they could know for an absolute fact that if they punch this one random dude on the street, it will actually be good for them because when they go to the hospital for their broken nose, it'll be discovered that they have a relatively benign brain cancer tumor. So in reality, punching them will be a way to help them get treatment early and will actually save 30 years of their life. Now, even under those circumstances, if we could know for an absolute fact that the consequence of punching that person would be morally good, I still think it would be morally right for them to be arrested.
And the reason you
think
that is because there would be societal negative utils. So that's why I said all things equal, there's no societal negative utils. Why would it not be okay from your worldview for
you
people
are-
to have
if
sex
you
with
are-
dead bodies.
If you are detaching this from ethics so much to the point where even rule
Not-
utilitarianism doesn't have any consideration, you might as well be asking if it's ethical to fuck a corpse in a dream. Like you're asking about something that can't happen in reality. In reality, the consequences of rule utilitarian analysis would always apply because you're always subject to the broader.
Do you know what a
ethical
hypothetical is? A hypothetical is not designed
You're
necessarily to be
not
mapped
gotchaing
on
me with
reality.
this. Can you please just tell me what outcomes or what anything you want to do to reality? Please.
I've already told you multiple times. First thing I would do is stop abortion. Second thing I would do is put a halt on underage people being able to be allowed to have unfettered access to pornography.
Okay, thank
on
you.
The
so
internet.
no, wait. The ethics I wanted to know. So you said divine
Yes, this would
command
be
theory.
Christian ethics.
Okay.
Christian ethics.
Okay, Christian.
Do you need me to
so
break those down for you?
So no. Well, yes, please. I want to know what you're trying to do here. So Christian ethics.
So Christian ethics work around virtues and they work around duties.
Okay, virtue
and
ethics.
there is
divine
overlap
command
with
theory.
outcomes sometimes because duties sometimes lead to outcomes which can be negative, and so you adjust duties accordingly.
What tells you what a duty is?
This is divine command for us Christians.
Yeah, so what tells you? How do you know?
We would know this through church authority.
Through church authority.
Yes.
So just any old pastor, like your whole ethical system would change?
No,
if a different
churches
member
are a
of the
whole
church-
holistic system. There's only two churches which exist, the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church. There's a series of
Wait, are you Catholic or Orthodox, out of curiosity?
I'm Orthodox. There's a series.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wait, when did you convert?
2 years ago.
Oh, I bet. I'm sure. Okay, right.
What does this have to do with anything? Do you have a refutation or not?
Oh, refutation of what argument, of what logic?
That there's only two whole holistic churches.
Yeah, I'd say that there are like a fucking million Protestant churches. Yeah.
How can a Protestant church operate as a holistic church if they don't recognize church authority?
What is that? They are their church authority. That's the point.
They can't be their church authority because they believe in sola scriptura. They get all of their ethical commands through the Bible alone.
Okay, so hold on really quick. So do you think, so hold on, which is correct then, the Catholic or the Orthodox church authority?
The Orthodox church authority is correct, yeah.
Okay, so not the Catholic. So
even the Catholics recognize that the church authority of the Orthodox is also correct.
Okay, so you agree then with the precepts of the current Pope and all of the statements that he's made?
No. They agree with us. We don't agree with them.
Whoa, hold on. He was chosen by God, was he not?
No.
Oh, who? Then where in the Orthodox Church?
Okay, one more time. You're not listening, so just listen, and you'll get this. The Catholics agree with us and our church doctrine. We don't agree with theirs.
So your doctrines are different.
Yes, we don't have popes,
Then,
but they
yours.
concede that we have correct theology and church authority. Yes.
Even though you disagree with them, how does that work?
We don't agree with them. They agree with us. I just said this 4 times.
So right, you've said it, but it doesn't make sense.
Are you, bro?
If they think that
Guys, I would generally like to avoid.
I want to know, like
religion.
this is like
I just said this 4 times.
So you've said it, but it doesn't make sense. So I'm asking.
How does
you
it
to
not
help
make
me.
sense?
I'm trying to explain to you.
Vosh agrees with me, but I don't agree with Vosh. What's wrong with that statement, Vosh?
So considering the fact that churches and
No. What's wrong with that statement, Vosh?
Trying to
answer my question, Vosh. Stop pivoting from every question I ask you. I just answered all of yours.
Come on, if you get so triggered, we can't even talk. There's no point in talking.
Bro,
right?
you just pivot.
We finally
stop pivoting.
After
Wait,
years.
Stop pivoting.
Let him finish answering. Let him
Why won't he
finish
answer?
answering.
You won't enforce him answering mine. Only me answering his.
It's
So
hysteria.
enforce him answering mine now.
Hang on. I literally did that like 10
I just want
minutes
to ask
ago.
a question. I just have innocent.
Let's just let him ask his question. I promise you. After that, if he doesn't answer your question, I will force that as well.
Ask Vosh. Why does it make no sense?
Sure. Yeah. Because churches, and I know this for a fact with the Catholic Church, not only are there like different groups of the Catholics, right? It's not just one group, and there are groups of the Catholics who don't agree with the Pope and this, that, the other. But also considering the fact that churches tend to have pretty holistic worldviews when it comes to all of the precepts of their religious text and authority and all the ways in which they should act and all their ethical precepts, the idea that the Catholic Church could just wholesale endorse the Orthodox Church while the other way around doesn't really work. If the Orthodox Church believes things that are contradictory to the Catholic Church couldn't endorse those contradictory practices. That doesn't help me understand. I'm curious.
They agree with us
on what,
and they agree with our doctrine. We do not agree with their doctrine. So it's like Vosh saying, "I agree with everything Andrew says." Okay, but I'm still going to live my life and
I would never say
whatever
that.
differently than how Andrew does. Okay,
What do you disagree
can
with
still
the Catholics on?
both of these things can be true at the same time without any problem. Now back to my question.
Wait, what do you disagree with the Catholics on?
Now it's my turn.
I just want
Remember,
to
I just
know. I've
answered
never
yours.
talked to a member of the
I
Orthodoxy
just
before.
answered your question. Now,
And yeah, Vosh, let him ask the question.
I have to catch up on my religious history before I can challenge these big brain points. But
yeah,
go
so
ahead.
now kind of back to my question. Yes, there's only two churches which have actual holistic views. So Protestants, generally speaking, do not, and they actually concede that they don't because they can't. Now, when you're talking about Christian nationalism in and of itself, of course, I would always advocate for my church to be the church that was, cooperating with the government, or even in some cases being the government if necessary. But you yourself would advocate for the same thing with your communism. You don't want MAGA communism. You don't want tanky communism.
What
you want
question are you
Vosh
answering?
brand. You want Vosh brand communism. So the criticism applies to you as much as it applies to me.
Andrew, is there a question there though?
I have no idea what
well, okay, so the question becomes, is that not true?
Okay.
That different people have different ideas. Yes, I've noticed that happens sometimes in my day-to-day
Yeah,
life.
so you would advocate for your brand of this. So whatever criticism you want to give me for the fact that there's tons of sects of Christianity, this also is true of communism. You have to contend with that as much as I do.
Well, there aren't any sects of communism. There are different ideas, sure. But I guess like my curiosity would be,
what do you mean they're not sects? What's a sect?
I think that sect is a religious term, is it not? Does it just refer broadly to like different groups of people? Because if that's the case, sure, there are plenty of sects of communism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I assumed it was like a religious connotation. I don't know what this was in response to. I guess the issue is that I still have no idea what your like fundamental ethical basis is. I think that the human.
What is Christian? Then tell me what Christian ethics are.
How the fuck should I know? All of you have different ideas. You're all like completely incoherent every time I talk to a Christian. So I have no idea. I will never know. I don't think. I asked you and you got mad at me. So I feel like
no, I didn't get mad at you. I explained them to you.
So okay, where does your divine command theory come from?
God.
Okay, how do you know your God is the correct one?
Well, regardless, even if I was wrong, let's just assume for a second I was completely wrong and my God was not the correct one. This really doesn't change the question of Christian nationalism and whether I think that both the results and the things that I want to see in society would be correct. So regardless of, even if all of the beliefs from which I derive divine command would be false, the integration with the state would still be what I would advocate for, just like you, the communist. Even if your beliefs are fundamentally false, based on nothing more than your ideas, you still want to integrate them and see them in society. So we're not here to have a religious debate over whether God is real. We're here to have a debate over whether or not Christian nationalism is something that can even be done. I propose that it is, and I propose that the ideas are better than your communist outlook, which we're much closer to than we are a Christian outlook.
God willing, inshallah. Yes, of course. So again, how do you know that your God is real? Like, how do you know that you have the right set of moral precepts?
What is that? If you can tell me what this has to do with the topic of the debate, I'll engage with it.
It's literally the foundational position of your entire ethical system.
Okay, well then how do you know communism is true?
Okay, sure. I mean, we can talk about my ethical system. So, as a utilitarian, I believe in maximizing a set of axioms that I've arbitrarily determined to be things that I prioritize. I think that you could use.
So you don't know it's true.
I don't think you can make metaphysical assessments.
Well, then why are you asking me what's true?
Because I'm not making a determinative statement about my metaphysical beliefs.
Is anything ever true?
No, wait, hold. Well, I mean, that really depends on what you mean by true. But you're the one making.
So can you know objective truths? Can you know something is 100% true? Can you know that?
It really depends on the definitions. You'd have to define all of your terms. But also, you're the one. The legitimacy of your claims sort of rests upon the idea that your moral beliefs, your duties, your precepts, your obligations, or whatever, are ones that I should respect. Whereas my axioms are things like human happiness, which I challenge you. If you don't respect things like human happiness, I would argue that you don't even have a right to be dictating policy for anybody, because you
based
are
on what?
anti-human.
You just said that your system is arbitrary. So why should I respect an arbitrary system that doesn't even claim to have any sort of command other than what you come up with out of your own brain as a preference?
This is like you getting upset with somebody else because you're arguing that their decisions aren't even made by the invisible friend that you have. Like, this isn't a battle that
who are your decisions made by? You?
So do you believe that human happiness happiness is a worthwhile goal in terms of maximization?
I
Is that
think
something
that
we should try to
happiness is something that should be adjusted for, but it's not the primary duty of people to make other people happy.
adjusted for? Okay. So do you think that a world in which people are happier is a better world than a world in which people are less happy, all other things being equal?
If all things were equal, I would say that if you had a happier population, that would be better than not having a happier population. Yes, than a less happy population with all things equal. Now, let me ask that question back to you. Okay, if all things were equal and people prospered, but they were less happy than a nation that prospered less and that nation was happier, which nation would you prefer to prosper? Which one would you prefer to live in?
What do you mean by prosper?
So their health is better, their dynamics are better, almost everything is better. They're just a little bit less happy than the other nation.
A little bit less happy?
Yeah, just a little bit less.
Well, I feel like those things would kind of be factored into the happiness. But if you're arguing like people are
I just said all things
happier,
equal, Vosh. I answered your question in good faith, answered mine in good faith. If all things are equal, one population is just slightly less happy, but the other population by every other metric is doing better than the population that's just slightly less
but
happy.
that's not all other things being
It's your
equal.
moral
That's-
imperative to go to the population which is less happy.
You can't
Yeah,
say,
it's
you
baked
can't
into the hypothetical, all things
you
equal.
can't say all things
That's
equal and then
baked-
say every other thing is
Bro,
different.
You
but
can't ask
why do
me
you-
the
why are
same
you so-
question.
Wait, hold on.
You-
I'm answering your question. I'm just
This
saying
is
you
the most
misused
bad
the term.
faith debate tactics I've
Andrew,
ever
oh
seen.
my God, I'm answering your question. You're so like right off the cuff. You're so ready to be triggered.
Then do it.
I was
Then
just
answer
I
it.
was just pointing out it's funny that you would say all things be
Yeah.
equal, but then you would say
Then
okay, but
answer the
every other
question.
thing is different.
Yeah.
I guess that would. I guess I'm just struggling to imagine. But if it's like they're much healthier and more prosperous, I guess I think it would really depend on other circumstances because there are other axiomatic values that I think you could adjust for. And
So then
try to
happiness
maximize.
is not the primary value. So then shut
No,
up,
it's-
Vosh.
no,
Your
it's what-
argument's
it's-
stupid. Your fucking argument's stupid.
So no, it's
dumb.
one of them. That's why I said axioms with an S. There are multiple things
Uh-huh.
that you would try to adjust.
So
for.
why tell me, Andrew, we can't accept your system because it doesn't make happiness the primary thing. And then when I give you
I
the
didn't say
same
that.
exact example back, you also claim happiness can't be the primary thing.
I didn't
There's
say that.
multitudes of things that you have to adjust for, Vosh.
Okay, so what are the multitudes of things for you? What divine?
So
command
I
theory?
would look at virtues. I would look at duties.
What's a virtue?
I would look at outcomes. I would look at all of
Whoa,
these as
hold
a
on. Outcomes.
holistic.
Outcomes is,
as a
is my-
holistic.
so you notice how every time I ask you for specific questions about what it is you're trying to do or what changes you're trying to make, you sort of generalize by waving your hands at this broad, vague, indeterminable like group of virtues that you probably don't actually subscribe to or believe in. Early on in this debate, you pointed
Which
to
virtues
happiness.
do you think I
Early-
don't subscribe to?
You haven't
even asked me
listed
what
any,
they are.
so I can't.
You haven't
know.
even asked me what they are.
I have.
You've
I've
only
been
asked me
asking,
general
dude.
questions.
You can't be like, bro. You haven't. You didn't even ask. I've been asking
didn't.
for like half an hour for you to
No,
give
you
me
just
some
said give me a broad.
understanding.
You say give me a broad overview, and when I do, you say
No,
Why
I'm-
didn't you give me
what-
anything more specific?
What outcome?
If
This
you
is
have
so
a
Hang on.
specific-
To be fair, Andrew did say about banning abortion. That's one he gave, and the second one he gave is I know there was one more. It was something about.
So those are policy positions, but why is the
You
question?
asked for those too. I've answered every question you've had, and you've been as evasive as possible.
So why are these things virtues? What is a virtue? Give me an example. Policies to maximize what?
So if you're talking about virtues themselves, when you were talking about virtue as morality, virtues are the building blocks of what makes a person a person. So we're looking at the actual behaviors of the person to judge whether or not the person is moral. That would be a virtue.
Okay.
So
like
I
what?
can give you many of those types of virtues. I think you would likely agree with them. But with the virtue in Christian ethics comes duty. So you have a duty, for instance, to obey Lord Jesus Christ's teachings. You have duties to do these things as well. So these things work together. The church itself has given virtues which are passed down from Christ Lord, who explains what these virtues are supposed to be
What?
and how you are supposed to act and behave in society and how you're supposed to act and behave towards other people or untowards to other people.
And why should we
Under
listen
your
to those?
system, why should I listen to yours? It's the same
Okay,
criticism
so
back.
I keep answering this, and
Yeah,
I don't
but-
think.
but-
No, please,
Yeah,
please, you can't
okay,
keep misunderstanding
well,
my
fine, I'll give you the
positions.
same,
Okay,
same answer because it's
So-
axiomatic.
so that's not what I was going to say. You don't even
But that's
understand.
what
the
your
thing.
answer was.
You
Your
have
answer was
to
just that it's
earn-
axiomatic.
You have to earn the right to be blasé and dismissive about another person's ideas. You have to know what they are first. So the difference is, I don't think you can make determinative claims about the metaphysical. I think that in order to have any ethical system, you have to admit that there is a degree of arbitrarity and bias, and you have to work from that. The problem that I have with divine command theory is not that it's metaphysical in nature, because so is mine. The difference is that I acknowledge the arbitrarity, something I think everyone has to.
Why would that make it better?
So you have to let me finish, because you make it up. So it's like the difference.
So do you.
So no, there's a huge difference.
It's the same criticism applied.
No,
so
please,
do you.
Andrew, you are so ready to interrupt, okay? So there is a huge difference.
Well, otherwise you'll go on a diatribe for the next year.
You could learn from it. There is a huge difference between saying, I don't think we can make determinative metaphysical statements. However, I do think that
is that a determinative statement?
Andrew, let's let Vosh finish his point, and then you can respond.
Go ahead.
However, if we decide to prioritize these things, I think it's good for people. So, for example, I don't think it's possible to objectively. Yes, that's the point. The difference is I'm the one 10,000 years ago who says, I don't know why the lightning strikes. And you're the one who says that it must be because the gods are angry. You make fun of me for not being willing to make a statement you can't justify, but that's your weakness in my logic. So I can acknowledge
you don't have any logic.
Weakness of metaphysical arguments, and I think it's a necessary presupposition when discussing ethics. Your arguments rely on a presumptive statement about the metaphysical, God, that you can't justify, and that is the critical difference. If you ask me, how do you know that human happiness is good to prioritize for? I would answer, you know what? I don't think I can objectively prove that. I think I can gesture at what human happiness has done for the world.
So then you have nothing.
And I think that it makes people better. I think that it improves things.
So then you.
Whereas
so I want to tell you.
I'm almost done. You keep trying to like jump in.
Okay, so when you're almost done, how much longer does that mean?
Do you want me to give you a timer?
I'll give him another 30 seconds, and then I'll let you interrupt.
Yeah. So the difference with you is that for your positions to make sense, you're referring to like the word of God. You have to explain why that should be listened to. My argument for why my axioms are relevant is to gesture at the world and say, is happiness not good? That's the most I can do. Yours is to say, well, you also can't prove your axioms, which I know. That's the point, but you have to prove yours, because otherwise you're essentially engaging in like a postmodernist defense of not believing in God while repeating his suppositions. It makes no sense.
As stated before, and you just demonstrated, any criticism you move towards me is equally applied to you. You just got done stating that your system is arbitrary. Let me finish. That your system is arbitrary, that your system is not grounded, that you yourself and your axioms cannot be demonstrated, while demanding that I demonstrate mine. However, if I'm going from your worldview, which I'm just trying to do, I'm just trying to go from your worldview, the utilitarian worldview, I still can make a better case for why Christian ethics in society is far superior to your libertarian communism, and have made good arguments for why that is the case, even just using birth rates, and you have refuted none of it. This is a joke. By the way, you say that you can't make a deterministic statement, which is a deterministic statement. How dumb are you, Vosh?
Again, I refer to my anecdote about 10,000 years ago watching lightning crash in the sky, where you're like, dude, yeah, I think it's the angry men in the sky. You don't even know what it is. You admit you don't know. So now you're saying that I'm wrong when I say it's angry men in the sky. It's like returning to like primeval logical fallacies. I feel like you're in, like the shadow puppets could dance on the walls in front of you, and you could like have your entire ethical system be rewritten.
Well, Vosh, do you agree with me that you would not actually have to demonstrate the existence of God in order to have a nation which was governed by a church, or who had a synergistic relationship with a church, even if they couldn't prove God? Because
if you wanted to make
if you agree to that, then that has nothing to do with the debate, me proving God is real to Vosh.
If you want to make an argument for the existence of that state, then yeah, you kind of would need to, because why else would I care about the responsibilities laid out by Christ?
Why would we care about the responsibilities laid out by utilitarians, which are arbitrary and can't be demonstrated by the utilitarian's own mouth?
So again, I don't know how many times I can keep explaining this to you, but you seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a prescriptive meta-ethical statement is. You know what I think? Hold on, because this could go on forever, and like the whining of Christians is fun up to a point. I don't think you actually believe in any of this, including the religion. I think that we saw this at the very beginning of the
Yeah, who
debate where you
cares what you
pretended
think?
that human happiness
Nothing
was
is a
like
declarative statement is true according to you.
You really
so who
do
cares?
sound like a nagging wife, don't you? The way you keep talking over other people, but your voice will never be as deep as mine.
Oh yeah,
You
that's
can't
me,
hit
not
my
you.
lows. You can't hit my bass.
I have a degree in sociology.
Does that make you feel better?
Wait, do you have a degree in sociology?
sociology?
Are you threatened by my education? Did you know that liberals tend to be better
Well,
educated?
at some point, maybe you would use it to make an argument. That'd be great.
Well, it's like I'm trying to explain sociology to like a monkey, and it is true that my degree is failing me somewhat. So I can't convince you that you're meta-ethically retarded. Let me try this, okay?
That's because you don't know what the fuck
you don't know what
about.
meta-ethics are, right? I agree. So it's like you'd have to do too much work to begin with. The problem ultimately is that you don't believe in anything you're saying. If a person actually believed in Christian ethics, there are a trillion things you would care to fix about the world. The cruelty and graft and vice and sin, the hatred and misery. But you are largely fine
That
with
would
this.
require people.
Hold on.
That would require people, Bosch.
Hold on.
Andrew, he made a very strong statement. Let's let him try to explain what his reasoning is. Go ahead.
See, I know Christians. A lot of my extended family are Christians, and
I
good
know
Christians
communists.
too. Oh, you literally cannot help yourself.
Go ahead, Bosch.
And a lot of them, you know, when you talk about what is sin, you know, what is of concern of Christ, you know, there is so much misery in this world. But I've seen your politics, and I know what you believe, and you just believe the same shit that like regular fascists believe, more or less. Like the Christian conservatism thing is often like promoted by people with a very low investment of Christianity. It's the same way that fascists wrap themselves in the flag before making.
Now I'm a
arguments.
fascist.
Your name was Big Papa Fascist.
Yeah, but you also know that was a debate handle. That was explained to you, and
Okay,
you know
gotcha.
that it's
That
true.
was right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The Christian,
wait.
the
Can you
Christian
tell me what
nationalism-
fascist
hold on.
policies I want?
The Christian nationalism angle.
No,
is
you
just
can't make the
another
claim I'm
way
a fascist,
of,
and you
framing
claimed I'm a fascist.
Oh
You
my
need to answer
god,
for it.
dude! Is this going to be every time I talk for more than 5 seconds? Like I can
Well,
let you talk for a
dude,
while. I admit,
go back and
I'm
forth
talkative
then.
too, but like holy shit. I don't think anyone who is genuinely motivated by the word of Christ could ever have a conversation like this and be like, oh, you know what I would change? Abortion. Like there are so many trillions of things. A real Christian would be outraged at like Donald Trump's presidency, for example, because he's one of the most flagrant grifters and most openly anti-human individuals to ever occupy the office. But it's always like, oh, so what angle are you going to bring? What Christian angle are you going to bring to governance? Oh, the exact same stuff every other right-winger does with very little emphasis on what is or isn't Christian.
So no argument.
So how
but
about
back to what I'm asking?
So
Hang
how
on.
about
no.
we
How about you
away
answer now
from
for
the
your
meta-ethical,
accusation?
And
You need to answer for your accusation now that I'm a fascist.
What if we just
Can you tell me
about,
what fascist policy I
what if
endorse?
we just talked about the
Real
policies?
quick,
That,
Andrew, do you
No,
want
he needs to answer, Alex.
Hang on. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do what you want. Do you want to move off the previous point? and
Well,
move
first
straight
I
to
want all I'm
fascist?
asking Vosh to do. He made the qualifier. He claimed I was a fascist.
So-
I would like you to give me the list of fascism that you go by, and then what we'll do is we'll go one by one and see which one of us is more fascist.
Notice how
Okay.
he wants to. Well, hold on. Notice how like he gets triggered by one.
Notice
word
how
that I
he
say.
made
And
an
he
accusation
literally-
and can't back it up.
He can't do it. He like in a broader point that
It
I'm
was my
making
turn to talk,
about
Vosh.
the political position
Vosh,
and
remember
what
how it was
motivates
my
them.
turn?
Vosh, to be fair, I did let you talk for a while. You
Sure.
did make
Well, I'm
that
trying to
point.
move the argument forward.
Yeah,
Is
so
all I
that's my
want to
turn.
do, and he's
Now it's
trying
my
to
turn,
dredge
Vosh.
it
I know,
indefinitely.
and I'm going to move it right after we get through this. But to be fair, he did make that claim. I think
He
it's
did
only
make the claim. So Vosh, you make the claim. and
Sure.
what you do, you
Okay.
do
Yeah.
this.
Really quick. Yeah.
Vosh,
Sure.
it's my turn,
Hey,
Vosh.
Andrew.
Vosh,
Andrew.
it's
Yes,
my
I'll
turn,
answer.
Vosh.
I'm answering. Yeah.
Hang on.
Let me finish my question.
I'm trying to
Hang
answer
on.
your question.
Hang on,
Let
Andrew.
me finish
So,
it,
Vosh,
and then you can answer it.
This is so stupid.
So one more time,
I'm gonna
Vosh,
mute both of you.
hang on, Vosh, you often do this
Hang
during debates where you make these.
I'm muting both of you. Okay. I'm sorry. I hate doing this, but okay. So, Bosch, you did make that claim. It's a pretty strong statement. So I think Andrew is within his rights to ask for clarification of why you want that. And after that, I promise you we can move the conversation forward. Okay. I'm muting both of you. Go ahead, Vosh.
Am I back?
Yeah.
It's good to be back. What was the
So
wait?
why-
What was the question? Whether or not he's a fascist?
Andrew's asking, why do you think I'm a fascist? What are the things that make me a fascist?
Oh, well, literally, he called himself Big Papa Fascist. But if you want like an actual, like, I don't know, reason he believes, I would say that being like a political advocate for Donald Trump with the Republican Party would count towards one. I think also, I'm pretty sure, like, I didn't expect he would like pretend to be offended over this, because we both know perfectly well he fits my definition. But I'm pretty sure that literally every time I've seen him make any prescriptive statement about politics, it perfectly lines up with what a fascist would believe in. So he's like anti-immigration. He makes statements about like the Western nationalism and like the white birth rates declining. He talks about like a need to get rid of degeneracy and imposition of like far-right conservative politics as a way of good. So he's like nodding along with all this. This was just a waste of time. He just wants to like filibuster before we get to the actual.
Why are those fascist?
Oh my
policies?
God, dude. Do you want to like get all the way back to the definition of fascism?
What I want you to do, because you've done this, I've seen you do this several times.
How is this a policy?
Well, it's my turn, Vosh.
What does why
I just let you talk, Vosh? My turn.
Really quick, Alex.
It's
was
my
it not
turn.
True
not
that
really
after
quick. It's
Alex,
my turn.
After I answered his question, didn't we move on? Did I not just answer his question?
No, it's my turn. Vosh.
You let him ask one or two follow-up questions. It is a fair question, because you did make a,
I answered it. So those all meet my standards for when
he doesn't want to allow me to. He doesn't want me to speak.
Let's let Andrew ask one or two qualifying questions, and then we can move on. I think it's only
Vosh,
fair because
you go by a list for what you consider to be fascist. Would you be willing to pull up that list and compare them with me 1v1 so that we can determine which of us actually follows more fascist policies than the other?
Dude, I thought the whole
for them.
point was moving. This is like the hardest anyone has ever filibustered while talking to me. I'm sorry, in that broader point you made, you call me a fascist. Here are 17 examples of you being fascist. Can you explain to me how every single one of those is fascist? If you want to like indefinitely henpeck back and forth, I guess we can, but I consider this a concession on everything regarding Christianity.
I don't give a shit what you consider a concession. Are you willing to do
certainly,
that or not? Just say no, I'm not willing to do it.
I just think it's funny that you get very, I just said I'm willing to do it.
I think it's funny that you can make accusations and then you won't back them up because you're a coward.
You get really angry whenever
yeah,
I
you're
like,
a coward, bro.
Whenever I poke you, I've already,
actually
Andrew, I've already
make
said I'll
the
do
argument.
It. I've already said
Then do
I'll
it.
do it.
Then do it.
Okay, so let me
stop
finish
fucking around and do it. Stop being
Dude,
a wuss and do it.
He's like trying to alpha male me. He's like, after an hour and a half of being talked over, time for me to bring out my big Tate pants.
Are you gonna do it?
You want to not be a coward?
You're still not doing
Rug,
it.
For can you
you're still
like
evading.
Project your brow forward?
It is a fair qualifying question.
So Alex, the problem is
sometime today.
So Alex, just to be clear, what he's suggesting is that for in a broader point that I was making about him not believing in Christianity, which he doesn't, he gets upset that I call him a fascist when he literally self-labeled as a fascist.
Where's that list?
Hold on. He asks, hey, can you qualify that? I then list like 12 things that I say are fascist of him, which he nods along to all of them.
Didn't.
And now what he's saying is, let's go over an exact 14-point definition of fascism so that on every single one we can check off every point on every claim made. Now, Alex,
and see if they apply to you.
Now, Alex, we can do this, but I did want to debate Christian nationalism, and I will admit this does just seem like a pivot away from the subject because he knows
you called me the fascist. I didn't call you anything.
You called yourself the fascist, actually, Andrew.
Okay.
No, you called me the fascist.
Hang on. Stop. I'm going to make a reasonable compromise. We'll spend 2 to 3 minutes. Andrew can ask us qualifying questions. After that, we will move on to conversation. But for those 2 minutes, Vosh, I do want you to answer the questions that he asked, and then we're going to move on.
Ask me direct questions, Andrew. Not like cross-checking to a list.
Where do you get your definition of fascism from?
I think that like most broader socio-political definitions, you kind of pull from a wide varieties of texts. But for the most part, I refer to Umberto Eco's 14 points.
Yes, I agree that you do, and I've seen you do it. Can you
watch
pull up those 14 points, and we'll go through them point by point, and I will see if they apply more to you or more to me.
Do you think we can do that in the remaining 1 to 2 minutes that was allotted
Let's just
to this
pick,
topic?
you know what? Just pick your favorite 2.
My favorite 2?
Let's just do 2, yeah.
Sure. Practical list for identifying fascists. Hold on, let me find the one that actually. There we go. Not the one that just lists like the simplified version. Okay, so let me read these all out loud in the spirit of this debate. And I need to
pick your 2.
Well, I don't remember everything from that. I've only read this a couple
hundred
times.
So you can't pick 2, even though you just agreed to do that.
Andrew, let's let them go through the list.
Yeah,
this is exactly what you want. So let's let them answer that.
Okay. So number 1 is the cult of tradition, One has only to look at the syllabus of every fascist movement in order to find the major traditionalist thinkers. The Nazi gnosis was nourished by traditionalists, syncreticists, and occult elements. Number 2, the rejection of modernism. Quote, the Enlightenment, the age of reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, Urfascism can be defined as irrationalism. Number 3, the cult of action for action's sake. Action being beautiful in itself, it must be taken before or without any previous reflection. Thinking is a form of emasculation. Number 4, disagreement is treason. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish is a sign of modernism.
Just give me 2,
In modern
Vosh.
culture-
We don't need the whole list.
Whoa!
Why are you letting him go through the whole list, Alex? He agreed to 2.
Hang on.
He's
hang on.
filibustering the entire debate.
Stop. Okay, listen. Vosh gave like 4 or 5. Let's just work with what he gave you.
Yeah, which of those 2? Which 2 do you want to pick, Vosh? And see, let's see how they apply only to me and not to you.
Sure. Okay. How about number 2, the rejection of modernism? Do you want me to reread the quote associated with it?
The quote associated with it from whom?
I believe it's a quote from Umberto Eco when he wrote
Make sure
on the
that
top-
it is, and not from a third-party source.
Okay. Pretty sure I've seen this one before, but sure, let me see. While Echo is firm in claiming there's one. Yeah, I've seen this before in other websites as well, so it's definitely not just openculture.com that's referring to it. But if you want, sure. Let me Google search the quote. Yes, a practical list for identifying fascists from Umberto Eco. It is directly quoted from him. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Andrew, let's let Andrew address that.
So first, let's go with the rejection of modernism. Does this, in your worldview, mean a rejection of ethics which built the society, or a rejection of modernity when it comes to how society is acting?
The Enlightenment. When he talks about modernism, he's talking about modernity in the geopolitical sense. The Enlightenment,
So just enlightenment principles are anti-communist, Bosch.
in his words, the Enlightenment, the age of reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity.
Yes, but in communism is anti-enlightenment.
No, not at all.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
Karl Marx is literally described as a modernist philosopher and economist.
No, by who?
Literally everyone who describes him, he objectively fits. He is
Literally
a
not.
post-Enlightenment.
No. Listen,
Sure.
when you're talking about modernity,
is Karl
when you,
Marx
specifically
a modernist?
modernity, when you're talking about modernity,
Karl,
I need you to explain how it is that I reject modernity. I
Well-
don't reject modernity. I reject an ethical system which I'm contrary to.
So just a moment. Okay, so I Googled, is Karl Marx a modernist? I hadn't seen this brought up before in my many classes on the subject. Marx and Engels offered a profoundly modernistic critique of capitalism. And then it's from a University of Warwick page called Modernism and Marxism.
You said postmodernist.
No, I said modernist. He's not postmodernist.
Okay, but that's what you said, just so you know.
Okay, let's let Vosh finish. Go ahead.
It says, is Marxism a part of modernism? This is from Marx and Philosophy Society, .org.uk. Part 1 in some situates Marx as a leading figure of modernism. So the thing is, Marx and communist thinkers in general, or at the very least Marx, because some communists, you can't deal with these guys, certainly with me, are very much post-Enlightenment thinkers, born of the age of reason, and believers in liberal social values. I mean, Karl Marx was a progressive of his day, wrote to Abraham Lincoln to convince him to help to free the slaves. His writings were an attempt to hold capitalism to account for not fulfilling the promises of modernism, of liberalism.
And what about his critique that he wrote about Enlightenment humanism, and from a revolutionary ecological perspective, where he seemed to argue against these post-Enlightenment principles, which you are so adamant that only fascists hold?
No, anyone can criticize
Yes.
things.
And what about the fact that Marx himself was very anti-Jewish? There's no doubt that that's true either. So
Okay.
all of these things, these push
Unfortunately,
against.
that's been popular in both pre and post-Enlightenment Europe.
Yeah, but the thing is, Vosh, is that no, I don't think that number 2 does not apply to you. You seem to reject the modernist principles as well, at least postmodernists, and you seem to want to move towards your communist worldview. I don't see how this doesn't apply to
So,
you. Pick
do you
another one.
agree that
Let's
Karl
start
Marx,
Marx's
by basically every definition you can find online, is a modernist?
No, I don't think that. I don't think when we say modernist, we're talking about postmodernist, which is what you referenced and I responded to.
No, modernist. He's
Yeah.
a modernist.
Okay,
Like,
well, Christians are modernists too. I don't know what your point is.
No, Christianity is a pre-modernist system.
But by what metric? The ethics?
No, the Enlightenment, a post or pre-Enlightenment era. Is
Okay,
it,
so
is
the
it a
Enlightenment
system which
ethics?
emerged?
Enlightenment ethics?
Well,
Wait,
in
guys,
this,
wait. I did say 2 minutes for this. We've been going on 5 minutes. I do want to redirect.
of course,
back
of course. Yeah, I don't want to linger on this too long. It's about ethics and it's about political economy for Marx.
Yeah, so would
specifically.
you say it's the ethical distinction that makes you a modernist, or is it a rejection of the material that makes you a modernist?
Well, that really depends on why you're rejecting it. For example, like Marx rejected Hegelian thought on the ideological dialectic, but Marx is still arguably a kind of Hegelian. His rejection is an iteration upon a pre-existing trend. Like, for example, you know, if you're Adam Smith and you're writing like, you know, a systemic economic critique of previous like economic forms which are themselves post-Enlightenment, you're not rejecting modernity. What you're doing is trying to improve upon it. But, you know,
So is there
Marx,
any problem with holding Christian ethics in modernity?
No, that is literally a pre-Enlightenment belief.
Why would that be a pre-Enlightenment belief? There are Christians who exist post-Enlightenment. And by the way, just so you understand, that actually doesn't make any sense on its face. What Enlightenment principles do
Motherfucker's
you
literally
think?
defending divine
Tell-
command
will you-
theory and arguing that he's a post-Enlightenment. Like, yeah,
Are you going to tell me which
modernist
Christian?
divine command theory? Yeah.
Why won't you tell?
Sorry.
Why won't you answer the question?
Alex, this is an infinite wormhole.
What
But
is ethical?
Andrew, to be fair, I
Bro.
did say we were only going to talk about this for 2 minutes, but what I will do is I will let you on this topic get
Yeah,
your last.
most Enlightenment thinkers were Christians.
Got
So
it.
that's why I'm making the distinction between ethics and what he considers materialism. Pick your second one, Vosh. This one definitely applies to you.
Wait, hang on.
Pick
Andrew,
your
Wait, we
second one.
can't.
Andrew, stop. Andrew, I did say it was going to be 2 minutes. We went on for 5 minutes. What I will do is give you
I had
about
fun.
45 seconds to kind of defend yourself and explain why you disagree with Vosh's assessment that you're a fascist. And then let's move back to the original conversation at hand because it's gotten really, really off track. So go ahead,
What
Andrew.
matters is that we're having fun and having
Wait,
a good
Vosh,
time. It's like,
I am.
Andrew's part.
Yeah.
Let's
So when we're talking about kind of these distinctions, first of all, Vosh said postmodernist, but fine, I'll just give it into modernity itself. When I'm asking about the ethical distinction, I'm asking him which of these kind of modern practices he thinks are opposed to Christian ethics, or why Christian ethics itself is opposed to what he considers modernity. And I don't think he can actually do that, which is very problematic from his worldview. That's why you make the ethical distinction, then you make the material distinction when these things are talked about. So I would actually like to know the answer to this. Do you think that Christian ethics themselves are non-compatible with whatever you consider modernity to be? And by the way, just having Christian ethics, does that make you a fascist by that metric?
so
Okay,
I'll answer
now
both of those and then we'll be done with
Okay,
it, of
let's
course.
let Vosh answer, then we'll
So,
redirect. Okay.
First of all, this is very funny because you are literally an advocate for divine command theory, arguing that we need to challenge and reject liberalism. You could not be more perfect a stereotype of an anti-modernist figure today or 250 years ago possible. You are literally repping
Not
the
answering the
same
question.
No, that is a direct answer. You are not only anti-modernist. This entire argument has been you proudly touting your anti-modernist beliefs. You are literally arguing for divine command theory.
That's not my question. My question is about ethics.
So, well, so the second question that you asked is, being a Christian ethicist automatically make you a fascist? The answer is, for one, you're not a Christian ethicist, but for two, a lot of people who claim to be are fascists. But if
You don't
you're
even know
asking,
what Christian ethics are. You just said so.
and I never will. If the
Then
question
you know
is,
what?
however, by a Christian ethics, a person just means like, oh, well, the Bible says you should wash the feet of prostitutes or whatever, then no, of course that wouldn't make you a fascist. However, when people have very poor justifications for their empirical arguments, they usually defer back to something they know they won't be able to metaphysically justify, and then they can do the like, well, maybe I can't prove any of my ethics are real, but like, you can't either, and then it's like, well, you know, why even talk about anything, right? It's
Well,
why
I never
prefer
made the
policy.
statement that I couldn't prove my ethics were real. I just
can
made the
prove
statement
God's
that
real?
the criticism applied moves back to you just as much as it does
Wait,
me.
you've been able to
Except you
prove
did.
God is real, and you've been
Except
holding
you
out?
did.
That none of the things you say are true and they're arbitrary and your systems make no sense.
Yo, Vosh, Andrew, I'll let you guys choose. You guys have the option. Do you guys want to stay on this longer, or do you want to move back to the original?
Yeah, we can move back to.
I just want to talk about
Christian,
policy
we
because
can
I
move
want to
back
talk about
policy.
reality.
That's fine.
Whatever
he wants to move back to.
I'm also going to say, we're going an hour and a half. We'll probably go for another half an hour, unless, of course, there's something that's left unfinished. So just so you guys have a mental idea. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I guess I'd like to know how to prove God exists, but like leaving that aside, because I know what rabbit hole that goes down.
If you want to have a debate over that, then I would suggest that you debate with Jay Dyer, and we'll see if your logic for utilitarianism can hold up. That would be my suggestion.
Let's go back to policy.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to prove utilitarianism to disprove a person's assertions that they've proven God. But
yeah, but the criticism refines back the other way. You realize that, right? Which is that even if I was unable to substantiate my worldview as being true,
it's
you
the
also
lightning
can't.
thing again.
You also can't.
Policy.
Okay, back to policy.
Okay, so my argument is that I think it's good when things are good. That's my sort of opening line. I'm putting all my chips down on the table for this one. No argument.
Wait, what did you? I'm sorry, I must have missed what you said. What did you say?
Typical Weasley debate tactics with nothing to say.
No, repeat what you just said.
I said I think it's good when things are good. I think that's what I said. I wasn't actually paying attention.
But that doesn't mean anything. What does good mean?
That's an excellent question. I think that we face a lot of problems today in our country and in our world broadly, and I think that it can seem very scary and very overwhelming, and there's not really a simple way to fix any of it. Obviously, if things could be fixed simply, they would have been. Like, it's not... it's never that easy. I do think that the declining birth rate is a meaningful issue. One day, God willing, every country will be up to economic par. And if they are, logically then, it follows that they would have below replacement birth rates, and that's not good. I think that we can see what we need to do by looking at the country that did it worst, Japan. Japan has a ridiculously low birth rate, in large part, I think, because of its tyrannical work culture. It's made it virtually impossible to start a family or to have children or anything like that, because it's like you lose so much in your career. I think that if we look at that and we think, okay, that's how to do it wrong, so how can we make it right? And I think we should hearken back to the last time we had a real population boom in this country. I'm talking unions. The 1950s, the generation that produced the baby boomers, didn't just come back home to freshly built suburbs. They came back to better jobs than most Americans can get today. I think we need to reinvest in our society to make people happy to live and be alive, give people hope in the future. People are less likely to have kids if they don't hope for the future, you know? We got to address climate change, not only for the million other reasons, but also because it'll make people more willing to bring more life into this world, which honestly at the moment is a pretty scary proposition.
Are you ever going to tell me what good means?
Man, you're really going to run right past all that, aren't you? You're really going to go right back to the ethics
I asked you a specific question, and I let you ramble for, however long you rambled for.
Rambling? I thought that was like the most
sincerity. Tell me what good. You said, I want things to be good, man. I want things to be awesome and good, and we're all, I don't know, dope smoking hippie, whatever the fuck it is. Are you going to tell me what you mean by good?
I mean, I just laid out a bunch of things that I think are good.
Yeah, you laid up a bunch of things that you think are good, but you haven't told me what the good is. What is good?
Do you think that people being
Don't ask me a question, answer my question. What is good? Don't ask me a question, answer my question. What is good?
Maybe you can really quickly just explain what you mean by good.
Sure. Though this seems like a willful disengagement from any of the material substance I just
It was your argument. But your argument was the good is the good.
No, just the question afterwards, but let's just
yeah, so going back to the topic we just painfully wrested ourselves away from over the past hour, when I say good, I mean in line with my utilitarian ethics, and when I say that, what I mean is that it maximizes or at least improves a number of conditions that I think are associated with positive utility. So in this case, I'm arguing in favor of something we should both agree is morally good, people being happy and people being fruitful, literally, people producing more children. So I would think
So what do you do with all these vast population centers which don't follow utilitarianism and have a different version of what is good?
So do you, the things that I just talked about looking at Japan and learning what not to do, do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, no, answer my question.
Oh my God, Alex, he doesn't have anything, so he'll do anything to keep the argument away.
I just asked you a very specific question.
So it's like, it's not even related to what we're talking about.
It is related. Your statement was, this is all good. All these things are good. I ask you for the definition of
do you
good.
believe-
You say it's a utilitarian ethic. Okay,
yeah,
it's a
'cause you-
utilitarian ethic. So what do you want to do with all these massive, vast populations that don't follow your utilitarian ethic?
Policy.
Wait, hang on. Let him finish his point. What was the end of that? I missed it.
He claims, Vosh's claim was, I want to do what's good, man. And then I said, what's good? And after his rambling diatribe, he finally said, whatever gives positive utility. I said, okay,
So,
well, as a policy prescription, which is what we're talking about, what do you want to do with all of these nations which are vast and don't follow utilitarian ethics? They follow religious ethics. What are you going to do with those,
So, Alex,
Look, it is a fair question.
Well,
It
Alex,
is related
do you
to
remember
policy.
how we said policy a bunch a while ago, and then I
that
laid
would
out
be policy.
and then I laid out like a bunch of specific policies that I think would make people happier and produce more children, and then he ignored all of it. And because I said at the beginning of
No,
that,
the
like
opposite
2 minutes
happened, but
ago, I
okay.
said I think good things are good. He's disingenuously latching onto that so he can avoid acknowledging the fact that he has no real world prescriptions at all.
things are bad.
Hang on, stop. All right.
Bad things are bad.
Listen, like, listen, he's literally, it's like a fucking ape in the corner, man. People is like throwing feces, but he doesn't know I'm behind glass.
Kids, stop. Okay, let's do this. So, Vosh, if you can answer his question, and after that, I will make sure that we go back to your initial question. He answers that in detail. And you will get one question.
Let's see.
This would be policy. What do you do with the vast populations that don't follow your stupid ass utilitarian ethic, which almost no broad nation who has religious undertones, which are most of them, follow? They don't follow your utilitarian ethics. So what's your policy in dealing with them?
So there's a couple of presuppositions here that below a low IQ, and I'm hoping that the audience doesn't have to fall into the same pit Andrew has. For one, countries don't follow quote-unquote utilitarian ethics. That's nonsensical. The fact that he would say that is a reminder.
You just said
of the
that was the good.
Hang on, Andrew. Let him finish. You asked the question. Let him finish.
He doesn't understand how ethics works. Countries are ruled by, and decisions within them are made by, literally millions of people. Sometimes in autocracies, it seems like it's one, but it's usually the influence of a huge number of people. And most people don't have cohesive ethical systems. The idea that the House of Saud, the Saudi Arabian, the bloodthirsty, vicious Saudi Arabian royal family, is making their decisions based on religious ethics. Like when they decide to build a giant clock tower over Mecca, they're like, well, what does the Quran say? Notice how he muted himself. He's talking to his own chat. He literally, like, he has no intention of engaging with anything.
I
can repeat back everything you just said. Would you like me to?
We're going to go on another tangent.
Would you like me to repeat back what you just said if you think I'm not listening?
Keep holding it.
Would you like me to repeat back what I just said, what you just said?
Keep holding it to your memory for like.
Vosh, I want to give you a chance to finish that.
Yeah, I want to finish.
You will redirect your initial question to Andrew.
In a couple minutes, he can repeat everything I've said back word for word as a test of his memory. It's like a fun game. The idea that like the House of Saud is making religiously oriented decisions, like they're looking in the Quran to decide what decision to make, like, is ridiculous. In reality, the decisions that countries make are almost always guided by self-interest, either for the nation or for the class of people in power or for the individual in power. For the House of Saud, the decisions made are almost entirely to the benefit of the royal family. For example, in the United States of America, the decisions made are ostensibly to the benefit of the majority of people because we live in a democracy, but are really heavily slanted towards the ruling class, the elites, the bourgeoisie. So the idea that this all falls on like, well, how are you going to convince their ethical systems? Well, I'd do it the same way all countries have always managed to engage in diplomacy with each other. I would try to find a way to make it in their best interest to adopt these systems. So I actually think it's in everyone's best interest to adopt systems that prioritize the well-being of the average person, because I think it leads to stable countries. I guess I could make the argument like, hey, I think that it's best when people are healthy, happy, and able to raise families. I think those are good arguments. People make those pretty often. So following from that, what arguments could I make to France or to Germany or to Norway or hell, to Russia, to Saudi Arabia, to China to do this? And, I don't think it'd be easy, but I don't think there's any easy way to get all 8 billion people on Earth to get along, because that has literally never happened. It's always going to be an uphill battle.
So,
the question has been answered. Now, let's redirect to Vosh's initial question that he was trying to ask you. And then if you want to touch on this a little bit later, we can do that. But I promised Vosh we're going to go back to his initial question.
None of those are policies, by the way. Just so you know, he
Vosh,
never named a single policy at
Okay,
all. He just said I would. And by the way, he also wants to outsource his ethical system to other people, is what he just said. But okay.
Vosh, can you please repeat your initial question?
Sure. So I listed a bunch of policies. I guess his memory's not as good as he remembers, but I guess a specific one would be, given that Japan has a uniquely low birth rate and a very bad work culture, wouldn't it be sensible to look at Japan for examples on what not to do? Like maybe if we see what they're doing has led to really bad outcomes when it comes to birth rates, we could then try to prevent those things from happening in our place. So, for example, there are, because he doesn't seem to think it's policy, there are lots of Japanese policies, laws, and cultural norms that dictate their extremely bad work culture. So maybe we could look at that, see the outcomes, and go, hey, let's not do that. Like, would that be sensible?
What's the policy then?
Vosh, sorry, Andrew, it is a fair question. You can follow up and ask him, hey, I don't see, what the policy is. It is a fair question. It is related to the discussion. So you got to answer that.
What would the policy be?
Andrew, that's just answer.
He doesn't know. He wasn't listening. He doesn't know.
You didn't give a fucking policy, bro. You just said we shouldn't do X.
Yes.
What's the actual policy prescription here?
So okay, fine, Vosh. What is
I'll repeat? No, don't worry. I'll repeat it. Okay.
So repeat it.
I didn't make a policy prescription there. He wasn't listening.
Right.
That's
why I asked you for the third time. What's the policy?
I didn't give one. Your goal was to answer the question.
I know.
Yeah, that it wasn't about the policy. You weren't listening.
Yeah, but I asked you what policy. You were supposed to answer, then ask me a question, but you didn't answer.
Yeah, because you didn't listen. There was no policy. You're asking the wrong question. So
how can I ask the wrong fucking question? Just answer my question.
The fact that you don't know the answer to that is astonishing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just trying to repeat it, man. I'm just trying to help him understand.
I'm gonna have to start muting you guys. Okay, so listen.
Gonna repeat the question. Can I repeat the question?
March asked the question. Sorry, what?
May I repeat the question without any flourish?
Yeah, but I think we got the question. Andrew,
did we?
I personally got the question.
I know you did, sir. I think you're doing great.
Well, if Andrew needs it, you can repeat it.
Yeah.
But I think so. Vosh made a question that's not directly policy prescription. However, it is very much related to the topic.
Yeah, I know. Hang on, Alex. I understand, but just so that you understand, I asked him for a policy.
I have to mute you. I'm sorry. So just please answer his question, and then afterwards, I will force Vosh to answer. Give you a policy. Okay, that's the only fair way I think of doing this. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. Hopefully I'm doing a good job. But yeah, so let's just do that.
What's the question?
It's a rough debate. Yeah. Okay. No, happily. So, Japan has a uniquely low birth rate, and that low birth rate is almost certainly caused by a set of laws and cultural norms, mostly oriented around the work culture there. But there's a lot of stuff. Do you think that it would be sensible for us to look at all of the things that are lowering Japan's birth rate and use those as teaching tools for what not to do over here? Like if we see over there that there is a...
Sure, absolutely. Every nation on earth you can do that with. Now, back to my question.
Okay.
What would be your policy to correct that?
Sure. So, considering the fact that very bad work culture in Japan correlates to and seems to be causative of, based on what I've seen, there's a lot of research on it, lower birth rates. So we're setting up like a mathematical proof. If really bad work culture causes lower birth rates, it follows logically that good work culture should make for better birth rates. Now, it doesn't fix everything, of course, but it's one step in a larger set, right? So what makes Japanese work culture bad? Well, obviously the long hours are one, but another big one is that workers are often expected to willfully work long hours after their shift is technically ended. How are you supposed to go out and pick people up?
So what would be your policy prescription?
We have laws, strong overtime laws, that make it illegal for people to continue work like that after the official hours have been counted.
So your policy prescription in order to incentivize birth rates is to outlaw overtime.
So I think that is the fact that we had. Wait. I didn't say outlaw overtime. I said that they would be paid for it. It'd be illegal to hold them without pay after the work. You can still do overtime.
So then what? I don't understand. So if Japan has a law where you're paid for overtime, right? You just want the law in the U.S., which it already is, to be that you're paid for overtime?
Yeah. So one of the reasons why the American
This
birth
is your
rate,
big brain policy prescription?
You ask him a question, let him answer.
yeah, you have to build a castle one brick at a time.
Oh.
So the United States has a higher birth rate than Japan by a pretty significant margin. Japan's pretty fucked. So maybe one of the reasons why it's fucked is because they do things worse than us in some specific ways. This would be an example of something that I think works to their detriment. They do not have the same kind of worker protections, and it is complicated in like the specifics. Obviously, we have to simplify this because I'm not like an expert on the Japanese economy, but I've read some articles where the expectation towards unpaid overtime and constant socializing with your boss, like drinking after work and stuff like that, I think things like this make it worse over there. And I think that there is causative evidence that it makes it worse over there, and we have it better over here, and we don't have those same issues. So maybe we can follow through with that. And
but
sort of
we
draw
still
it out
do.
broadly.
We have a 1.64 birth rate. They have a 1.34 birth rate.
That is significantly lower. So maybe the difference is...
Well, wait a second.
Okay.
When you say significant, when you say it's significantly lower, they're really low in both areas. If all your policy prescription is to Japan is, hey, pay people for overtime, and that's already the policy prescription inside of the United States, how do you plan on outsourcing this policy? That's the whole question. You want other country to do Vosh ethics. How does Vosh want to make Japan start paying for overtime?
I'm just talking about learning what policies would be most effective to increasing the birth rate. I think that the fact that we have that policy in the United States helps. So that was one example. There are like 1,000 more that we could go over, because obviously something as nebulous and complicated as improving the birth rate is going to involve, I mean, we could talk about criminology, we could talk about economics, we could talk about, there are so many fields where you could influence the outcomes here. I mean, no single human could know even a quarter of it. Like, we're talking about a insane set of shifts. But hey, big paradigm shifts are what socialists are supposed to be all about, so I'm fine with it. Yeah.
So how would you move that big paradigm shift?
Well, we already have paid overtime in the United States, so
No, externally, Vosh.
You mean like to make Japan better about this?
Yeah, so you want to export your ethical system, right?
No, Japanese workers also want to be paid for overtime. There are labor rights organizations that have been really active there for decades. They have a lot of trouble because Japan is not that democratic. We don't talk about it that much because we mostly think of Japan as like anime and Pocky sticks, but Japan is not great politically in a lot of ways. And
yeah, great, but you still want to export your brand of ethics to Japan, right?
I think that the labor workers over there have been fighting for overtime pay for a long time. I mean, would supporting them be exporting my ethical?
You can just say yes. You know, I don't even know why that's a problem to say. You say
bring
yes.
the answer down to your IQ level.
You ask him a question, let him answer.
Yeah. So I guess right now the current like setup, like the current disingenuous setup for a gotcha is that I believe that it's good for good things to happen to people in other countries.
No, you think it's good to export your moral system. So I don't understand what your criticism is of other people doing it.
Hang on. Children. Let's let Vosh answer the original question that Andrew asked him.
So again, he frames this entirely in gotchas. The idea of I support labor rights organizations in Japan means I support exporting ethics, means I should support exporting ethics in all cases. The functional argument that is being made here would be that me supporting overtime pay in Japan is equivalent to like Hitler invading neighboring countries. It is a level of political reductionism that is genuinely so retarded that I don't know how he put his shirt on before showing up to the debate. I mean,
I don't know how you see me with those big Coke bottle glasses, but the truth is you haven't seen any arguments either. But I am happy to see that you've finally been losing weight.
I think that worker rights are good everywhere they are practiced.
Yeah, I know. You want to export your ethical system. The thing is again,
right,
the criticism applied to me is the same criticism applied to you.
Isn't it
I know that you think that that's not big brain because I don't use enough adjectives, but it is true, Vosh.
Isn't it incredible how even after we chanted policy together, he still can't. I mean, if supporting labor rights organizations in Japan is like Adolf Hitler invading Poland or whatever, then like, okay, sure. I want to Lebensraum Japan by promoting their happiness and higher birth rates by doing things that are democratically desirable to the population. I believe that it's okay to make arguments because I believe in freedom. I will Lebensraum the mind space of people all around the world by doing Hitler-esque things like saying that it's good to get along and sharing is caring. I mean, you know, we're talking like Sesame Street ethics here. So, what are we pretending to care about right now?
Vosh, I
Well,
think it
you're
would be
pretending to
helpful.
care about Japanese workers or something.
Vosh, I think if you want to talk about policy, I think it'd be helpful if you ask Andrew very specific policy-related questions.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but then he would have
answers
to actually defend his side of that, so that's why he won't do it.
Sure. Do you think that we should promote better workplace culture in Japan if it raises the birth rate of that country?
If their culture was not in some way affected by it in a negative light, I would say that the positives could overwhelm that, and that if we had foreign policy, it would be within side of the Christian ethic to do so. Yeah.
What does that mean if it wouldn't be detrimental to their culture?
Well, there could be other factors, for instance. So you could try, for instance, to mess with whatever the cultural cohesion is and end up drastically having a reduction in the birth rates even further without recognizing the damage that you're doing. Hard to say in that particular, but in that particular case, and there's overlap in the consequence, especially when it comes to duties. So again, back to Japan, though, I wouldn't have a problem with, say, oh, the birth rate's going to skyrocket if we start paying these people for overtime. Yes, of course, I would say you should probably pay them for overtime. However, I'm not going to disagree with the fact that I'm trying to export my own system of ethics to Japan, which Christians did successfully do, by the way.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Why would that be problematic? You're doing the exact same thing. So the criticism back is always the same. That's the point. I still haven't heard an actual criticism against Christian nationalism yet. Not
Alex,
one.
I genuinely don't know what he's talking about. I don't know why. It's like he had a list of gotchas that he wrote down before this, and he realized it's 2 hours in, and he hadn't tried to argue that all forms of advocating for another country to change are exactly the same.
Andrew,
so he just brought it up out of nowhere.
You just made it up.
Hang on. Andrew, repeat your last question one more time, please.
I don't think there was a question.
Yeah, I was responding to a question. He was asking questions, and I was answering them.
Okay, so you don't.
So now it's my turn.
Well, let's hang on. You said you want Vosh to give specific policy prescriptions.
Yeah. So now I would like to follow up on my question.
Okay.
Oh, you want more policy? I love policies.
So moving back into the Japanese, I think that that's a pretty good place to start. Right now, Japan is being drastically affected by the fact that they have such an elder care crisis. And the elder care crisis is coming, of course, because of their birth rate crisis. This is the number one thing affecting them. They've even considered opening up their borders for slight amounts of immigration in order to take care of this problem. Though the culture there seems to be adamantly against it, they are considering doing so. Do you think that the birth rate collapse there then, can we agree that that is a problem even for a utilitarian, that their birth rate is collapsing to the point they can't take care of their elderly?
Yeah, of course. I just said it's a problem.
So then all over the world, this is happening, right? And your solution to it is what?
So all over the world, the Western world right now has a below replacement birth rate. Most countries that are not in the Western world,
we have the same problem.
Are not quite
elder
there,
care,
but they're getting
elder
there.
care is still a problem.
Well, elder care is always going to be an issue. They're old. Japan and China are going to have
nothing to do with what I just said. The problem with elder care here has to do with the fact that we have below replacement levels again, and even with mass migration, we can't get enough people into these jobs to take care of the elderly. Same issue you have in Japan now.
Andrew, let's let Vosh answer that question.
So the difference is, first of all, it actually isn't the same problem. Japan doesn't have much in the way of immigration. We actually have an above replacement birth rate in America factoring immigration in terms of just how many workers we have. So
well, then we have a below replacement rate.
So we have which means we're not suffering from a like population crisis in the same way Japan is. Japan, because they don't really allow for immigration in the same way that we do, not only has below replacement birth rates, they have like total below replacement population. They're dipping. So their problem is definitely a lot worse. However, obviously, we want to avoid population dips. Ideally, every country would level out at essentially replacement rate. There's always going to be fluctuations, of course. I mean, it's going to be highly variable. Right? Yeah, I think that the goal eventually would be to get the world on board with that. There's still countries that have a lot of room to grow, like India, for example, is going to keep ballooning for a while. Africa, the continent of Africa is going to massively increase in population. I mean, it's so big. Europe is so small, and Africa and Asia are so big, and I feel like a lot of people are kind of freaking out at that, but like, that's what the continents are sized as. You can look at it from space. That's how big they are. There's a lot of land. So the goal then, I mean, there's going to be a lot of fluctuation as we reach that point. I think that our main goal should be trying to find a point where we taper off at a healthy level, and we can use immigration to supplement any below replacement birth rate problems to a point where we don't have a crisis of population. Ideally, every country, or I guess every region of the world, because there's always going to be some degree of immigration, would be able to level its population and just stay strong. And I think that would probably lead to the best economic outcome for all humans.
My question was how you would solve the birth rate problem. Oh, you said by bringing in immigrants, that's going to solve the birth rate problem?
When did I... What?
That's what your argument was that while population levels can still be maintained due to immigration. So the birth rate problems essentially, how would you solve the birth rate problem
at the
for
moment,
the third time?
At the moment, that does literally do that. Because the issue, of course, is the population. When your population declines, or when you have very like uneven population distribution in terms of age, that's when the real problems show up. But for now, immigration does a pretty good job of supplementing that, which is why Japan is collapsing and we aren't. Japan's GDP has been stagnant for like 35 years. Ours has just been exploding. So clearly the economic problem, the like worker problem, that's not it, right? But eventually, you know, Mexico and America both are going to level out. And at that point, immigration will no longer be a reliable solution. Immigration from where, you know? Yeah, maybe we can pull people from elsewhere, but what about them? You know, they don't want to, we don't want to dry them up.
So how are you going to solve the birth rate problem for the third time?
Andrew, he did answer your question.
He actually, at the end of his answer, actually recognized he didn't. So he said, what are you going to do when all of these countries have below replacement and you can't rely on immigration? He actually worked himself to that, which is great. So now maybe we could get to the how we're going to solve the birth rate crisis thing.
Are you okay with me giving you a really, really long answer?
Of course, Vosh. Why would I expect anything different? Nice, concise answers would allow me to respond. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm glad we understand the point. It's really complicated. So the big, yes. The big problem ultimately is that a lot of people don't want to have kids because they don't feel comfortable raising them. People biologically want to have kids, like literally, like we're talking about a base instinct here. So how do we cultivate that? How do we make that happen? You know, a lot of people feel hopeless. A lot of people feel very economically insecure. There's a big difference between rural economic insecurity and urban rural insecurity as well. Cities have much lower birth rates on average, in large part because like city houses are so small, and if you run out of money even a little bit, you get like kicked out of your place. And if you have kids, it's like, oh my God. But in a rural area, maybe the issues are more like broader economic like destitution for the region, but maybe you have like a house that's been in your family for generations, you know? So it might be more easy to raise kids. I think that fixing housing policy and economic inequality would help a bit. I think that addressing climate change would make people feel more hopeful. People tend to produce way more kids after when they feel hopeful towards the future. We see this all over the world. It's constant, you know? After a big civil war ends, when there's peacetime, like that's how it is. I think that there's lots of civic policy that we could encourage. I think that banning abortion would artificially inflate birth rates, but it wouldn't make society better. First of all, I think that women, and in fact, men with wombs as well, have a right to have an abortion if they want to. I don't believe that a fetus has ethical personhood, and neither did the founding fathers. But and neither does the Bible, for that matter. Considering the quickening liquid, the bitter water that it gives you the recipe for. But leaving that aside, I think we want people to want to have kids, right? Like the best world is the one in which a chick gets pregnant and she's like, "What? Abortion? No. I mean, I know I could, but I want to raise kids, you know? I think that's nice." So we have to make people happy, productive, vibrant. We have to make our cities safe for children, which they are not currently, because a bunch of people live in suburbs where you can't walk anywhere. And also people live in like urban jungles where it's like cars everywhere and it's dangerous and stuff. There's just so much stuff that we can do, you know? Anyway, I know that's long, but like we're talking about a really, really broad problem.
Okay, so I've been writing this down as you've gone. You said we should address global warming. And that's it. You actually didn't give any other solution. You said that city homes are cramped.
That's true. I didn't say anything.
Can you
else.
give me some actual fucking solutions here or not?
I
don't get it. Can you give me some real solutions, or are we just going to do the endless? I literally took notes live. Give me a solution, Vosh. Anything will work. Any fucking solution other than address global warming, unless you think that'll solve the birth rate crisis.
Do you think is this like a medical thing, like a deafness issue? Like I don't know how to respond to this debate tactic. This is very powerful. I can repeat all that word for word. I'll repeat it all word for word.
I just wanted a single solution.
So
we did give at least one more in the beginning.
Just a few, you know. Yeah, people should want to have kids, and people will want to have kids. People do want to have kids for the most part. Not all humans, but most of them. It's a biological.
They're just not having them.
Yes, like for example, there are lots of things people want to do that they don't necessarily do based on a variety of conditions.
Yeah, but they want to do that, Vosh.
Yeah,
they want to have kids.
Yes, biologically.
And your policy of what is going to help them do that?
So, do you not think we biologically want to have kids?
No, I think we do. I'm asking you a specific question.
I think one of the policies that Vosh mentioned was daycare for the kids, right? I heard you say that.
Yeah, okay. Correct? I can just list them. Like I was trying to.
You're going to give daycare for kids.
So yeah. Obviously subsidizing childcare, making it that it doesn't cost $20,000 to give birth to a hospital, like whatever insane number it is in the average American hospital these days. Making our cities more kid-friendly, as in not dirty, disgusting urban jungles where if you step 1 foot in the wrong direction, you get obliterated by a car going 50 miles per hour in a strode, you know. We need to level out the housing crisis. That means more variety and mixed zoning in cities, because it is tough to raise a family in a city, because being able to afford a place large enough for like 3 kids in a city, holy shit, I hope you're rich, you know? Like, there needs to be more upzoning so that it's possible for more people to live there without the prices going crazy. Oh, there's a lot of housing policy stuff there that could work to that effect. More parks, more neighborhood-friendly stuff, you know? Seattle's pretty good about this, but not all American cities are. Like, a lot could be done in that direction. The climate change thing is real. I think that would help. Giving people more time away from work would help. A UBI or some kind of basic economic provision so people don't feel like they're one day away from losing everything, like constantly working paycheck to paycheck. Something that gives them the comfort to spread their wings and fly and maybe have a couple of kids. Stuff like that, you know? Also, high school and college, like I think it would probably be good if there was a bit more of a gap between these two things. Most jobs that people work do not need immediate like college work, and we treat colleges like high school too. But I think that it's kind of fucked because like there's a weird misdistribution of people's like attention and time and energy there. Maybe education, like higher education, isn't something everyone wants, but it seems like people make mistakes sometimes when they go to high school and then just go right into a job. I think leaving some gap time there and maybe making colleges more accessible to older people. Like if you're 26 and you've already had 2 kids and you want to go to college, I don't know, it's complicated. Okay, so was that at least 2 policies?
No. The thing is that you gave kind of some descriptors of problems, but not policy fixes. So let me give you an example of this. You seem to want to throw money at this situation. I can agree with you on that, at least. You seem to want to throw a lot of money at it. However, other nations have thrown money at this problem and given mass incentives for people to have children, and they still fucking aren't having them, Vosh. They still aren't having them. Do you understand? Like, so you say we need to subsidize daycare. Okay, nations have subsidized daycare. You say we need to have mothers have maternity leave. Okay, we have nations that have maternity leave. They're still far under replacement rates, and the trend's not backing up. Can you explain to me how it is, after all of your prattle, after all of this money is thrown into this problem by even these nations, who it seems you're modeling after, they still have a below replacement rate. Now you say this is a stopgap that reduces it slower. Great. But how are we going to reverse the trend? What's the policy Vosh is going to do, or even the collection of policies Vosh is going to do to help reverse this trend that you say have now acknowledged needs to be reversed?
So I just Googled effect of maternity leave on birth rate from the European Union Center of California. The effect of paternity leave on fertility rates. A segment from which says, maternity leave tends to reduce or even reverse the rate of decline in fertility rates. See figures 2 to 5 in the appendix. I looked at another article, The Effect of Leave Policies on Increasing Fertility, a systemic review. I haven't even scrolled down yet. Maybe when I scroll down, I'll find a total defeater for my argument, in which case I'd still argue that fertility and maternity leave are still, like, good for people, like, because it makes them happy, but, you know, whatever. Hold on. We classify the 23 studies in terms of the type identified, revealing that all the negative or null studies identify the current child effect, all the positive studies identify the future child or total effect. Since the future child and total effects are more important for promoting aggregate fertility, our findings show that leave, paternal and maternal, does in fact increase fertility when benefit increases are generous.
Okay.
I'm also going to give a 5-minute warning. Go ahead.
And is that saying that it is reversing the trend or just slowing it down? What I'm asking you for is how we reverse this
Maternity
trend.
leaves tend to reduce or even reverse the rate of decline.
Then give me
in
the
fertility.
examples of which nations have a reversal going on in their fertility rates. I would love to see them.
What contrary data do you have to what I've provided thus far?
I don't need. Listen, I just ask you a specific question. Can you show me any nation who has reversed their birth rate crisis via economic policy, or can't you?
Yeah, sure. So on page 4, fertility rates in the European Union, in the appendix right here, we see a list of countries in the European Union which have their fertility rates charted year by year. And we can see...
Which ones?
All of them. Every
And
country in
they're
the
all
EU.
reversing. So they're not trending down.
And they're all reversing. Do you see how much you've moved the goalpost? You're like, hey, does this even
I've asked you the question
does
50
this even
times.
have an effect? And it's like, yeah, here's studies saying it has an effect. And then it's like, oh, show me the effects. Oh, here's the effect. Okay, has it fixed every single one of them? Not
so
every
mad, dude.
EU
Calm down,
country has
Bosch.
the same
Calm
policies when it comes to
down.
maternity and paternity leave.
Bosch, I've asked you
I'm
this
starting
50
to get the
times,
feeling
that
you
even
don't
if
give a
it
shit
slows
about
it down,
perinatal
what's your
policies at
policy
all.
for reversing this issue? You have not given me any still. And the data you pull up,
Here,
all the data shows is at most it helps mitigate it. It's crazy.
Whoa, wait, hold on. Wait.
Andrew,
So you're saying
several policies that he recommends. You disagree with those
really
policies.
quickly. You realize what he just said.
Giving you some policies.
He literally just said, like, oh, maternity leave only stops the decline in birth rate. You mean they were in free fall and passing that policy stops it?
I said this earlier. If you go, you can even
Here,
go back
I'm going to link the study to
yourself.
you. You can read all of it if you want. Here you go.
Yeah, send it over. I'm very familiar with how birth rates work globally. So just so you know, I
Wait,
said this
I'm sorry.
earlier.
Wait. Are you familiar with the
throwing money
research
at it
results?
can slightly slow the problem. Can you show me the trend of the problem being reversed?
It's literally said stop or even reverse. You can read it if you want.
Yeah, okay, but so then all you have to do is show me the country where it's reversing, and then I'll agree with you.
Okay, yeah. So in the thing that I just linked you, we see over time the birth rates in Nordic and Eastern European countries. That's what I'm looking at right here.
Which one?
Which
my one's reversed?
They use the acronyms. Hold on. There are 14 countries listed here. So let me see. That's Lithuania. That's Hungary. That's Sweden. You can open it up. Okay, go do that. It's page 9 out of 27 on the eucenter.scripscollege.edu. Now, you might notice that the lines were going down a lot, but then at a point they stabilized and even started to climb upward. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, but that actually doesn't mean anything.
Baizan, Arpino, and Delclos in 2016 paper found that a reduction in paternal working hours is linked to a, quote, sharp increase in fertility rates. This is because much of the additional time off is used to care for children. Sullivan et al. In a 2014 paper compared the amount of time fathers spent with their children in 2 regions of Europe. They found that Nordic countries, where fathers value gender equality to a higher degree than those in Eastern Europe, spend more time with children. In Figure 6, I compare the fertility rates of these regions.
Give me a nation.
I observed that prior...
nation.
Well, hold on. I'll just read the entire thing if you're insistent on not reading it. I observed that prior to the 1990s, all European Union countries had fertility rates above the, quote, very low level. Some countries' rates were even above replacement levels. After 1990, both the
It's
Eastern
1.53
European,
for the EU right now. 1.53.
both the Eastern European countries and the Nordic states experienced a decline in fertility rates. The Nordic countries were able to maintain or even increase their fertility rates, partly because of their egalitarian attitudes and paternity leave policies, which were implemented in between 1991 and 1998. Cecilia and Verlu 2012, quote, Why Swedish Men, study 2014, Finland, study 2013. In recent years, fertility rates have begun to converge.
How long are you going to let this go on for, Alex? Are you just going to let him read indefinitely to
I'm
filibuster
almost
the
done
entire
with the
debate?
sentence.
Andrew, he is answering your question. He linked the article.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, this is the
Hang on,
If
stop,
this is true, he should be able to show me where this fucking trend is
linked it
reversed
to you.
anywhere. It's not reversed.
Andrew.
It's not reversed in any of these nations. You're a liar.
You got to mute him, Alex. You got to mute him. That's the only way.
Okay, stop. Andrew, he did answer your question. He said Scandinavian countries. Right?
They're not reversed in the Scandinavian countries, is my point.
So
None of them are reversed. He's lying.
The problem is that
Teeth.
Andrew has literally nothing to offer, and he keeps asking me, like, how would you solve? How would you? And now I'm literally reading out the exact goalpost that he's moved it to.
According to the article, it does sound like there was some reversal, unless I misread
Then all he has to do is give me the nation where I can look at the reversal in these birth rates.
Reading it out.
Just name one. Just name one, bro. Name a single one. Name one.
Name one country for the sake
of
simplicity.
Please.
The Nordic countries, so like Sweden.
Sweden's birth rate, you think, is on the upward swing then?
Let me Google Sweden birth rate.
Wait. I thought you just said that you knew. This was your evidence and you don't know.
Right now. It's in the article that I just linked to you. It's literally on my
it's on the downward
right
trend since 2020.
Since 2020? I wonder if anything happened in 2020 that might be affecting the overall birth rate.
Yeah, but it was on the downward trend even before that.
Well, interestingly, it seems like these articles have found extremely effective positive correlations between fertility rates and these paternal and maternal policies.
Yeah, except all the countries that you named, their fertility rates below replacement and still dropping.
Except...
Wait, hang on. Wait, to be fair, I think what Vosh was saying is that this specific policy caused a positive increase in birth rate. He's not saying the country itself is on an upward swing because there could be a multitude of other
then that
factors.
defies the purpose of the question.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Again, like the problem is, and I think this is again tantamount to the fact that not only does Andrew not care about Christianity, he doesn't actually care about birth rates either. He asks the very specific question, what policies to increase it? So I find studies that say these policies increased it and sometimes even reversed it. And
but I already.
He's like, well, that doesn't actually count.
First of all you do is railroad the debate. But I've already explained this to you multiple times. No, you wait. I just let you go on for an hour reading your stupid ass study.
You don't. Did you understand the study? Did you comprehend?
Where the birth rates are going up due to the policies that you are proposing. Is it actually reversing the trend or is it not?
So, Alex,
if you're saying to me, Andrew, this is a mitigation, I've already said you can mitigate policies with finance. However, it doesn't seem like any of these policies move it back to the upward trend.
Alex, really quickly, I'm going to appeal to the moderator here. Was the question not, are we not discussing policies that improve birth rate? Was that not something we were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, and was the question not asked? Okay, so after we find that policies improve birth rate,
is it possible that I'm allowed to speak for more than 3 seconds?
Andrew, like, see, man, hysterical, this guy.
Wait, hang on. Oh, don't make it worse.
Oh, sorry, that just slipped out. I apologize. That wasn't civil of me. So at first it was which policies help, but now it's which policy single-handedly reverses it. And now it's, okay, this policy was found to have reversed it.
You're just letting the dork lie. He's lying through his teeth.
But the reverse did not continue indefinitely. The problem is...
How long is this guy going to filibuster the debate?
He's hysterical.
Look, he's filibustering the entirety of the debate,
Alex,
and he's trying to reframe desperately, and you're allowing him to do it.
Alex, I just
don't allow him to do it.
I'm going to mute you. I will make sure you get equal time to refute this, Andrew. I promise you, you will not be cut off. You can ask all the follow-up questions.
I just want to talk. I just want to talk to you.
My best, to be fair. So, okay, Vosh.
He's just prattling, bro.
So I don't.
Okay, well, let him prattle for like 30 seconds. Humor me.
Well, I want to talk to you, Alex, if I may.
Okay,
so the problem we're at right now is that it literally progressed from which policies help to, okay, so this policy is proven to help. Does it fix the problem forever and eternally? And then there's literally studies saying, actually reverse the trend, but now he's pretending that's not happening either. We're 2 hours and 22 minutes into this. I might as well be talking to a rock. He doesn't care about Christianity or birth rates. I think what he cares about is attention, honestly. It's very feminine.
Okay, well, let's not get to the personal.
No, so what I'm saying is, I have to wrap it up now. I'm at the point now where I'm reading a study that says the things, and then he's like, well, what does it say this? Like, I can't, this is a level of willful, like, reality.
This is just called
I can't
what
engage
I call
with.
cope. You're just coping, bro.
That's true.
Fine.
You never actually demonstrated your position even once.
See, he's still doing it.
Can you hang in for 10 more minutes?
Yeah, well, to clear out at the half hour, sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so I think this is what we should do. So I don't remember exactly how Vosh phrased it in the beginning, so I'm going to plead ignorance on that. It does seem like Vosh is saying, hey, here are the things that help the problem, but they don't fix the problem, right? And so I don't even know if you guys are disagreeing on much, but I'll give you guys like the last 2-3 minutes to just go at it. I won't even talk. You guys can just
Wait. So I'm not allowed to speak at all.
Yeah, quit being a pussy. Shouting
I
match.
get
Let's
shut
go.
down the entirety of the debate. One more time, let me respond to some
You
of
can
this
respond.
nonsense.
Okay, go ahead. Respond,
Okay.
Andrew.
So first of all, I told Vosh earlier, I'm not looking for policies which act as a mitigation, but as a reversal. And do you have specific policies which act as a reversal? He does not. I stated to Vosh multiple times in the very beginning of this debate, he claimed this wasn't even an issue. This isn't even a problem. There's nothing to even worry about. And suddenly he's desperately Googling for a study which he just reads. He doesn't understand what the study's even saying. He just claims, hey, there's some mitigation effects on the birth rate. However, the downward trends are in all of the nations he cited. When I actually got this literal fucking moron to cite an actual nation on the downward trend, and he knows it. He pulled up the graph for himself. Complete and utter bullshit out of Vosh's mouth. Vosh, do you specifically have any collection of policies which is going to help within your communist util model in actually reversing this trend of the declining birth rate, which you have now described as being a problem, or not?
Help in reducing the lowering birth rate.
No, that's not what I said.
What?
Repeat back what I said.
Dude, are you? Do you have, like, legit? Do you have dementia? You just said.
Hang on. We're on limited time.
No, I was responding, and then he interrupted me again.
No. Let's answer Andrew's question. It was
Yeah.
question.
So he asked, do I know of any policies that would help in reducing the trend? So no one policy can single-handedly fix any giant fucking
No, I asked if he had one that would
geopolitical
reverse
problem.
it.
He literally said help and fix it, because when he's not pretending to be this stupid and disingenuous, he understands
Literally
there's no
said
one. He
reverse.
can't help himself.
What's the word reverse mean?
I linked an article.
What does the word
in
reverse
the,
mean?
Andrew, he let's let him answer.
He doesn't understand because he's still strawmanning the argument and you're letting him. What does the word
I think
reverse
so.
mean?
Hang on. He understands what the word reverse means. Let's let him try to answer the question. If he doesn't do a good job answering the question, I promise you, I will personally press him and get him to answer the question.
Sure.
So the question from Andrew is, are there any policies that reverse the problem?
So that specific article we just looked at said some countries, like Norway, saw a reversal of the trend because of the causative impact of the parental leave. Now, obviously, when we're talking about how to fix a global problem, one single policy is not, like, this is like arguing like you're fighting a war and it's like, can you show me the one single gun that will defeat the enemy? Like, it's nonsensical. No. However, this seems to be well, Andrew, calm down.
Norway's on the downward trend
This seems to be
Just
pretty
all
effective.
lies.
So if you Google like maternal leave effect on fertility rates, from what I say, just literally scrolling through, there are dozens of articles. It seems like a really clear-cut answer. Of course, no one thing can fix everything. You have to try multiple things, and oftentimes these programs end up getting defunded too. For example, a whole bunch of the like paternity leave and like subsidy programs and a bunch of like healthcare stuff in like the UK and Sweden and other countries has been defunded from right-wing governments. So even if there is a short-term benefit, it kind of gets cut out in the long term by the fact that there are people like Andrew who will gut those policies. I think that if you care about preserving birth rates and making things better, like, it's literally like you Google the study, this improves the thing. So like, yeah, you know, pretty simple policy. I don't know why
let's
Andrew
go-
wants to
let's
keep
go-
mothers away from their children, but you know, that's
Well,
his
what's
problem.
what's the
Let's
most
let
interesting
Andrew-
here is
let's
that
let
this
Andrew
country
talk.
that is cited, Norway, is on the decline in its birth rates. There is no reversal. He's lying to you again.
See, he
What
didn't
he's
listen to
trying
me.
to do is he's trying to say that there are some policies which can mitigate the decline, which was already conceded to 15 times. He has not given us even a collection. And I said this word, the word collection of policies even, which would actually have a reversal effect, because all he can come up with is materialists throw fucking money at it. But every place that we've thrown money at it, there is no fucking reversal. They're still on the downward trend. The data shows this overwhelmingly. What he's doing is a red herring, typical red herring, and he filibustered for like 5 minutes
Red herring
to
'cause
read
it's
this
communist.
and still never actually showed us a reversal. Look at Norway's stats for yourself. They're on the downward trend. Are they not, Bosch?
Huh?
Is Norway's birth rates not on the downward trend? The example you just used.
The study said that it was improved because of the policy.
And are
do you,
their
so
birth
do you
rates-
wait, can I actually answer his question?
It's
So you do
unbelievable.
you do realize policies can be defunded and other things can change, right? Like this is again like saying like, "Oh man, dude, my health really improved when I took those antibiotics, but now my health has gone down and it's been like a month. What's happened?" And it's like, "Whoa, you only took antibiotics twice and you haven't taken them at all for the past
So
3
has
weeks."
the policy been removed?
So well, in a lot of cases it has been defunded. We
Well, in
went over
Norway.
that. In
Has
Norway,
it in
I don't know
Norway?
about Norway specifically. What
Well,
about
then why
other
would you use this as an example for your example?
because you don't seem to understand. I know you don't actually
'cause you
give a
make
shit.
Arguments.
I know you don't actually.
Wait, hang on, stop.
Well, wait,
Bosh,
can I get a closer?
Of course, you guys will both get closing statements.
Was
Bosh,
that
I
not
totally
his
understand What?
Was that not his closer?
No, Vosh, I totally understand the point you're trying to make, but he did ask you a direct question about whether currently Norway's
And by the way,
population-
paternity leave is still fully funded in Norway.
So,
Just letting you know.
Yeah, I'm happy
Andrew,
to
let's
answer
let
your
Vosh
question,
answer
Alex.
that question.
The problem here, and he's aware of this, which is why he sounds like a giggling psychopath whenever he makes the bad points, is that no, you can never look at the effects
Dude,
of
you've been the one with
policy
the hands in your
by
hair the
by
whole
looking
time.
at a policy that was passed in 1990 and then going, oh, well, 30 years later, things are down again. What you try to do is check to see if there's an effect that can be correlated, or better even yet, like demonstrated to be causatively associated with the policy in particular. For example, imagine if you were to take a look at like, hey, does having, does Biden's child tax credits lower child poverty? If you go back to the COVID pandemic, right, or the COVID crisis, and you ask, hey, did this policy lower child poverty? The answer is yes, it cut it in half. But now that's not in effect, and other things have happened. So it's like, oh, well, what happened? I thought it fixed child poverty. In reality, the standards that Andrew is setting for analyzing policy would not work and don't apply anywhere, which is
Vosh,
why
these are all fair points, but I still think you should answer his initial question.
He doesn't do that.
what is the
He
the
doesn't
question?
know how.
The
You don't even
question-
know what the fucking question is.
Well,
You're so
hang on,
stupid, dude.
What is the
Help me.
question?
I'm trying to help
You don't
you,
even
man.
know the question. You're answering a question. You don't even know what it is.
The question is, currently, is Norway's birth rate going down? Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I think technically it's actually risen in the past couple of years. The last data point was from 2023, where they had birth rates per 1,000 people, 11.
Is it on a downward trend or not? Vosh?
Trend based on what?
Based on the fact that it keeps going down as part of a trend.
Well, over the past 5 years, it's actually gone up. Curious.
So, but the trend
The
shows
tr-
it
oh,
going
the
down.
tr-
or what
oh,
did
the
the Norway
cope.
analyst show?
Well, the trend of the past 5 years is that it's going up. Curious.
Well, let's take a look and even see if this trend is true.
Alex, this is literally never going to end. I brought up an
We
article
do-
that proves
we
every
do
point I
have to
had to
get-
make,
No,
and I
it
have
doesn't
to
prove
go.
anything.
It's
We
2.5
You
hours
just
in.
read about. You
He
just
doesn't
read
care
it.
about kids. He doesn't
Stop,
care about God.
Stop. We do have to get into closing statements. We're 2 hours and a half in. You, Andrew, said you want to keep it to no more than 2 hours. Vosh, you said you want to wrap up at 2 hours and a half mark. So both of you guys want to wrap up. I promise you can make all the points you want in your closing statements.
No, I have to
will-
go. It's 2.5 hours in. I thought it'd be 2.
Oh shit. Do you have a minute or two to make a closing statement?
Yeah,
I'll
like
let you
quick.
go
Yeah, like
first.
quick though.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Literally, like you can Google policies to help fertility rates. Oh, bammo, there's solutions. All of Andrew, the reason why he does like the psychotic laugh and the reason he's chain smoked like 20 cigs throughout the entirety of this conversation is because his only actual like prescription is that he's a fascist, and that's it. He doesn't give a shit about anything. He doesn't care about God. He's not an Orthodox. He has no real beliefs. Like most fascists, he believes that the world is anti-empiricist, that everyone else is just as slimy as he is. In reality, it's just him, and he's alone. He has severe interpersonal problems with others. He clearly can't get along with me, and I'm a very easy guy to like. Like, I don't know what to do when you pull up a book that says, this policy works, and he's like, well. So, like, I think that if there's any resounding point to be made from him, it's immense personal unlikability. And for me, it's a set of sensible policies that you can adopt if you care about producing more children.
Okay. Thank you, Vosh.
That's my rational argument.
You want to really quickly plug your channel before you go?
I'm also Vosh.
All right, cool. I appreciate you coming on. I thought this was a really good discussion.
And I have my closer now.
Yeah, of course.
I understand that Vosh may not stick around for it, but as of 2022, there were a total of 51,480 newborns in Norway. That might sound like a lot, but it actually marks a drastic drop in the fertility rate within the country, and it's on the downward trend. This is according to Norway's own stats, as much as the Gish Gallop goes. But let's go back into this. Bosch was blown out on ethics. He had no argument there. All criticisms directed at me were equally directed at him. He said that I'm not an Orthodox Christian. He has nothing to back that up whatsoever. It's just some declarative statement that he makes up. He's called me a fascist, but when we were trying to go through that, he ran from it as fast as he possibly could, tried to filibuster the time as much as he could. He also, at the start of this, remember, said the birth rate itself is no problem. It's no issue. It's not even anything you got to worry about. By the end of the debate, he's scrambling desperately because his logic led him to notate this one key point. If the immigrant countries also have a below average birth rate, this is Vashon's words, you're not going to be able to migrate them anymore. We have a big problem. He said that himself. So finally, we get to the concession. This is an issue. When I ask him, what is your solution to this? Which I would have been happy to give mine. Instead, he says something mild like, we'll throw some fucking money at it. And hopefully, even though that does a small mitigation to the problem, but does not reverse the trend, we will continue on this evermore, throwing materialism at this, even though it has done absolutely nothing in any of these Western nations to reverse the trend whatsoever. In fact, I would also say Vosh is literally one of the most bad faith opponents I've ever debated with. But I'm actually fine with that. I don't really care that much because his arguments weren't very good. So ultimately, all he had was you're mean and a fascist and hard to get along with. I've gotten along with Vosh fine for a year. He's been on the Crucible multiple times. Never had a bad engagement with him behind the scenes. Total fabrication and bullshit there as well. Not a single problem with the guy behind the scenes. He says I have issues with interpersonal relationships, yet he's come on my show multiple times without any of these interpersonal relationships. What this is just typical over-talkifying, right? The mod allowed way too much of that. That's his show. I can't say anything about that, but my arguments were far better, and he never did make an actual demonstration for why I was wrong about any singular point that I made. And with that, I'll close, and I appreciate very much even the time of Vosh, who's more than welcome to come back on the Crucible and do debates in the future. I take none of this personally and never have with any of the interlocutors that I've engaged with.
Cool. Yeah, I know, Vosh, you got to go. Andrew, do you mind staying on for another 20 minutes?
Of course.
All right, cool. Yeah, Vosh, appreciate you. I thought this was a really, really interesting debate. And I personally enjoyed watching it. I had to step in way more than I usually do. Andrew, you've seen me moderate many times. I never, ever step in this much, but I thought it was appropriate. Hopefully, you guys both thought I did a fair job. I was trying to be as fair as possible.
Alex, you were a dream, and I appreciated your moderation very much. Andrew, I hope you find God.
I hope you do, too.
Have a good one.
And Jenny Craig.
Chad, I didn't get that joke. What was the joke?
Yeah, don't worry about it, Vosh. No biggie.
Called you fat? Isn't he fatter than me? Wait, what's Jenny Craig? A weight loss pro? Is that like a boomer reference? Because I've never heard of that before. Yeah, so anyway, holy shit, dude. Oh my god, hello, Benjamin. Yeah, okay. I think that actually might have been one of the most bad faith, maybe the most bad faith conversation I think I've ever had, actually. On, like, every level, he never actually wanted to talk, right? Like, he would take every excuse he could to not talk about the thing we were talking about. Like, Remember what I said? Hey, I think good things are good, haha. And like, oh, okay, so here's some policies. And then I talk for 5 minutes and he's like, so you said good is good. What do you mean by that? No, yeah, incredible. I mean, I don't think I've ever reached a point in a conversation where not only would they move the goalposts that flagrantly, but also I have an article up describing the thing they're trying to press me on. And he's just like, nuh-uh. Like, I genuinely think that's like unique to him. Self-critical rhetorical analysis. I don't think there's anything I can critique myself on there because it's not even really like a debate. The whole thing was like, I think that my estimation of him at the end was completely correct. He's not an Orthodox Christian. He doesn't believe in anything. He has low self-esteem and he postures as masculine. Like, remember in mid-debate when he started trying to like alpha male me? He does the masculine posturing and the like anti-empiricism, like deliberate argument flipping as a way of just like shifting around to try to like I don't know, grab at some kind of like positive feeling or stimuli. But I don't think there was like really a debate there. Like what did we debate? We couldn't debate meta-ethics because he was he didn't understand he didn't understand the difference between making like a prescriptive claim about something meta-ethical and acknowledging the meta-ethical arbitrarity. The equivalent position from him would be to admit that he doesn't know if God exists and that he thinks that any God that existed would be arbitrarily defined, but he can't say that. Of course, he probably doesn't actually believe in God, so it doesn't really matter. That was supposed to be debating Christian nationalism. He still never listed a policy. Literally, the only thing he wanted to talk about was like, yeah, I'd ban abortion. Yeah, no shit, dude. You're a fascist. Like, of course you ban. I know you ban abortion. But like, what is that? Like, but like, he never gave anything. Vosh, what do you think his rhetorical goal was? I don't understand what he was actually doing. I don't know. I think he was trying to do like the modern version of that like Marcus Aureni thing. You know that guy that H-Bomb made a video on ages ago? The guy who would like drink out of the skull cup and have a cigar, and he would like pretend to drink whiskey, and he was like the masculine philosopher warrior or whatever. I think he's trying to do that shit. Davis Aureni, yeah. I think he was trying to like hit those points. You're literally subhuman the way you have that much patience, bro. Holy I've never been at a point where literally it's like, tell me whether this policy would work. And I Google an article and then link it to him. And I'm like, hey, so here's the policy. And then I read the part where it says how it would work. And he's like, what are you doing? You're not even saying anything. That's not even what I said that I wanted, you know? Oh, and the fascism thing, where he was like, you called me a fascist. Yeah, I used to be called Big Papa fascist, but like, let's argue on fascism. I bet you're more fascist than I am. And then he's like, pick any point. I'm like, okay, modernism, rejection of modernism. And then he tried to argue that Marx was not a modernist, and that in fact, an anti-liberal divine command theory believer was the real modernist. What the actual fuck is going on? Like, how do you have a conversation in that how do you, in any world? So this, when I say that I wouldn't like, I don't want to like talk to Nick Fuentes with a moderator or whatever, that's an example of why, because the only reasonable, sensible, intelligent, rational, logical thing to do with somebody like that is just to make fun of them a bunch. Like, the pretense of a debate there was a formal construct that was undeserving. You know what I mean? I'm convinced he considers himself as evil, and you have to have a hatred for humanity to be that bad faith. Well, I think a lot of fascists are like overtly anti-empiricist, in the sense that they like genuinely really do not believe in anything other than power. But like it's pretty tough for him. The weird thing is, I feel like he could have played that a lot better too. If he had truly no beliefs, which he doesn't, I feel like he could have navigated that a lot more sensibly. You never said postmodernist. He literally tried to gaslight you. The funniest element of gaslighting was at the end when Alex asked Andrew to list out what specific policy I wanted to describe, and he said would help reverse the trend of lowering birth rates. And then I said, here's a policy that would help reverse the trend. And he was like, no, no, no. What I actually said would completely fix it on its own forever. And he did that within like 2 seconds, you know? Did you find open Nazis more or less bad faith when you debated them back in the day? No. They were more good faith back in the day, I think. The Nazis that I talked to. I don't know if he's a Nazi. I know he's a fascist. I don't know if he's a Nazi. I think the problem is that a lot of the guys who are in like the super far right pipeline or whatever are they want to be like logic bros. They want to do this whole like, oh wow, liberals think they're smart, well I'm going to out logic them. But the problem is there's no way to logically defend the things they believe, so inevitably most of them turn over to like very open anti-empirical irrationalism. Do you wish Alex did more to mod? No, not really. I wish there was like no mod at all, because there was like no argument, right? There was no like actual argument, so there's nothing to moderate really. And then when we talked about Japan, and he was like, Vosh, it seems we really are the same. Vosh, you said that I inflict my ethics on others. I never said this. But you want to do the same by supporting paid overtime in Japan. Like what? It's like he had a list of gotchas that he was ready, but he didn't set that one up. So like he was, at some point he was going to defend the idea of like forcibly suppressing the world and making it Christian. That's why he didn't challenge my framing when I said he was going to say that supporting another country's labor movement and invading Poland as Hitler are the same, because that's basically what he was arguing. Like he was going to argue that any amount of death and destruction from his like ideology is fine, because I believe that I can argue for my ethics too. Did he think the gotcha was staying? I don't know, man. But Vosh, your ethics don't cause negative effects on others and apply to every human, am I correct? The argument, bro, you want to force your ethics on others is completely meaningless. The whole point of ethics is to moderate behavior. If you have ethical positions but don't believe they apply to anyone other than yourself, you don't actually have an ethical system. You just have like self-moderation. You don't actually have like an ethical framework. Everyone who believes in ethics believes in like making an argument to others. The question is, are your ethics good? Will they help or hurt people? That's one. And two, do you have good or bad ways of applying it to others? So for example, I think it's ethically wrong to do forced female genital mutilation. I think that's morally wrong. Probably pretty bad to cut the clit off, you know? I don't think that's good. I think that my thinking that's bad is superior to people who think that's good. I think that I'm better than them in that respect. Now, one way that I could potentially apply my ethical belief to them would be doing the like British thing and like invading them and imposing my ethics. I don't think this is an effective way of making ethical arguments. Sometimes it is. For example, when we took issue with what Serbians were doing to Kosovars, Albanians, we fucking NATO bombed them. Okay, sure. When we take issue with the Holocaust, we invade Germany. Okay, sure. You know? All right, that tracks. But I think for the most part, it's generally better to make an argument and get people on board with it as part of their own self-interest. You know? I would rather countries that practice female genital mutilation do it because culturally they shift away from that due to like feminism or whatever, than because the British Empire fucking invaded them or whatever. How does he understand rule utilitarianism, though? That's confused me. He doesn't understand what utilitarianism is. He doesn't know. He was like, yeah, no. I don't know how big his audience is, Just Jossie. I don't really care. I genuinely, my general position when I talk to people like that is there's not that much point in it outside galvanizing my own audience. Because my goal is, hey, all the people on my side, look at this recording of a debate. Like, look at this video. Isn't this guy fucking insane? Like, this is what the other side is like. And I think that I'm effective in doing that for the most part. But I don't think I can move over their audience, not just because it's smaller. Well, Playing with Fire's audience isn't small, but I don't think they had that much people in the live stream. Not only because of that, but also because I feel like anybody who likes Andrew to begin with is pretty tough to save. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the fucking pronouns guy, right? Like, if you make arguments against him, you're not really doing it to move his audience over. You're doing it so that a lot of people can have like an effigy to burn, you know, to have something to point at and go like, that's what they're like. So don't go over there because it's fucking crazy, you know? So it's more like that. Yeah, of course. That's in his interest, Jeff. I think the issue is his audience has fundamentally different axioms. No, I disagree. So he has an incoherent ethical system. He claims that it's divine command theory, but he doesn't care. In reality, it's the same like incoherent fascist irrationalism that we've seen in many other places. It's not that they have different axioms. Even if you take a fascist or a Nazi out of their echo chamber and try to do like a one-off like ethics with them, most of them will agree to the same basic axiomatic positions. Like, seriously, I would know. I mean, I've talked to plenty of Nazis. You talk to a Nazi and you're like, hey, do you think human well-being is good? Most of them will say yeah. That's because the axioms that I think moral anti-realists have to subscribe to, they are intersubjectively believed in. They're intersubjectively true. There's something that humans just tend to gravitate towards, you know? You could get people to agree with the idea of people generally should be good. That is good. Wellness is good. From like the Mongol Empire, you could get that everywhere. Why do essentially all your debate opponents have no ethical system? Well, because the right has to be like that. You know? What was even his solution to the birth rate? Nothing. Like, yeah, there are countries that have abortion banned that are also suffering a falling birth rate. Like he didn't have anything. Like he did, yeah. Anyway, the more we the more we whine about fascist incoherence, the more dignity we do it. It was a silly, goofy goober debate. So hold on. Speaking of debate, somebody said that the Wisecrack channel has me at the beginning of a video, or like me, or like Destiny making fun of me or something. Hold on. How debate got stupid. That's true. Oh, that was me? I think originally I saw it from Posadas John.
Brought to you by private internet.
And over there, that's me! What's up? I guess I should see like what the conversational topic is.
Illogical fool who doesn't deserve to speak. No, I'm
sorry, I don't have the thing on. Yeah.
Just kidding. I don't like people that do that. Today we're going to talk about debate, or the lack thereof, and why people on the internet, and in particular this website, love it so much. Debate is the oil, coal, and gas of the internet. It ferments amongst the masses in Twitter threads and subreddits. Oops, we meant in X threads and subreddits. It racks up viral views for streamers.
I'm covering Destiny here.
Like this.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O.
It circulates via...
So fucking based. That clip... You know what's funny? People reference that. Nobody's actually said what was wrong with it. Still true. Still classic. The whole point of the discussion was he was arguing that trans women can't be women because women has a specific definition, and I was arguing that definitions vary all the time between countries. Like the definition of building. Like, what is a building, right? Is like something you've built like for a dog? Is that a building? Is like a hole dug in a wall with like a little rock in front to block it a building? Does it vary country to country? Do some countries have different definitions of building? I bet you that most people wouldn't really consider like a mud hut to be a building, but cultures that historically built with more mud, like in Mexico or whatever, maybe would be more likely to say that. And civic definitions change as well. I've still never seen anybody give an actual... Okay, so like here's another big one, right? What is water? Like H2O, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, so is heavy water water? Like, it's not even H2O. Is that considered water? Well, it's like, oh, well, technically it's not water, but maybe people call it water. Oh, so one word could have multiple definitions, right? And even like a single term. Okay. Is water that I have taken from a river water? Well, yeah, sure, it's river water, right? So is it water? So if I hold up a bucket and I say it's full of water, would I be lying if I had just taken the water from the river? And basically everyone would say no. Like, no, that's water. And then I say, oh, but what about the fact that it has detritus in it? It has sediment. Look, about 2% of the water that I have just scooped up is actually like dirt and stuff. So is it still water? And they're like, yeah, it's water. Sure. Okay, so what if I put, what if the 2% of not water in the water was actually cyanide? That's a lethal dose, by the way. 2% of a bucket of water. So now is it water? So like if I gave you a bucket of water and I put 2% by mass cyanide in it, and I said, yeah, dude, it's just water. What's the issue? It's water. Check it out. Would I be lying? Most people would say, yeah. Well, why? Wait, how am I telling the truth if it's water with 2% sediment from a river? Like people would agree that's water. But I am lying if I say it's water and the 2% is cyanide. I know this sounds dumb, but I'm actually hitting on the basic linguistic truth of utility. In reality, whether or not it's water, whether or not you're lying about whether or not it's water, is a socially determined determination. It's a social determination which is oriented around utility. The reason people would say the river water, even though it's also 2% not water, is water, you're not lying to say it's water, when they wouldn't say the same with the cyanide, is because the water with a bit of sediment in it is functionally water, right? Like, it's still water, you know? Like, it's a bucket of water. It's got some crap at the bottom. It's water, right? It's water. If you said this is water, no one would challenge you. But with the cyanide, well, now that has a very different utility, doesn't it? Very, very different. Extremely different, one might say. Now, sure, it may be the same amount of water as the water with the river sediment, but it has a very different use, doesn't it? Here's another good example, okay? One more good example that we can also use for water, all right? Let's say that you're in a laboratory and you use water as part of your laboratory process. I don't know, something to do with petri dish and bacteria, whatever. Now, the water they use in environments like that has to be very pure. Very, very pure. It has to be very specific in its chemical composition. It has to be very clean. Now, imagine if somebody said, like, hey, specimen 23 is looking a little dry. Can you bring me some water? And you brought, like, tap water. Yeah, dude, got water. And you, like, poured some tap water in. You have brought them water, but you still fucked up, right? And not only did you fuck up, but if you knew that you were using tap water and you held it up and you said, yeah, it's water, bro, wouldn't you be lying? How is it a lie to say, yeah, this is water when talking to a scientist, but not a lie to say, yeah, this is water when holding the same water when talking to anyone else? It's all about utility. The agua thing is still pretty silly. Gato means cat, just like here cat means cat. Okay, so here's a question. Do you think that the comparable word in any other language for any given object always refers to the exact same thing? Do you think it's possible that a word that we might consider to be a rough translation, a comparable translation, might encompass slightly different ideas, different parameter? I bet you, by the way, and I'm not an expert in Spanish, obviously, or Spain or Mexico, but I bet you that there are different cultural connotations behind gato and cat, even though they mean and refer to exactly the same thing. Now, I made all of this clear in the debate that I had here. Like, people take this one clip of me saying agua, which is admittedly hilarious. But I was making this argument in the context of a broader one about the utility of language, which fits in, of course, with transgender people, right? Because you could argue like, well, the definition of woman is X chromosomes. Okay, well, we make definitions. We choose definitions. Why? Is there perhaps more social utility in a definition of woman that isn't biologically determinative, especially since we know for an absolute fact that we refer to people as women who do not have XX chromosomes? Maybe they have androgen insensitivity while having XY chromosomes. Maybe we just don't know. Maybe they have the XXY. I don't know. You know? So anyway, the point that I'm getting at here is that I'm always right. I've never been wrong. And I'm always right. You're welcome. Vosh, in English, you can use the word tired to say you are fatigued or sleep deprived. This crossover of concepts doesn't work in Spanish. Wait, really? In Spanish, their word for tired doesn't imply fatigued or sleep deprived? How does that work? What else does tired... Huh. Interesting. I don't know. The linguistics is very complicated. Very, very complicated. STL, I looked at the data you provided me. Look, one thing at a time, okay? People in chat were saying I get mentioned multiple times here. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Tell me what's up. The Mexican
Then polarization for the purpose of entertaining the masses.
Is that me?
So, at PragerU. Okay, so let's try to figure this all out. In today's video, did debate me bro culture kill debate? Okay, before we dive.
Well, that was me, but my words weren't really used there, and I like hearing myself talk. I'm not going to watch the whole video. I'm just going to skip to where I mentioned, because I'm, you know, I like me. I'm fond of me. And critiques of me. Well, critiques. Vosh mentioned. Vosh mentioned. Was this from my convo?
Desire for these qualities, conversely, makes them far less receptive to any challenges to their points of view, which is sort of the whole point of debates in the first place, right? You should change your mind, already right or true. While online debates aren't inherently bad, the culture surrounding them is pretty toxic and doesn't promote greater learning or introspection as much as an increase in blood pressure.
I agree with that completely, by the way. I mean, we literally just did that. The online debate can be good at getting dunks in, and it can be good for like entertainment or whatever. And sometimes it can be good for explaining a concept. But I mean, let me put it this way, right? I talked to this dude for like 2 hours, and a lot of people seemed really confused about how I was describing the social utility value of language. But I just described it in 5 minutes, and I think everyone watching gets it, right? The whole point, you know, is it's a lot easier to describe in a non-combative environment. Debates aren't really about learning, they're about power. And there are debates where learning can happen. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that every debate has to be like an online debate, bro, bad faith, whatever. At least I hope not. I hope there's more to life than that. You know, it does get a little tiring sometimes. Oh, did he just say the point of debate is to change the mind of your opponent? Did he say that? That's not true. That's not true.
Commit us to expanding our thinking to encompass what's right or true, but rather to double down on how we argue that our thinking is already right or true. While online debates aren't inherently bad, the culture surrounding them is pretty toxic and doesn't promote greater learning or introspection as much as an increase in blood pressure. Now, part of the problem...
It kind of said that. It kind of said that. Yeah, changing a person's mind by debating them is not only difficult, it's like scientifically found to be difficult. Like research on interpersonal interactions through disagreement have shown that debate is incredibly bad at like changing people's minds. You can do it, and usually it's because you know a person well enough that you can appeal to your respective emotional bond. But for the most part, it's about playing games with the audience. It's about looking good to a broader community. But that's my thing, right? Like, not every person watching this right now has an audience for which to debate. And I still think that learning to debate is valuable. It helps you communicate and express yourself, and those are really important skills. Somebody said that I was also mentioned in another video, The Click. Well, I love it when I'm mentioned. What do you think are the online or the negative consequence of online debate that should be talked about? Well, the debate bro thing is to an extent a thing. Well, I would say that the ultimate like incarnation of the problem with online debate is actually Destiny. Destiny is really smart. I mean, I don't think anyone can deny that. But I think that he's kind of gone down a path where in many cases the satiation of his feeling of intellectual superiority takes precedence over anything material in a debate, whether that be what's actually true or like I'll put it this way, he's been known to do the thing where he doesn't believe something but will play devil's advocate because he's like, I bet these stupid lefties don't even know how to debate against it. I bet, let me take this position. Yeah, you have no chance against me. Yeah. And then afterwards he's like, well, I don't actually believe that, but like they don't even believe this. They're not even grounded. I think these would be examples of like sophistry, essentially, right? Where like truth and meaning and even purpose kind of takes second fiddle to using debate as a game to feel good, which it often is. And well, I guess to an extent, like everyone does this to an extent. I do this to an extent too. I think he does it a lot worse though. But yeah. It was really bad, Dima. By the way, Dima, if you want to like get anything knowledge based from that debate, you're not going to get it. There was nothing there. That debate was an empty pit. Ironically, they were calling you a sophist in Andrew's chat the entire time. Yeah, because people use that as like a go-to insult. I try not to use it that much because conveying meaning is really fucking difficult. And I think that even very good faith, very intelligent people will still sometimes kind of like get caught in the weeds or in an effort to defend themselves or their ego, or they'll like realize that on a point they like slipped up a little. So they're like, blah, 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 you know, I think that every human does that. Like you have to have incredible willpower to not do that. So I think it varies. It varies. Do you think you could have done better in that debate, Vosh? That's like, I mean, that's like asking me if I could have done better in like naked mud wrestling. I don't know what better means. I don't know what we're trying to maximize for. Anyway, hold on. There was a video here from the Click.
This next post is probably going to be controversial. Let's get into it, shall we? Men don't fall down the alt-right MRA pipeline because the left isn't doing good enough outreach.
I know this tweet. I know this account.
They choose to subscribe to a fascist ideology because they have an investment in maintaining their position in the social hierarchy, and the liberation of other groups threaten that. I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privilege. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't. No, they're right actually, and should say it. The left's descend into obsession with identity politics.
Holy shit, for a second I thought that was fucking Internet Historian. Oh my god, did you guys hear that too?
Doesn't. No, they're right actually, and should say it. The left's descent
that right, dude, oh my god, holy shit, like a fucking jump scare.
Into obsession with identity politics means all these boys from these spaces is essentially being told they're inherently monstrous or will grow up to be so. 12-year-old boys are not evil, they're children, and they're susceptible to manipulation from these fricks on the right who have sadly correctly identified that large swaths of the left will ignore and shun them. People turn to extremist factions when they feel ignored and dehumanized. I also think so much of extremism and opinions online comes from just when there's a gap from something. I see this with many stuff too. I see this regarding mental health, for example, where it's very easy to recognize there is a gap in accessibility and knowledge and how much the public knows about it, which of course gives result that you have a lot of social media and people that go to these platforms mainly for attention and clout, but they also spread a lot of misinformation. So if that vacuum didn't...
I like this guy's voice. Yeah, he Click's got a very, very nice voice. Yeah, I know that things haven't changed that much with regards to this topic, but it is really nice that the manosphere topic has kind of like fallen apart a little bit. The nice thing about MRA idols is that they have a very limited lifespan, because their claim that they can fix what's wrong with you never actually works. And as a consequence of that, like, it's only a matter of time before people shift away, right? Like, you know, this happened with the red pill and with a lot of incel community stuff. It does shift more to an extent. Sneeko did say the red pill is dying, but he's also a pedo, so I wouldn't take his I wouldn't take his word for too much. Nick is as well. Fuentes, he was full on defending grooming children the other day. Yeah, anyway, like, I don't know, man. I really hope we get better at offering something to guys. Like, young men feel so lost right now. I know I've talked about this a lot, and I'm not trying to, like, hammer on about it over and over and over. And women face a lot of problems, too. I'm not saying they don't. Of course they do. But there's something very, like, uniquely alienating about being a young man, because society and people around you and culture is pulling you in so many different directions, and it can make it really difficult to know where you want to go. And when you don't know where you want to go, you're not aspirational, you don't have much hope for the future, and it makes you really vulnerable to bad narratives that will give you that decisive attitude, you know? It's pretty messed up. It's not good. Yeah. Are there like any content creators that actually give good advice to men, like their main thing? I don't know. Honest to God, I'm like, I don't want to toot my own horn on this, except I totally do, but I genuinely think I'm one of the best at it, because you have to hit that point where you have to be progressive, but you also have to not bullshit people. That's what a lot of people on the left fuck up with, right? Like, you have people like, oh, you're feminist, man? Dude, cool, whatever. Yeah, you're progressive? Hell yeah. But then, like, you want to talk about young men's issues. And when people talk to young girls, they real talk that shit, okay? I've seen the way the left talks about this. Hey, listen, girl, okay, I'm going to tell you all this, like, fucking incredibly high level info about like sexual assault and like power dynamics and all that. But then when talking to guys, I feel like a lot of the time the way the left talks to guys is the way parents talk to the older child when they know that they have a tendency to like get into fights with the younger child. Like, there's like a 12-year-old boy and like an 8-year-old boy, and they like rough it up sometimes, and the parents are like, now listen, older child, like, all right, you have to remember you're pretty strong, so you don't want to hurt anyone, like that kind of shit. It's like, that's not untrue, but that's also not the same as comprehensive life advice, you know? Like, you can give the lessons or whatever, but isn't it a little bit fucked up that when people think of like, what's the advice I want to give to young men? A lot of the things that lefties think, like, first off the bat is like, how to teach them not to rape women. Like, yeah, that's important, don't get me wrong, but is that really the first thing to your mind when you're thinking of like a 12-year-old boy? Like, that's like, hey, do you have any like life advice for like young guys? Yeah, well, here's some advice not raping. Like, I know it's important, but like, is that actually like the first, like, you're talking to like a young kid or whatever, and it's like, okay, lesson number 1 to help you find meaning in life and to like help guide you and give you like a sense of purpose or whatever, okay? Let me teach you about consent. It's like, I agree that's important, but I feel like there's some very basic identity steps. And I feel like it's ineffective too, because the left gets lambasted often for like being super out of touch and like condescending when giving advice to guys. And it's like, you know, if young men need to be taught about consent, and they do, those young men aren't going to listen to a lesson that opens on that front. Like, you might as well be throwing them over to like the like socially the like socially decentralized form of like a corporate you know, like sensitivity training meeting or whatever. It's like, it's weird. Vosh, is it kind of pedophilic? No, it's not that it's pedophilic. It's that it presumes a lot of malice and evil in young boys that I see from the left and I just don't think is appropriate. I just feel like it says a lot about your inability to engage with a demographic if the first lesson that you go towards a young boy with is something like that. It signifies how out of touch you are, is the thing. Yeah, you don't want to begin a conversation with "you're a criminal in waiting." Exactly. Yeah, exactly, you know? It reminds me of like that really misplaced attitude towards like 1990s black advocacy or whatever, where it was like, we're going to go into the hood and we're going to teach all these kids with their sagging pants, hey, listen, man, it's not cool to do drive-bys. Like, is gang violence a problem in the black community? Yeah, but like, if you talk to like some young black men, you're like, now listen up, young black men, we have a whole bunch of holistic life advice that we're going to offer you. Lesson 1, don't sling dope and shoot people with Glocks, yo. So, I mean, is that good advice? Sure. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I guess that's okay advice. Probably better to not do those things, but I feel like, you know, does that have to be the first principle? My name is Skylar White. Yo. Yeah. It's like presumptuous and condescending, if nothing else. From what I've heard, you and Destiny do a decent job about giving dudes advice without being preachy or cynically trying to... I don't know what he's been on lately because I don't really see his content anymore. I mean, I don't know if he's like going on stream and saying like, okay, you know what the lefties don't want you to do? Bludgeon women to death. Now here's the plan, boys. Like I don't know what he's hitting people with now. I think I remember him being pretty good with the real talk stuff. He used to be pretty good about it, like on an economic level, when he would talk about before he joined the Just Move arc, where the solution to rising urban house prices is for everyone to move to North Carolina or whatever. But he used to be pretty good about that with economics too. He's more proletarian than I am, you know, in terms of like upbringing. So maybe it's like an experiential thing. Oh yeah, end segment, I guess. Speaking of, guys, what's up? You know I'm going to VidCon. 4 to 5 p.m. ET, Eastern Time, over on Saturday, September 30th. We're doing a the Progressive Victory people helped set a lot of this up, which is pretty based in red pilled, I feel. Oh look, they took a photo of me where I'm wearing a suit. Wait, this is from the OK Buddy Vosh stream. Look, I'm wearing the brown sports coat with the black and gold. This is literally from like last stream practically, yeah. Emma Vigeland, gonna be great to meet her for the first time. Brianna, I've never met her in person. I think Under the Desk News is more of a TikTok creator, so I'm gonna do some research into them. And I don't know who this is, but I'm sure they'll be cool. So yeah. Some chick, I don't know. Under the Desk News is good. It sounds kind of salacious. I've heard this as part of some canvassing project that you, Destiny, a few other communities. Progressive Victory. Guys, remember what they used to be called? Progressive Victory 22? Folks, I've got amazing news for you. Did you know that Progressive Victory 22 did not cease to exist on January 1st, 2023? PV forever, my friends. It will never end. Forever and ever. 100 million years, PV. Something, the Rick and Morty bit. We are going to canvass the fuck out of this country. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. The purpose of the panel is to talk about how we can best mobilize our audiences for the 2024 election, which is something I'm very interested in doing. Now, a lot of this comes down to ability to and willingness to work together in spite of infighting. And don't get me wrong, you know, I have had plenty of issues in the past with this Vosh guy. So I'm going to have to, you know, keep a lot of water under a lot of bridges for this to work. But I think we can do it. So if you want to go to VidCon, if you're in the area, or if you have the time and money to visit, I will be there. I've been assembling an outfit. I got a nice Henley just the other day. I need to get a nice new pair of loafers. What does owner mean in this case? Oh, the owner is just of this. Destiny has an LLC and I don't. It's saying like he's the owner of that, not he's the owner of the panel. Destiny does not own VidCon. I think. Will you make a normie VidCon Vosh vlog? Well, I'll probably be meeting a lot of people there, so I probably should, right? I'm really glad that I got into all the fashion stuff just a little bit ago, because now I feel like I'll be able to go over there and look drippy as hell. But, you know. Vlogs? Yeah, I'll try to. I actually dug this out of the closet. The phone holder for, like, doing away from home stuff, you know? So it's just a little thing, but it's a good reminder. Got to have some con hookups. Yeah, I'll be sure to ruin as many interpersonal relationships as possible. You know, just truly, well and truly fuck everything up for everyone, by casting a wide net of mutual and one-way, grievances, friendships, and partnerships. I'll do a 2-day queer polyamory thing that just brings the left to ruin. Thank you. Be nice to Emma Vigeland. I like Emma a lot. I'm really glad that she's gonna be there. Vosh, I missed most of the Christian debate. Why are you working for Destiny? Folks, I've been brought on as an employee of Destiny.gg LLC. I know this is going to be a big change. We're going to have to redo all the emotes, okay? From now on, all the emotes will be Destiny themed. So there'll be that. Does he say retard now or no? Is he, because he does the up and down, I do the up and down. Is he on a retard arc? Or is he doing the, like, actually, I'm the real lefty, I would never say it? Yes, he is? Okay, we're fine then. Updated descriptions here. Updated descriptions? The fuck is an updated description? Oh my god, it's me. I like how I'm still the only fucking person who doesn't have headshots. So even for this, it's like a screenshot of a stream. You should get a good one, man. Yeah, probably. It's a good screenshot. Yeah, it's pretty good. Should have had them done when you lived in LA. Yeah, but I would have been like fat back then. I feel like I would have had to get them redone anyway. Yeah, we actually have some politics to talk about. If you can believe it. Okay, really quick. I have very little to add to this because it's so funny in and of itself, you know? I keep saying Lauren Boebert, was recently ousted from a theater for vaping. Like, there was footage, like, she denied it. She said, it wasn't me. But then they went back, they found video footage for vaping. But in doing so, like, in finding video footage of her vaping in the theater before getting thrown out, the video footage they used also showed her, I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube. Genuinely, I don't. Full on, like, first base with the guy sitting next to her. Like, he's fondling her tits and she's, like, stroking his dick through his pants. Like, full on, like, actually... Excuse me. There's children in the row in front of them. Yeah, if he'd shot off, he would have hit them. Yeah, so something, party of family value, something. If this was a drag queen, then the studio or the theater already would have been carpet bombed. Something. I think it's incredibly funny. I think it's impossible to find this anything but funny, frankly. It's so silly. She did a Bill Clinton. Hold on. Let me find her. Wait, where? Yeah, she hasn't tweeted anything. Unless she said something somewhere else, The tweet was deleted? Do you think this will have any impact on Republicans supporting her? No. I just think it's very funny. There was also a pregnant woman behind her who asked her to stop vaping and she told her to shut the fuck up. Is that true? That is wild. Beetlejuice. Oh yeah, that's someone telling her to stop. Bobert and her guest were escorted out, accused of vaping, singing, using phones, and causing a disturbance. Whatever happened? Whatever happened to Land of the Free? Is my question. Yeah, she's got some fucking cans too, dude. When did she grow these? Hello. She kept taking selfies with the Flash. I mean, I guess it's kind of funny that Laura Boebert is literally just a Real Housewives, like Jersey Shore tier trashy bitch who just also happens to be a Republican representative. It's just very funny to me, the idea of like having them puppies out, jerking off your date at the theater to Beetlejuice, and also being a fascist. Yeah. She issued an apology. The past few days have been difficult and humbling, and I'm truly sorry for the unwanted attention my Sunday evening in Denver has brought to the community. While none of my actions or words as a private citizen that night were intended to be malicious or meant to cause harm, the reality is they did, and I regret that. There's no perfect blueprint for going through a public and difficult divorce. I forgot. Derek likes the guy's fit. Honestly, not a bad outfit. Thank you, Dye Workwear. This is the guy that I get my fashion advice from. That's true. Suit fits him. Yeah. I've tried to handle it with strength and grace as best as I can, but I simply fell short of my values on Sunday. That's unacceptable, and I'm sorry. Whether it was the excitement of seeing a much-anticipated production of Beetlejuice, or the natural anxiety of being in a new environment, I genuinely did not recall vaping that evening when I discussed the night's event with my campaign team while confirming my enthusiasm for the musical. What? What is she? What is she pulling? Like I was an anxious bean whom simply did not recall? She was zooted. There's no fucking way you forget vaping in a theater like that. There's no fucking way. Nah, you have to be vastly out of your mind to forget shit like that, dude. She was thrown out of the theater for it. Colorado is not sending their best. Does not mention stroking dick. Her date is a bar owner who has hosted drag events. Really? Bober and her date, Aspen, a Colorado bar proprietor, Quinn Gallagher, were forced to leave the Real Theater, serving their audience members. Co-owner of the Hoochcraft Cocktail Bar in Aspen. God damn, man. Why do you hate that a girl boss is winning? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I do. I'm sorry, folks. Okay, what is she, in her 30s, 40s? I don't fucking know. She's a middle-aged woman going through a divorce. She's out here she's slapping some vapes, getting high as hell, doing selfies with the Flash on in a theater production, jerking off her fucking drag queen hosting bar date. 36? Gotcha. Only 7 years older than me. When I am 7 years older, will I also want to get thrown out while vaping and selfie flashing, jerking dick big booby in the theater? Perhaps. So would it not be hypocritical of me to condemn her for this? Honestly, kind of Hunter Biden coded if he was a white girl. Okay, but the difference here is that she's being selfish, okay? Hunter Biden pays good money for his whores, and he shows them a good time. Meanwhile, Boebert acts like a total ass in a theater and has to be escorted out. Okay, that's the difference. Hunter Biden has class. All right? That's the difference. They should date. That is true. uh,
Cornel West cannot stop saying that Joe Biden is the lesser of two evil and that Donald Trump is a fascist, but Joe Biden isn't. And so Cornel West is basically campaigning for Joe Biden when he says that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Wes. Hey, I'm Finn. This is a public call out. What the fuck are you doing? Vosh, I'm a femboy in a top. Am I out of luck in the dating market? Hey, Vosh, I'm a femboy in a top. Am I out of luck? Vosh, I'm actually pan. Hey, Vosh, why are there so few POC femboys? I'm one and I feel so out of place. I'm a POC femboy. Why are there so few of us? Vosh, speaking of degeneracy, I'm a POC femboy. Why are there so few of us? Hopefully the chat is going fast enough. Nobody will notice I'm a raging femboy. No amount of water will change the fact that I'm a femboy. Good thing Vosh talking, otherwise people would notice I'm a femboy. Vosh, are femboys a good method of helping men feel safe on the left? Vosh, if I'm a POC femboy, does that mean I'm entitled to free tickets to plays like this? Vosh, does this mean Trump is unironically one of the best things to happen to the left in our lifetime? Hey, I'm Finn. I'm hitting you back. I'm hitting you back. I'm hitting you to the ground and I'm injecting you with 500 cc's of grass. All right? Go and touch it. You are in the straitjacket. You are in the one flews over the cuckoo's nest fucking sanitarium. I'm injecting grass into you. You are in the device. He was trying to trigger your sleeper agent phrase. Oh, shit, you're right. Trying to fucking Manchurian candidate me. Dude, that debate at the beginning took so much fucking time, man. Holy shit. Oh, I got one of these, by the way. Kind of hard not to.
I think you should buy this mug. I'll ask you nicely, but he won't.
Unironically really cute, yeah. Yeah, it's actually pretty cute. You can only get it if you're an American, because it's a campaign financing thing. You can't do that from out of country. I only really have time for one more segment. Biden UAW or no, I'm gonna do the Joe Rogan. Biden UAW will be the next stream. Oh, hey, really quick before we do that, hello, a fucking remaster that I agree with. Holy shit, hell yeah. Not Super. Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door. For those of you who haven't played this, because like the only way to get is to emulate it now or whatever, unironically like masterpiece game. Actually like the banger. I've never played Super Mario RPG, but they're doing a remaster of that soon as well. But this game is a banger. Look, and they got rid of that stupid fucking white outline around every character that they do in the new Paper Mario games that I hate. Here it's just, oh man, it's so good. It looks good. Yeah, it looks good. There could stand to be more, Gally. Okay, guys, did you know that women do be gatekeeping? All right? For instance, did you know that women, in their biological drive to select for high-value men, 76% of them consider it a red flag for their male partner to be a MAGA Republican? Huge dub to women, by the way. Colossal dub. The biggest red flag to men is they identify as a communist. Though to be fair, that one's pretty high for both sides. For women, 55% they listen to Joe Rogan. Women W, rare women W. Yeah. They say all lives matter, 60. Yeah, on basically every metric of social progressivism, women are taking a huge dub here. They say there are only two genders is a red flag to 58% of women, whereas for men it's only 34%. 24-point difference there. God damn. God damn. I want to meet those 35% of men that red flag women for Joe Rogan. Yeah, you'd think you'd want to be with a Joe Rogan female too, because you'd think they would give the good sloppy. I don't know. I've never met a woman who listens to Joe Rogan. I have no idea what that would look like. I have no clue. They own a gun. They're into astrology. This is the man dub, all right? Right here, 41% of men think it's a red flag. They're into astrology. It's very funny. Doesn't Shu listen to him? Let's not bracket Shu in with the majority of women when it comes to their preferences, okay? 76% of women consider being a MAGA Republican a red flag. You know, clearly she's not moving with the majority here. Whatever the case may be, Shu doesn't count. Yeah, Shu doesn't count, okay? Shu is a shoe. That's a shoe. It's a shoe. What are you talking about? A shoe? Shoe. Anyway, I think it's very funny. You know, I've said before, I think I said in a segment just like a month ago, maybe even not that far back, I said that one of the biggest social motivators for men to not become fascists is that fascists are unfuckable. Remember me saying that? I remember. That women are actually like a huge help here, because while men are going through all of these identity crises because they're sexually insecure and anxious that a black man will fuck the girl they want to date, so they fucking dive into fascism. But fascism is just very unattractive, you know? Women kind of universally loving astrology is so depressing. Yeah, I fucking left swipe or unmatch with people who I see any kind of spiritual or astrology shit. I do not need people making fun of me for being a Reddit atheist, okay? I need them to make fun of me for not being enough of a Reddit atheist. Is what I need, actually. Thank you. Look at the green flags. For both, number one is they read. Researching for best deals and rates before buying. They say Black Lives Matter. 60% of women. That's nice. They look better in person. I don't know what that means exactly. They take candid pictures of you. They identify as liberal. It's a green flag. 10 points more for women than for men. They are not on social media. Men value that more. They say there are only two genders. 46% of men say that it's a green flag for another person to say there are only two genders. Dude, men are so fucking cooked. Men are so fucked. Just like low IQ on every level, like failing, miserable failing. You know that the tendency, the trend for women to do better in universities been getting more significant over time as well. Dude, we're like, men are reverting back to caveman brains. It's crazy. 42% of men think it's a green flag for a partner to prefer cow milk over any non-dairy milk. Why? What fucked up brain do you have to have an opinion on that? What kind of like grug conservatism, like real soy milk, soy milk? Like, this is, I like how when it comes to culture war stuff, the women value like actual political positions, and then when it comes to what men put their foot down on, it's like you can't drink soy milk. Dude, men are soy, unironically. %18 of men think it's a green flag for a woman to refuse to see the Barbie movie. Why? What are you doing? What kind of submissive housewife who will never challenge you on anything do you have to be searching for that they not only don't like the Barbie movie but actively refuse to see? Like, what point is this? Like, oh yeah, a green flag for me is when people refuse to see woke nonsense. Like, that's literally what it is. Jesus. Men are horrible. This is why, I say people's like, oh man, well, you say you're bi, but you mostly date and fuck women. Yeah, have you been around a guy? They're fucking terrible. The main problem with fucking around with dudes, apart from the fact that they're fucking terrible in general, the main problem with fucking around with guys is that they're all emotionally retarded. Completely. You can hang out with a chick and reliably you will be able to have some kind of meaningful conversation with them. But men are so fucking desperate to posture because they're terrified of being sincere. It's fucking pathetic. It's pathetic. It's weakness is what it is. It's pathetic. You see a lot of that here. Vosh, I think there's the joke that straight women are proof sexuality isn't a choice. God, that's so fucking true. Yeah, also 1% of women and 3% of men think that it's a green flag for someone to have no hobbies. Which is interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, yeah, my argument is that the desire for pussy will naturally select men out of being fascist because fascist men are just completely unfuckable. That's my argument. It's a good argument. Drew this during the debate because Alex's face was killing me. Oh shit, this is funny as hell. Oh my god. I remember being here. Yeah, I don't know what Alex was cooking, man. He was like, fuck, he was like, this is disrespectful to Alex. Yeah, but he was doing that, to be fair. How many cigarettes did Andrew smoke, by the way? That was crazy. That was a lot for a 2-hour debate. I know that it was like masculinity posturing, but like, why? Like, that was a lot. Like 8? I don't know, man. Seems like a lot to me. Seems not good. Is he really only like 23? I saw people in chat saying he was 23. I don't know if that's true or not. Fuck, I hope that's not true. Andrew is like 40. That makes more sense. A lot of people in chat were saying he's 25. I don't think that's actually true. Oh my god. He's 19. He's 19. That's just what Christian nationalism does to you. Last thing that I'm looking at, and then I'm reading donos. Because those debates take it out of me, man. It's just so dumb. So dumb. Also, we got a bunch of donos because people are being very kind. I think this is stupid as shit. Muslim call to prayer can now be broadcast publicly in New York City without a permit. The Muslim call to prayer will ring out more freely in New York City under guidelines announced by Mayor Eric Adams, which he said should foster a spirit of inclusivity. Under the new rules, Adams said, mosques will not need a special permit to publicly broadcast the Islamic call to prayer or adhan on Fridays and at sundown during the holy month of Ramadan. Okay, isn't this like the shit Muslims do, where it's like 5 a.m. and there's a dude in a tower and he's screaming into a microphone? Is this the same thing? Yes? What are those called again? It starts with an M, doesn't it? Muzarain? No. People just give like 50 different terms. I don't fucking know. Adams, a Democrat, enjoys close relations from faith leaders from various traditions. He has at times alarmed civil libertarians by saying he doesn't believe in the separation of church and state. Great job, New York. Great job. Really great. Got the best Democrat you had on offer, man. Truly, well and truly. Just the best guy you could possibly get. Thank you. Really great. Yeah, it's this. This is Istanbul. Me getting woken up at 5:30 in the morning every morning in New York City. Yeah, you realize that New Yorkers are going to be taking, like, shots at the fucking tower, right? Yeah, look, these weren't banned before, but you had to do a permit for them, and I think that's fine. If you want to do any kind of civic or social or community thing that involves a lot of noise, I think you should have to apply for a permit. I think that's fine. I don't want like Christian churches to be able to do some insanely loud fucking bullshit at their own whim either. Like, there's a reason noise limitations exist, you know? You don't think they should be banned? No, I think they should be by permit. I don't know. Maybe there's some fucking Muslim holiday they get really up in arms about. I don't fucking know. Like, Christians bother me. Like, maybe Muslims should have a right to bother me too. You know, I want to be fair here. I just think that it should be subject to fucking permits. To be fair, Christian churches have bells, don't they? Yeah, but I have never heard in a major city a church ring its bell. Like, some churches have bells, but they're usually rung in, like, smaller cities. If you tried to ring the church bells in every Christian church in, like, a fucking Seattle or LA or something, then people would be burning the place down. They ring in my town? Yeah. Really? They ring on the hour, don't they? No, I've never... No. Church bells are not that loud. Yeah, it's also worth noting that when they do that once an hour on the hour thing, it's not that loud. I mean, I don't know. I think if you're being really noisy, you know, I think it should be, For too long, there's been a feeling our communities are not allowed to amplify their calls to prayer. Today, we're cutting red tape and saying clearly that mosques and houses of worship are free to amplify their call to prayer on Fridays and during Ramadan without a permit necessary. What does this sound like in New York City? Hold on. New York City, Adhan.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Okay, but this isn't just like the regular noise. This is just a guy in a mosque.
Permitness room of 55 America's Muslims live in New York City. Reproductively constant mosques.
Is there no way I could, like, hear what it sounds like normally?
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
It's Friday afternoon in New York City, and the sound of the adhan, call to prayer, can be heard throughout the neighborhood. But this time it's different.
And saying,
Nasha is
something that was liberty.
So steps call to prayer.
I don't know why they don't want to just fucking show whatever. I don't know. I guess if it's just something like this, it's not that bad. You don't need a permit to go outside with microphones and just talk into a microphone. You don't need a permit to do that for other reasons. This is fine. Yes, you do. I don't think you have to get a permit. Like, okay, realistically, I don't think people generally have to get a permit to just go outside. You definitely do. It depends on the noise level. Whatever. I just don't like loud noises. Okay, I don't fucking... Whatever, man. I think this is what you were looking for. Is this actually what the audio sounds like from the outside? Because I don't like this. My opinion is trending negatively once more. But it's like superimposed. This isn't, I don't know how loud, how far away is the camera from the audio? And did Allah fucking command that you should use shitty blown out mics? What is this? It's because martyrdom is a critical component of the Islamic ideology. So all Muslims must suffer fucking ear screech. All right, whatever. Allah wills it, yeah. This was not in his teaching. Yeah, you get you fucking Muslims in chat. You can bring out like the what hadith, huh? Yeah, bring it out. Get all the Islamic scholars in chat. Make your case for whether or not Allah would want you to ear rape the streets of New York City. All right, this is fucking stupid. Okay, I'm reading donos. I'm gonna click the add button because I can. Nobody can stop me. I'm unstoppable. Hold on. Vosh, you promised us Joe Rogan. I went over it. I went over the subject. It was the women's preferences thing. I saw that Tequila Sunset. What about Unity? I don't have Unity in the title. I don't have any obligation. I'm not forced to. All right, I'm gonna read donos. Artie Mouse, the $20. May this man one day find the true love of Christ in his tiny heart. Yeah, unironically, though. Madeline Gibson and Tearstar, thank you for the 10 both. Really appreciate that. Homie was coping. He kept getting worse throughout the debate. Homie was drunk had to have been. Thanks to the debate, even if it was a dumpster fire. It's fucking, it's so fucking stupid. So stupid. Titty Queen and Niana, thank you for the $5. Both. I've debated him and his wife before, and it's good to know there wasn't a win possibility. He said he was pro-monarchy and owned the fascism. Yeah, no, that's one of the things that, like, makes the conversation really boring, too. When he knows he's a fascist, and he agrees he's a fascist, and he has owned that he is a fascist, and he will say fascist things and defend fascist things, but when I say it's fascist, like, well, do you want to debate every single tenet? Remember, he originally wanted to go through all 14 points of Umberto Eco's signs of fascism and compare them to everything I had said he believes in, which he agreed he believes in, to whether or not it was fascist. Like, an infinite amount of time spent with him smugly denying things that he knows are true, you know? Really dumb. Shadow Angel, thanks the $5. Yeah, well, people who like him are already pretty lost, I suppose. Sapphic Rain, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Big Papa Fascist. France's population has decreased by 0.05%. Billions must breed. Yeah. Well, he doesn't even care about... See, again, you know he doesn't actually care about birth rates, because if he did, he would really care about, like, policy solutions to it. What he actually cares about is fascism. That's it. He doesn't care. Like, it's like, that's it. Like, what's my proposal to fix the birth rate thing? I know. Like, fucking ban abortion. Okay, what else? Nothing. Like, you know, it's nonsense. Sadia Moon, thanks the tier 1 sub. Satanic Cabal, thanks the gift to tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Dick Thulu, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Most bad faith debate in history. Yeah, it was really up there, huh? Thank you very much. Still live in Trimray, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Andrew wasn't taking notes. He was drawing stick figures of him beating you in a fight. Chrissy Cupcakes and Balthazar228, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Is this what's wrong with the world, the birth rate problem? Is that how we're going to fix things like starvation, being poor, or inflation? More people? Is he serious? I'm confused. Again, he doesn't actually care about any of that. It's just another, like, wedge he can pretend to care about when all of the policy outcomes that he will push for, he said it at the beginning. Fight feminism, fight liberalism. That's how we're going to get the birth rate up. Like, his only actual goal is destroying degeneracy. It has nothing to do with birth rates at all. Because again, if it did, he would leap on any policy proposal. A fascist government can have paid paternity and maternity leave. There's nothing about fascism that actually makes those two things incompatible. It is fully ideologically in his interest to support those things, you know? The reason he didn't is because he wants his audience to believe that there is literally nothing that can be done outside of, like, promoting fascism, you know? Maybe. Thank you for the incredibly kind $50 donation. I really appreciate that. You've been instrumental in my journey to realize I am trans after 26 long years. I really can't thank you enough for the part you've played. Oh, that's really sweet. I'm so happy that you gave me $50. No, I'm really, really happy that I was able to help. And remember, you did the hard work. You know, I'm just rooting and tooting over here. Thank you very much, and I hope it keeps going up. Charlie Jinmere, thank you for the $10. Yes, I agree that the assumption that men are predators, that putting the cart before the horse there, really like dispositions a lot of them to actually end up being those, I think. Which is probably not good. Do you boonies and King Jar Jerk? Thanks the $5 both. Thanks, King Jar. Yeah, I know Quark. Yeah, maybe D boonies. We'll see. Matt, thank you for the 2. Ravi Lupe, thank you for the 5. Nice meme. Tim Fisk Crack Apple, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Neptune Jones, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Good luck with your first week of heavy lifting with barbells. Very good for you, if you do it safely. Don't do what I did and fuck up your back, okay? D Boonies and Roger Strookland, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. One of my Afghan interpreters just got told to keep a bag packed because his family is coming to the U.S. Just wanted to celebrate. Oh, shit, really? That's awesome. Oh, man, getting people out of Afghanistan in that environment has to be pretty fucking difficult, you know? That's awesome. That's really, really awesome. I agree, D-Boonies. Galley with the tier 1 sub. Yeah, I hope your game design course is going well. We're week 2 of it at least. And all this Unity stuff as well. I'm sure there's a lot of discourse going on in there about what's been happening. Unintelligible Asian characters and Save Point. Thank you for the $2 both. I really appreciate that. Sorry I don't know all languages. Madeline Gibson and Jason O'Connell, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Randy, thank you for the $10. I'm sorry you're sick today. I hope you're feeling better now as I read this. Balthazar and Esmilia, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Oh, yeah, for sure. Esmilia, thanks for the tier 2 sub as well. Fluffy with the tier 1 sub. This dude is sieve-brained. More food equals more pop equals more food is a 4x mechanic. Yeah. Except, of course, a person who is actually sieve-brained would, you know, care about policy outcomes. Darren Osborne with the $5. When Christian nationalists denounce Jesus' teachings because they're too liberal, they're no longer Christian. Oh, yeah, for sure. And he's not religious. Again, to him, fascism, being Christian, him converting to the Orthodoxy 2 years ago, nationalism, monarchism, all of them are just this ephemeral, blurry, like, nonsense blob that mean nothing to him. They're just tools that he can employ in any specific instance. I think it was most evident when at the end of it, he was like, well, you know, I've actually had a great time with Vosh and would have him on my show anytime, you know? Like, it doesn't mean anything to him. I think that people don't understand how much it delegitimizes them when they pretend to not take things personally. If you are a passionate advocate for a set of positions, and a religious man at that, and you have a significant disagreement with someone, like, not taking it personally, not letting it influence your opinion of them, is an indication you don't really believe that shit, you know? This is why people say, like, bro, you would really let go of a friend because of politics? Dog, you wouldn't? Are you fucking kidding me? Politics informs your ethical beliefs. Are you seriously like, oh, man, why are you a friend of his? Like, oh, I disagree with all of his moral and political preconceptions, and he does harm to the world, and under my moral framework, like, he's actually a destructive force. But whatever, dude. Like, what do you mean? What it suggests to me is that a lot of people genuinely don't give a fuck. And there are a lot of apolitical people who are like that, and for them, I think it's sincere. They really don't give a fuck. But then there are people whose jobs are politics, and they don't give a fuck. And to me, that's just, for them, it's just a job, right? Like, for me, my political positions are inextricable from my values. I don't want to be around conservatives. I can talk and be friends with them on some level, I guess, because I can talk with people, and I'm generally pretty friendly, even with people I don't like care to that much. And I tend to be straightforward even within that context, but it's not much. But to outright pretend that my politics has no influence on how I feel about people, or like I wouldn't drop a friend if they like decided to be fucking horrible or what the fuck? Like, of course, yeah. It's good to do that. It just reminds me of how a lot of actors will like go on stage and play a role where they hate another character, but then they go to the backstage afterwards and they're both just chilling or friends. It's like how back in the 90s and early 2000s, it was really common for Republicans and Democrats to give each other shit publicly, and then like they're all friends and they all attend each other's weddings and they all go to the same events because they're just playing opposite sides of a game. I have a lot more respect for a politician who just will not, like Bernie Sanders would never just casually go get dinner with Mitch McConnell and then like go to a fucking like of course not. Why would he, you know? And I think people on Capitol Hill can tell the difference between a politician who treats it like it's a job and that it's all the part of the theater, it's all kayfabe or whatever, kayfabe, and ones who actually do care. And I think you can tell what the difference is because the ones who actually do care are the ones who get the most shit, you know? Exactly, Southbound Pachyderm. I think that conservatives should lose their friends and suffer and be alone for being conservatives. Of course, they're bad people, and they can stop being bad people. They could not, you know, it's not unfixable. The onus is on them. Koopa Shell and Meat Sandwich, thanks to Tier 1 subs. Banana Crabman, thank you for the 5. Jamet, thank you for the $10. Solid, thank you for the $5. Chloe Gov, thank you for the very kind $20. Calgary City Council is voting on making our city walkable and affordable. So many people came to speak out in favor that public speaking took 21 full hours. That is so fucking based. Love those locally active people. Emmy, I don't want to overreact to H3H3 pod episodes, even though I feel I would agree with Ethan Klein on a lot of stuff. Muskets and Bayonet, thanks to Tier 4 sub. Why the hell did my subscription not renew? Also, Starfield is mid, 6 out of 10. Yeah, I've seen Joseph Anderson play it, and it looks like dog shit. It just looks like another Bethesda game, you know? Sorry it didn't renew, but I love your money now. Ismilia, thanks the Tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. H.Jason, thank you for the $20. Vosh, I rear-ended someone today, making it the first car accident I've ever had in my 10 years of driving. Also, I considered myself a man up until 1 year ago. Coincidence? No. It was obviously your giant breasts and your fake eyelashes that closed your vision in, hounded your peripherals, and kept you from seeing the car in front of you. You idiot. You can call me Neck. Thank you for the 100 kronar. Early childhood educator from Sweden here. Keep up the fight against guys like these that don't see value in our work. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. The funny thing is, like, genuinely, it reminds me so much of how, like, conservatives will pretend to be pro-family, and then they will systemically fucking destroy and defund every institution that makes it easier to start a family, you know? Sake of the 5 Tier 1 subs. The biggest argument against sexuality being a choice is Vosh. You think he chose to be attracted to underaged Hawk? Nice fucking meme. Some people in chat will get that. Bananable, thanks the $10. Feeling down, I can't get some of that good old Brandon merch. Can I just donate you the price of the goods to buy it me and ship me to Vancouver? Thanks. Nope. I'm not doing that. Sorry. You're going to have to make that arrangement with someone in chat. And I'm pretty sure that's legal, by the way. Someone else can buy it as part of a campaign contribution and then give it to you. I think that's allowed. Well, then again, they would basically just be getting money from a foreigner in order to give that money to... I would legitimately look into that. I'm pretty sure that when you buy the mug, there's some not questions you have to answer, but there's like checkboxes and like, do you acknowledge you're a U.S. citizen and blah, blah, stuff like that, you know? It's campaign financing law. And it's good that it's there, even if it's a pain in the ass. Nemesign, thanks the $5. Yes, I saw myself in the new Actman video. I enjoyed it. D. Moonies, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I don't think I'll play any NES games on stream. They're a little bit too old for me to really get hyped up on stream for them because it's not a gaming channel. There's less spectacle in and of themselves. But I have gone back and played a lot of older ones. A lot of the Mega Man games. I've played Castlevania 1. Never beat Castlevania 1, but I played it. Captain Cat 44, thanks the Tier 3 sub. That debate was painful. You didn't even get to cover why each woman having 6 kids isn't great. Insane psycho. Yeah, literally. Like, it was a waste of time. He just wanted to filibuster everything. Remarkable. First and last Kappa, thanks to 5. Big 40 IQ fascist. Entire strategy was I'm rubber, you're glue. Weird though, if you were glue, he'd try to eat you. Yeah, true. Him seeing a big old Elmer's bottle with his eyes wide open. Dragonfly, thanks the Tier 2 sub. Getting my wisdom teeth out on Monday. I don't think it could ever be as painful as that debate. This is a small price to pay for the numbing effect. Yeah, exactly. You've sort of inoculated yourself against immense pain. By the way, wisdom tooth removal does not actually hurt that much. You are put under for the wisdom tooth removal, and the soreness, at least in my case, was not that bad. It hurt, don't get me wrong, but I felt like, at least in my experience, people overstated how much it hurt. Put under what for? Well, they were removing 4 big old teeth. Some people get it fully awake. Okay, well, I would recommend being put to sleep, you know, whatever you want. Were you loopy after? Yeah, you're super loopy after you get put under, for sure. There have only been a couple of times that I've been put under. I did not get put under for my my root canal. I did for my wisdom tooth surgery, and I did for a colonoscopy I had once. I was very tired and felt like I wasn't gaining weight when I should have been, and I thought I might have had a tapeworm. Highly unlikely, but my father's health insurance at the time did cover getting a colonoscopy. So you know, why not? Use it or lose it, baby. Colonoscopies are tough. I mean, just got put under, right? That's life, Dalgrave. Wait, you're not awake for those? For a colonoscopy? You can be awake. I think they put you under for comfort reasons. I think that just socially speaking, worming the thingy up your butt, fucking 400 feet through your intestines until it comes out your mouth might be a bit much for people awake, even if it doesn't hurt. I saw a video on Twitter recently of a doctor proving a point in medical school by performing a self-colonoscopy, which was wild. Like, she had the medical gowns on, and then she literally just reached back, and there was a camera on a monitor next to her, and she self-colonoscopized as part of trying to demonstrate how, if you're good at doing it, it's like pretty non-intrusive. Because it was like a micro camera or something. Like older colonoscopies, you had to have basically just a big old Polaroid. Like, they would tie a Polaroid to some like plumber wire, and they would fish it up through you, just sort of leave a lump in your belly as it traveled around your. But you know, modern cameras are. Was she hot? I'm really sorry to say, but I do remember her looking kind of hot. Yeah, so sorry. So I'm sorry. Any tips for gaining weight? I've been very underweight most of my life. I just don't have a huge appetite to eat. Well, you have to be passionate about eating, right? If you're passionate about eating, you will have more of an appetite for it. And that means fine. It's the same. It's the same advice is in reverse for people who want to lose weight. People who want to lose weight, you have to learn to find meals that fill you up and that aren't that calorically dense. You have to do the opposite. You have to find meals that don't fill you up and are calorically dense. Not junk food. I'm talking proper meals here, but it can be done, yeah. Nice, Lenora13. Jesus. Peanut butter is pretty good. Yeah, having a lot of peanut butter will help. Yeah. I miss peanut butter. I just can't have it anymore. My metabolism doesn't allow me to have peanut butter. Vosh, not kidding. I started eating chocolate frosting and gained some muscle. Yeah, well, your body needs calories. Obviously, that's not like the best source of calories, but it's pretty calorie dense. So that works. Oh, nuts are really good as well. Like cashews, almonds. Those are really, really good. Not peanuts, though. Aren't peanuts not even a nuts? They're a legume. A legume? Or something? Legume? Legume? Legume. Legume. Okay. Let's go back to donuts. Benjamin Gilbert Leaf. With the incredibly kind $100 donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vosh, here have some money. My brain hurts too much from that guy to leave a comment. Yeah, I'm happy to be compensated for my suffering. Seriously, thank you very much for all of our suffering. God damn. Seriously, thank you very, very much. Don't even know what to say. Smallest Vosh donor? Yeah, yeah. Benjamin has been very kind to me. Legume. Seriously, thank you. I don't. It's like I say thank you for a $5 donut, and then my brain is telling me, oh, well, that's a $500 donut. You have to say thank you 100 times. Like, well, no, that's not actually how it works. But that's what my brain is telling me to do. I saw something in chat that just reminded. Artemy, big boy. I saw somebody mention something about voice acting in the most recent Megan Fox thing. Or not Megan Fox, Mortal Kombat thing. Sorry, they both start with M. They got Megan Fox as a celebrity voice actor, and some people are upset about it, and I would be too, also. Oh yeah, that was bad. She's so terrible.
We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
Oh. Jesus. People disrespect voice actors so fucking much, man. They bring celebrities in, and they pay the celebrities like 10 times as much as a regular voice actor, and then the celebrity does a worse job than a voice actor would. And, apparently, by the way, apparently they brought in an actual voice actor to do all of her, like, battle, like, grunting or whatever. Like, because, you know, a lot of the voice lines are talking, but a lot of them are also like, like that. They got an actual voice actor in to do that. So it's literally just, like, the monotone talking is literally just... Oh, man. It's so disrespectful to actual voice actors. Good voice actors do so much for a project, and then they like it's like that shift. When did this happen? Was it like Shrek or something? I don't remember. Whatever. When you would do an animated production, you would have voice actors do the characters, but then they started selling. Oh, Aladdin. That's right. I remember the video. Yeah, I remember the fucking video. Yeah, with Robin Williams. Yeah, and then it's like, okay, so from now on, we have to have every voice acted character be done by Hollywood celebs so we can have their character and their name like featured up front in all the promotional material. Autistic soaked on left. Not that there was any doubt of that.
We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
Ooh. This isn't even the worst one compared to Ronda Rousey as Sonya Blade. Whoa. Wait, how bad is that? Wait, whoa. Hold on. How much worse does it get? Rousey.
Get out of Earthrealm, Shao Kahn.
What, woman?
How about I show you?
Oh my god!
Get out of Earthrealm, Shao Kahn.
What, woman?
How about I show you? How do I earn your respect?
Beat me unmercifully.
Drill Sergeant Blade reporting. I won't be the one who scars you.
Killing you will make sure of that.
On second thought, maybe I will be.
Yeah, okay, this one is so bad that it actually like slings back around and being really funny for how bad it is, you know? Like if you have like this colorful cast of like super over the top fighting game characters and one of them just sounds like an intern reading out voice lines from The Office and it's like a bit, you know? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, this one definitely sounds worse than Megan Fox, yeah. I'm so embarrassed because I can't tell that it's that bad. Okay, well, yeah. I think here's more of the Megan Fox one. Can we get a comparison for some really good female voice acting? Oh, J.K. Simmons does voice acting work, Demon Mama. That's the difference.
Don't I scare you in the least?
That's Megan Fox. Me as a vampire, super powerful fucking.
Don't I scare you in the least?
Do your best exasperated like angry voice. Don't I scare you in the least?
I see weirder every weekend on Sunset.
See, notice the difference right here too. Like this guy's clearly doing like a thing, right? Looks like a Hollywood guy with like the shades and the hair. And then he has like, yeah, it sounds like actual voice acting.
Weekend on Sunset.
That blade's enchanted. We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
Holy shit. He's Johnny Cage? I don't know anything about Mortal Kombat. What's an amazing example of like video game female voice acting that I can pull on really quick? I think I'm trying to think, like, anything from Disco Elysium would do it. Like, literally anything from Disco Elysium. Yeah, hold on one sec. We're just going to pull from Disco Elysium, because that's the shit that I'm familiar with. We're just going to do that, okay? Disco Elysium.
I'm guessing you... She threatened to paint the cordelay and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
What is this? Destruction of property? Hooliganism? Elder abuse?
No need. Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, she appreciates the concept of rent. How do I?
You understand what I mean, right? Like, it's not just about saying the lines, it's about giving presence. And this is all the more important when you're dealing with something like a fighting game where there aren't that many lines, right? Like, it's not like Disco Elysium, which has 15 books crammed into it or whatever. In Mortal Kombat, you're getting people's characters, like, really quick, really short, really quick, really short. So, like, for Johnny Cage, he has like one line here. What's the line that we're gonna do for Johnny Cage? Okay, I see weirder than you every day on Sunset. Perfect. Fucking cowboy Hollywood man. We get it. We reinforce his backstory. He sounds like an arrogant piece of shit. Got him perfect. Okay, but then you have like this like vampiress lady. We're not bad because we drink blood. Like you have so little time. You know what I'm talking about? What were your thoughts on Ada's voice acting in RE4 Remake? It was weird. It sounded like she was too quiet, like the sound mixing was bad, because she sounded great over the radio, but then when she was talking in person, she sounded like she was kind of quiet mumbling. Female Shepard from Mass Effect 2 is great. I mean, if you want like good examples of over-the-top voice acting as well, the English VAs have always done great in the Guilty Gear series. Sure, Guilty Gear Bridget lines. Why not? Okay, let's fully appeal to the demographics of our audience.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the demons. Heaven or hell.
Ooh, you're cute, but I'm cuter.
Okay,
We better settle.
do this in the in-game lines, please, so I can.
Do you regret it? Turning your back.
Oh, this is like the conversation. God damn it! I'm just being like the fucking.
Oh, spinning out already? Roger says, bravo!
Nah, this isn't what I was trying to point out here, I guess. Though she still sounds great. I can't tell how this is better. Really? Jennifer Hale? People in chat keep saying Jennifer Hale.
You and I, neither of us can escape our fate.
No, I'm trying to think more of like stuff from fighting games, because fighting games are like a very specific example of hamming it up, and I don't know. GLaDOS? Well, GLaDOS isn't a fighting. Fine, GLaDOS. Sure, whatever. All right, best scene from Portal 2. Let's go.
Probably ought to bring you up to speed on something right now. In order to... I'm going to believe this. Again. There'll be light. Turning. Ominous. But probably fine, as long as it doesn't start, moving up.
GLaDOS is not comparable, it's intentionally monotone. Yeah, but no, that's the thing that makes GLaDOS amazing from a voice acting perspective. She's trying to be monotone, but she's not. That's the whole point. In the beginning of the first game, she actually is monotone, but as she starts to inflect more of her personality on the testing process with Shell, she sounds more and more like she's trying to put on an act. And that's the performance, right?
Now, escape pod. It's moving up. Okay, no, don't worry, I've got it. This should slow it down. No, makes it go faster. Uh-oh.
Power up initiated.
Okay, don't panic. All right, stop panicking. I can still stop this. Oh, there's a password. Okay, it's fine.
Elon Musk.
Not a problem. C. Wait, did I do B? Start writing these down.
Power up complete.
I don't. Okay. Listen. All right, new plan. Act natural. Nothing more. Hello.
Oh, it's you.
You know her?
It's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me.
You did what? Oh no!
Such a good scene.
Oh no!
Okay, look, we both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us. For science, you monster.
Such a good scene, dude. Holy shit. Wait, copyright? No, it's a video game. It's cool. So fucking good. But I think what you could understand is that so much of GLaDOS would completely fall flat if it was just red. Right? Oh, it's you. I've been really busy being dead. After you murdered me. Look, it's been a long time. We've said a lot of stuff you're going to regret. It's not, it's the delivery matters so much. I don't know. Fucking. I think you can actually see this shift really significantly as well in the animated world like 20 or 30 years ago. Because I feel like there's very rarely good examples of iconic voice acting in animated movies. You know, like Scar from the original Lion King, who's like incredibly iconic, right? But you don't hear much of that in most animated movies anymore. I feel like a lot of the times you just have a bunch of celebrities or whatever. Sometimes you get that, but it's Jeremy Irons. Yeah, you don't get, yeah. I think Dr. Facilier was really good in Princess and the Frog, and he's the only thing anyone remembers about that movie. Like, nobody cares about Princess and the Frog except for Dr. Facilier, who did amazing work, yeah. Using Jeremy Irons is cheating, though? Well, is it? Because that's kind of the thing, right? In the most recent Lion King movie, they didn't bring back Jeremy Irons. They brought someone else. Scar, Lion King. I don't know what they were going for, apart from, like, erasing the queer coding. He was an actor in 12 Years a Slave. He's an actor. He's just an actor. Does he have any voice acting talents? Let's look. Television, film, stage acting. Yeah, he's not a voice actor. Yeah, being an actor and being a voice actor are two different things. You can have a person who's both, right? Like you can do both. J.K. Simmons, you know, you can do both. The problem is, okay, you know how stage actors act differently than movie actors? There's a lot of like gesturing and emoting that comes across in a movie when the camera's up in your face. But if you're a theater performer and there are people literally watching from like 100 feet away, you can't like rely on these subtle cues or whatever. So stage actors are really over the top, you know, in comparison. And that's a skill. That's not a mistake. That's a skill that's suited for the medium. Likewise, films before they had sound. People acted differently. The whole movie, The Artist, is all about that, right? People acted differently because the lack of sound meant they had to behave differently to convey certain stuff. Likewise, if you're a voice actor, everything visual is being taken away from you, you know? You have a character, sure, but now it's you and your voice. And a lot of voice stuff works when it's detached from an actual human. When it's in an animated feature. Have you seen Portal Arrow, the horror mod for Portal 1? Crazy how much atmosphere changes just by making one change, removing GLaDOS' voice lines? Really?
There. It always
Oh my god, they're fucking talking. I can totally see that, yeah. I mean, a big part of what GLaDOS did in both of the games, really, I think is levity, you know, lighten the tone, despite being a fucking psycho, yeah. I can't play the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing. That's copyright. Okay, hold on. I have to finish this. I have to finish the notice. Okay, we're getting crazy over here. That's what we're doing. Thank you again, Benjamin. Satanic Cabal, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Hitler needs an apology. What are we closing? Destiny needs an apology from Vosh from the Destiny clips. I'm not watching the video, so I'm looking through the comments and trying to see if there's anything here that hints at the reason. I'm not seeing anything. I don't see anything here. It just seems like generic drama baiting. There's probably nothing of value here. Well, I guess there wouldn't be anyway. OS Crane, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. For whatever reason, my life got noticeably better since I last donated, so enjoy the big $5. Yeah, happy to help. I'm like a lucky fountain. He said you were uncharitable to him. Well, I have strong evidence that every good thing he's ever done, up to and including canvassing, was just because he spitefully denied the wishes of a lefty ghost that haunted him in his sleep. I have evidence. You know, I can't release it. I have the names of 243 ghosts, communist ghosts, of haunted Destiny, and I will not reveal their names. Thank you. Lynch1213, thank you for the nice meme. 777, really appreciate that. I'm representing YouTube in a class action. Look at us. Also, I miss Game Stream TTS when I miss Game TTS as well. I do. I really do. D Boonies, thank you for the incredibly kind $50 donation. Really appreciate that. Quick question about effective lefty talking points / framing from a red stater in Voshite. 1. Mandatory selective service registration equals free healthcare for healthier soldiers. 2. Better social safety nets equals fewer abortions and less disaffected citizens. Big dub to the second one. Better social safety nets legitimately save money in the long run because you end up not having to spend as much money on like cops and the general criminal justice system. That's one. But also, as for mandatory selective service registration equals free healthcare for healthier soldiers, I do think, because a lot of people who will buy into that will never believe that women should be soldiers or should be entered into the selective service. So I'd be careful with that one. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I hate the selective service. So fucking dumb. Dino Man and an ear hair from Bezos. Thanks for the $5 both. Dynaman, plenty of people are dressing up as Ken this Halloween, that's for sure. Cooked Marachan, thank you for the 100 pesos. Hey, Vosh, here's some hopium for chat. The Mexican Supreme Court decriminalized abortion in the whole country. Also, happy Independence Day for Mexico. Yeah! Wait, for us or for them? For you. Look, congratulations on the abortion thing. Rodzilla 2K, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Cynthia Phillip. I'm so hungry. Holy shit. Thank you for the 14 Canadian. Seeing someone like you enthusiastically defend trans and NB validity really helped me fight internalized transphobia. I'm a year and a half on HRT now. Your advocacy helped trans rights. Hell yes. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm glad you're doing well or doing better. Remember, you did the real work there. I just dabbed on screen. Thank you. Timid of the tier 2 sub just bought a house. Congrats on being wealthier than me. Here's my GF's cat Butters to celebrate. Ooh. Looks like Butters also just got his own house. Rex Gardner, thanks the €2. No, I don't think Ben Shapiro would make a lovely femboy. A lot of it is in the attitude. Satanic Cabal, thanks the tier 1 sub. Higara, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Awesome to hear about that Calgary city meeting. That city has a lot of suburban sprawl, and it's great to hear people are motivated to improve it. Yep. Yeah. It's really awesome to see, like, urbanism spreading, I guess. Miss Shell Static. No, Miss Shell Stastic. Whew. Thank you for the 20 Canadian. Just got here and I'm too lazy to Google. What is UAW? United Auto Workers. It's a sectoral union that has been making some very meaningful strides towards workers' gains recently. And they got an endorsement from Biden today. I was going to cover that, but you know how it is. We'll cover it next time. JBZ, thanks the 10. I will play Blasphemous 2 on my own time. I've already played Blasphemous 1. I 100%ed it, as a matter of fact. Good game. Dalgrave, thank you for the 5. Tony J is great. Hunchback of Notre Dame, Elder, God, and Soul Reaver. Wait, what role did he play in Hunchback? Huh. Phoenix Raider, thank you for the $20. First-time donor, long-time viewer. Today is my birthday, and I'm happy I got to celebrate with my fam and you separately. Keep building to the 0.000000001% of communism that we're going to get. Yes! Communism is a large structure, and we must all lay one brick. Ooh, hungry. She wants to eat the house. Big baby. I say what you call them, Butters. Big fat baby. Ooh. Rub, 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 rub. Fluffy. Thank you, Phoenix Raider. Bad Chaos, thanks to 555. Really appreciate that. World Leader Faye with the $5. Sorry for the Twitter link, but here's a picture of my baby boy. Ooh. Oh my god. What a stupid fat idiot baby. Stupid dumbass. Blop. Blorp. So good. I love dogs that look like this. The ones that kind of look like a pug but don't have the super smashed faces. Oh, hold on. Hearing word of another major housing development. Don't eat me. Emery board. Ooh. Rubbing his face. Yeah. There you go. Yep. Oh, he's so heavy. Whew. I get my workout just from playing with the cat. Bella Bell, I actually did think of you briefly while I was doing my Sonic rant. I exempt you from everything I said. You're totally fine. Nunya! Thank you for the incredibly kind $100 donation. I really appreciate that. I was late to the debate. You didn't miss anything. I skipped ahead. I said to myself, he's going to try to argue communism is religion. I went live and it was basically that. Oof. Yeah, not just that. I feel like that was a debate where you genuinely could not underestimate any of its contents. Like there's nothing in that debate that you could guess would be worse than it ended up actually being. Which is great. Asmilia, thanks the $5. Simmons, best VA.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center. Since making test participation mandatory for all employees, the quality of our test subjects has risen dramatically. Employee retention, however, has not. As a result, you may have heard we're going to phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway, ground them up, mixed them into a gel. And guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison. I am deathly ill. Still, it turns out they're a great portal conductor. So now, we're going to see if jumping in and out of these new portals can somehow leach the lunar poison out of a man's bloodstream. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Let's all stay positive.
We're not watching the whole thing. Yeah, play Portal 2 if you haven't. Bubino. Now he's zipping. JBZO2, thank you for the $10. This is one of my favorite boss battles in Blasphemous 1. The art and music are lovely and intense. Oh, it's a beautiful game, yeah. Woo! Very good games. Very good games. Strongly suggest you take a look. Bullets and Bracelets, thank you for the $50. What is up with you guys today, man? You and Progressive Victory are the reason I got my job at a pro-democracy nonprofit. Thanks for that, and here's to a 2024 win. Hell yes! Delightful. I'm very happy to hear that. You know, that's something that gives me a lot of heart, a lot of good feelings. The knowledge that even if one day I pack this all up and stop streaming, and I'll keep streaming as long as I can. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know. I get hit by a lightning bolt one day, whatever. The knowledge that, you know, a lot of you guys either are or will be quite influential politically, you know? PV stuff. A lot of you are going to get in nonprofits, working as staff. I know for a fact there are already people in White House staff who are fans of the channel. You know, that's a lot of influence, a lot of outsized influence. I like that. Makes me feel good. Thank you for the very kind donation. And also, thank you for all the work you're going to do at your pro-democracy nonprofit. And the final donation I'm looking at today, because you guys have really been laying me in today, and I do appreciate that, is Shroom Ray with $5. Can my Bubba Harley get some love? Yes. Oh my God, what a flat head boy. Look at that, perfect. Could bring a leveler to that. Flawless. Geometrically sound. Yeah, having a square jaw is for soy boys. Having a square skull, on the other hand, very good. Beautiful baby. Quoteth, sticking with my promise. I'll respond to that one tomorrow. I love you all very much. It has been a wonderful stream, seriously. Obviously, it has at times been a little goofy, a little goober. But I've enjoyed it nonetheless. Now, I am very hungry, and I am going to correct that with food. Also, I'm really glad, you know, I actually slept really well last night. It was kind of magical for me because it happens so rarely, because I definitely have some kind of sleep disorder. I had a nighttime stream, so I had nothing early to wake up for, so I didn't set an alarm. And I woke up at like 11 a.m. just having, and by the way, I don't care if it sounds gross. Everyone's got this, and this is true as fuck, okay? If you wake up having like drooled in your sleep, you probably had a good night, okay? If you wake up and you're like, and like the sunlight is streaming in through the windows, and you're like, like, yeah, you stumble into the shower, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be a good ass day. And it has been. I've gotten a lot of work done. Literally doesn't happen to me. It's probably a person by person thing, you know, whatever. Crease marks in the face. Yeah. As is life. All right, I'm gonna hit the add button one more time because it doesn't seem like it hurts anyone for me to do that right at the end there. Thank you again for the incredibly kind donos. I'm going to send you guys over to my good friend. Oh, look at someone who has a lot of views right now and who we haven't hosted in a while. I'm going to send you all over to Willow. Now remember, Willow, Trans 101, more soft of a channel, not an insult. Just, you know, you go in there, you're screaming about horses. All I'm saying is keep it together. Be good, and say hi to Willow, okay? In a nice and civil fashion. Willow's cool. Yeah, Willow's cool. At least I think Willow's cool. Back in the days when I used to have a bit more free time, I would roll around between different smaller political-oriented Twitch channels and talk to people, get reaction. Yeah, because, you show up in your Vosh, and then every time it's like, is that the Vosh? Either because they hate you or they don't. And Willow was always very cool. Fun to watch. So, yeah, go on over there, folks. I'm going to click the button. Have a good time. I'll see you soon. Love you all very much. Where is the button? Button. Button. Ah, there it is.